Hi, I'm Michael.
And I'm Grace. And together,
And together we are
we
California
are California Travel Videos. And I'm
Videos.
Grace.
Woo! And together we are California.
Well, I guess he didn't leave me hanging, y'all. He's driving, and I think he's about 5 minutes away, so he is going to be joining us quickly. I've got everything turned on for his, I turned him on, his computer at
Oh,
least.
yeah, baby.
I pulled down his green screen. Hopefully I've got everything ready. So welcome, Nate. Thank you for giving us a shout out in your community. And Gracie, we always love to see you. Sue, thank you so much for being such a great moderator.
Susie Q's always there. Thank you, Sue. Peace.
And I see Amy and hello, Kenneth.
How
Hey, Amy, and hello, Kenneth. How you doing, brother?
Doing all right about yourself.
Good. What have you been eating today? I'm inquiring minds must know. What have you been sampling today?
Well, today I had some pork barbecue.
Ooh.
With some Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, and then I also had some stuffing.
Damn, that sounds good.
Stuffing and barbecued pork. Yummy. I do love that barbecue sauce that you talked about.
Yesterday we had well, let's see. I had my cousin's daughter. I guess that's a second cousin. Is that the way you call it, Grace? I'm not sure.
That is a second cousin, yes.
Second cousin. And so anyway, she came from near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but she's been traveling all over the world and stopped by and blessed us the other day. She wanted to see my 94-year-old mom, and so we went out and had some Chinese food. And when you said about pork, it made me think about, we had some mushu pork. Have you ever had that, Kenny?
No, I don't think I've ever had
mushu.
It's sort of like a
burrito.
I've had it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's like with vegetables, and they roll it up in a very thin skin, kind of like a burrito shell, and they put plum sauce on it, so it's nice and sweet.
Yeah. Oh, I think somebody's pulling into the driveway. Look at that! I hear noise upstairs, so he should be down.
Hey, I'm getting in the house. I'm gonna be on the move. I guess I better shut off the engine here.
So just to kind of tell you a little bit about tonight, we're going to go ahead and continue with the funny names because we do have 50 states and we don't want to leave any of them out. So we did California, we did boring Oregon, we did we do Arizona? No, we did not do Arizona. We did. Oh, look at it!
I know you did fire, yeah. Hey, Lucky Dog. Hey, Will Nelly Adventures. Hey, Landcloud. Hey, Mo Bang. Hey, Tracy.
Okay,
hey, Diane. Hayes. Hello, everyone in the chat.
Okay, he's making his way down, and he's got the master list.
I better get him a treat, though.
Oh, you're going to stop and get him a treat? You're going to make him beg?
There we go. Wait. Sit. Sit. Put that on the top of your head. You wait.
You go wait.
Okay. Hey.
We didn't see it, but it was a good try. That's a nice treat. Hi, Diane. How are you? Thank you for all of you who are joining us. I see Tim. And I see Nellie. And I have a master list. Michael, I gave him all the names. So we did cover California. And I'm going to go ahead and see which other states that we've X'd out here. But today's going to be a little bit more fun because we've got a quiz. And those who want to play can rack up some points. So, yeah, it's good that you're here early. How do you like that I have everything on there for you, honey? Did I turn you on good?
Man, I am so excited, baby. This is going to be hot stuff.
See, I know what
First, we go to the mouse and we wiggle it so that hopefully we've got some screens that'll pop up. Oh, yeah, here they go. Okay, and time for password 1.
Okay, well, you do that, and I'll continue with the show.
Okay, I'm going to drop off here. I'll see you on the flip side.
Okay, we'll see you in a few.
Peace out.
Okay,
Bye for
so
a couple
we
seconds.
did New York, and New York had some great names. New York had like Nipple Top and Dumbo. So New York was fun. We did Ohio. Where did Kenny go? How did you get out of there, Kenneth? There he is. Don't leave me alone. We did Oregon. Oregon was fun. Oregon had some boring. And did you know that there's a Poop Creek, Oregon?
Yeah. I was thinking we did that one last week.
We did do that last week. And you know what that reminds me of, I have to say? And yes, that is actually fart. I think it was in West Virginia.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is there a fart? No, it wasn't West Virginia. Anyway, there is a fart, a town named Fart. Can you imagine?
Yeah,
Ken, I expect you to be the expert. Do you remember where Fart was?
I think it was somewhere. I think it was somewhere in Virginia, I believe.
In Virginia? Yeah, it might have been Virginia. I think you
I
are right.
believe it was somewhere in Virginia.
Let's see. Fart, Virginia. Ding, 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 ding. I'm going to give Kenneth 3 points because that was great. Okay, Kenneth.
Yeah.
He starts off early with a 3-point lead. Okay, and then we did Ohio, and we talked about Fleetown and PP Creek. I don't know how something got the name of PP Creek, but we'll let that one go. Or actually, I don't think we did do that. We did Texas for sure. Texas had some really fun names: Earth, Good Night, Need More, Faith, Jolly. Oh God, there were so many in Texas. We had Virginia. Not only did we have Fart, but we had Bump Ass. Bumpus. Let's see. We had New Erection, Virginia.
New Erection, Virginia.
I guess it's better than Old Erection.
Yeah.
We did Ohio. Did we do Ohio? Let's see. Michael has the ones that we did. I gave all him. No, we did not do Ohio. So stay tuned. We might be doing Ohio. Fort Alley. Fort Alley is Fart Alley. Where's Fart Alley, Tim? Let's see. He said there's a Fart Alley. Hi, Lillian. It's good to see you. So we've got more fun names. It's mind-boggling how people come up with these names. But what we're going to be doing today is we're going to have a quiz. And I'm going to give you 4 names in the state. And then you are going to tell me which name you think is fake. And you can do all that in the comments. Hello, Renee and Ron. Welcome. So hopefully Michael's going to be joining us. But I'm going to go ahead and Kenneth, you are more than welcome to play. So you've got a 3-point lead already.
All right.
I've got my paper and my pencil to see who can get the most right guesses. So let me get to the brand, and we are going to start with the state of Florida. First, let me get the Fart Alley off, otherwise it'll block our screen. Let's see. Okay, Florida. This is the question. Which one is not a place in Florida? Mayo, Miracle Village, Sunshine, or Utopia? Go ahead and put your guess there in the comments. And once we get a few guesses, then we will go ahead and tell you which one it is. Let's see. Do we have any guesses? We have A, B, A. Okay, most everybody is saying A. We've got how many for A? Oh, I see C and B. Okay, I didn't know you were going to go with the ABC because I don't have that part memorized yet. But let's go back and see the question again. Okay, we have a whole bunch of people saying Mayo is not accurate. Miracle Village is B, Sunshine is C, and D is Utopia. Are you guys ready for the answer? Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. And the answer is, hello, Michael.
Hey, baby. Hi, all. How are you doing?
I'm just about ready to reveal the answer for Florida, the first in our quiz. So,
Grace, you did such wonderful job with this, by the way, is that, I had all the linear stuff, got all the information, many hundreds of cities, and Grace came up with the awesome idea. Did you already tell them how it works?
they already played the first round. They've guessed Florida. If you go back, we've got a whole bunch for A, a couple for B, a couple for C. So let's go ahead. Are we ready to reveal that first one, honey?
Go ahead.
I don't have any information. I mean, yeah, you do it right from your side. Do it, baby.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. She's always gone too long.
Ain't no sunshine. Nope, no sunshine.
No sunshine. The sunshine doesn't shine. Ooh, that.
Okay, so let's go ahead and see. That is C.
Yeah.
So let's see how many people had C.
Wow.
I see Gracie had C. Is Gracie the only one that I see? Double check me, honey. Look at scrolling.
Diane Phoenix had
Oh, she had sunshine. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like William had sunshine.
Okay, so we have Diane with 3, Gracie with 3, and Lillian, you said, honey? Lillian with 3, Kenneth?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, so we have a 4-way tie with 3 points for Kenneth, Diane, Gracie, and Lillian. Welcome, Michael.
Hey. Oh, that's me? Yeah, I'm Michael. Okay, I think I've got all the stars mostly in the right position. So we're going to do some new states. And let's see, we had about 7 or 8 of them we've done so far. So should we ask somebody what state they would like to do next? And if we've already done it before, maybe we can get 1 or 2 from the state we've already done. But we'd like to get some new states. So Grace, do you have the listing of the states before you? I don't have them right before me this second. I think I remember about 3/4 of them.
Hey, no Mike Rat Pack, Troy.
Yes, it's been too long.
Yeah, Troy. How's life up in Oregon?
Amy is asking for Missouri.
Missouri. Now, Grace, I'm going to ask you, does anybody know because everything I've got is 2-letter abbreviations. Tell me what you think that the state code is for Missouri.
No, I don't like
to call
states. They're very difficult to remember.
There's quite a few of them.
Yes.
So what is the abbreviation for Missouri? We have one here. Gracie, hi. You say M-I. You would think so, but there's some other states. Oh, here we go. Look at Amy. Nailed it. Come on, Amy.
Nailed it.
Yeah, we got a couple there with the M-O. M-O's. Isn't that kind of odd? Because you would think
there we go.
they both, but I suppose Mississippi got in there before Missouri. I'm not sure why, but okay, we're going to start doing some. So here we go. The first one we're going to do is it's sad. In fact, speaking of sad, there's when you get up to Washington, all of their odd names, they're sad. Well, we're going to start off with a sad one here. Grace, I'm going to pop them on the screen. I'm going to let you click it up to bring it on the bottom of our screen there. So
What do you want me to
to
bring
click on
on the
it?
bottom?
Oh, I want you to do like this. I want you to click on it like I'm going to do this one. There. So
Okay.
Mount Despair. Tell us about that one, Grace.
Okay, well, Mount Despair, we got to pray. We got to pray. We got to pray to make it today. There's success. Uranus. Is that Uranus? Or is that your?
You're jumping right ahead. Hold
Is
on,
that
baby. Not quite
Uranus
so
or
fast.
Uranus?
Our Annas. So yeah, speaking of pray, there is a representative, Charles Nelson, came up with a pray. I mean, that's kind of nice, isn't it? Really. I mean, think what it would say though. Is like, what city are you from? Pray. Well, yeah, you pray, but where are you from? Who's on first, right? Okay, the next one is going to be something that is a lot of people like success. Is that kind of a nice, clever marketeer did that one? So there is a mineral spa there. And so that's what made it. And Grace, you did some of the others. Did you want me to flip them up there? Some of the ones that the city that had the famous fudge factory?
I don't remember what that
There it is. Here's what it is. I mean, it's a hell of a. I'm sorry. It's a doggone odd name. I mean, Uranus for a fudge. So the city's name is.
I've been to that state. I've been.
Oh, you have.
Yeah.
You have been to
Okay.
Uranus?
I have been to that fudge factory as well, and every time you go into that, that store, they always say, "Welcome to Uranus. Welcome to Uranus."
Oh no, I am not eating fudge from Uranus. I am not eating fudge from Uranus. No,
Oh
not gonna
my.
happen.
Okay, here's one that's I don't know. It's a little risque too. Cooter. Have you ever been to Cooter?
No.
I wonder if Amy, you know some of these cities? Grab them by the. Well, we're not even going to say what Cooter might mean to you, but we won't go there. But it's kind of some of these, and I think that's all the ones that I saw that were a little odd, a little risque from the great state of Missouri. And Amy, if you have anything to tell us about Missouri, we'd love to hear what your kind of thoughts are. Have any of you got things you'd like to say about Missouri? Grace, I'm trying to remember when we went around the United States, did we spend any time in Missouri? I don't think we really did.
I don't think so, but I think Amy's is in Texas, honey.
Yeah,
Right, but she had asked for Missouri. That's
Oh,
so
she
yeah,
did.
she's in Texas. That's right.
Okay.
But hey, she spends all her time in the cruise ship anyway, so there you go.
So I think that we're ready for the second quiz. Are we ready for the second one, honey?
Oh yeah, baby.
Okay. The
Let's do
second
it.
one is going to be the state of where our good friends Colorado Martini live. Colorado.
Colorado.
We gotta get that off
Go
the
figure.
Hold on, I gotta click off the banner there. Okay. So for the state of Colorado, which one is not really a place? We have which one is not a place in Colorado? Heaven, hygiene, last chance, or no name? Go ahead and get those answers.
Dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da dum 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 dum. Okay. Do we have any? We have a lot of C's.
We have a lot of-
CC.
Okay.
I got an A,
We got an A. What else do
a
we have?
D by Kenny,
Okay.
and a B. I saw a B there. A Bravo.
Are we ready for the answer?
Yes, please. Behind door number.
You'll never get to heaven if you break my home.
I finally get to bring in my music. heaven.
Heaven.
So how
would
many do
think
we
that
have?
there-
Wasn't that A?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me go
But
back.
isn't that kind of
Verify.
odd? It's the Mile High City, Denver, and everything. I mean, why wouldn't they have a heaven in that state? Isn't it kind of heavenly? Now there's heavens in other states, but not in Colorado, apparently.
Okay.
Correct us if we're wrong.
Okay. Nellie has A. And I thought I saw Sue have an A. Hold on. Let me go back.
Let's see.
Hey,
Oh, A. Oh, wait. Let's see.
definitely Wonelli.
Okay, yes. Sue has an A. Rayleigh Creative Travel has an A.
The
Wonelli
lucky dog,
has
like you
an
say,
A.
moderator. Sue.
And Gracie has an A, which puts Gracie at 6 points so far.
Yep.
Wow, Gracie.
Nellie.
I think she is a
3.
studious person on names. Well, let's
Okay.
try some others since we're doing Colorado. Grace, shall I go ahead and pop up some
Yes.
other things? That you,
Yes.
okay. Do you think that there would be a dinosaur? There is a dinosaur. Some of us are dinosaurs. Some of us are fossils. Hey,
Mm.
careful. But yeah, we have a hygiene and a no name. This is one you might think about that you would expect it from the state of Colorado, and for sure Oregon. Gracie, I know you could relate to this play, not personally, but I know that it happens in the state. I'm just saying, Stoner, Colorado. Oh, and that's a state code CO, by the way. 6,936 feet elevation. But some residents we think are flying even higher than that. The Stoners.
I could live
Did
in
we do a last
Stone.
chance, Grace? Did we do
Uh,
last chance?
Last chance was on the quiz, and that's what Renee picked.
Yeah, I thought we did. And then there is a, this is one I think you'll see all around the United States, but hey, it was kind of still a little bit noteworthy. Lone tree. Do you have any lone trees in your state, Kenny?
No.
I mean, to me, that's bad marketing. Think about it. What city are you at? We're in Lone Tree. Is like, I'm not going to take my RV there if you've only got one friggin' tree in the whole city. It's like, you know, I'm sure that all the dogs love that lone tree, though, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay,
Speaking
honey,
of
that's all
dogs.
for Colorado I've got.
So Kaliki today, I was kind of surprised. I think he's getting old. He
Hey, wait.
yeah, he's getting
Hi.
old. So
Okay.
normally when we go for a walk, I don't usually have him on a leash, but he's gotten really slow and he likes to sniff a lot more and pee a lot more. Thus his nickname Sir Leak a Lot. So today he actually caught himself going through a gate different than I did. And there was a post between us. And this time he couldn't figure his way out. I actually had to help him, back him up and backtrack him. So yeah, my boy,
He's kind of taken off of after his master because you know me, I'm kind of slow and pokey, so
really
I don't sniff as much as he does.
No. Well, sometimes you do.
By the way, I know Gracie says that I guess she actually picked B for an answer. That's very thoughtful for you. So, you know, that was great. She was just mentioning that A was heaven. A was heaven.
Oh,
Heavenly
so
A.
Gracie's taking 3
So-
points away. So she's
Oh, do we have to
Hi.
take 3 away for her? She was so honest.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have a 7-way tie right now. So what state do you guys want next? Ooh,
Yes, we
Gracie
must-
says, however, at California Trouble Videos, I was a little stoned last night.
A little stony. Now, sometimes Grace sleeps between a rock and a hard place there. We won't go into that one, but
Not
How-
often.
you didn't get that much sleep last night, did you? So, okay, what state do you all want next? You give her a name of a state or a code if you want to, if you know the code for a state, or else we can kind of pick one. But we'll give you a couple seconds to see. Alaska.
That's on you.
Oh,
What do
man.
you have for Alaska, Michael?
Yeah, in fact, my second cousin, she's going to be going, what'd you say about next July? I mean, it'd be nice if we could go next year, wouldn't it?
Oh my God, I love to go to Alaska. I want to do at least like 2 to 3 months. And the coolest thing about Alaska is the only place that you cannot pull over and park for dry camping is where it says no parking. Anywhere else, if it doesn't say no parking, you are 100%.
You can park along the roads. Yeah.
Yes, you're 100% okay to just park. On the downside,
Very cool.
On the downside, their internet service might not be that good. So
Well, here's the thing, and yeah, that's what I remember if I showed you is like there's about 10% of the state, which is this whole size of the Western United States. 10% of the state has cellular, but on the other hand, there's not that many roads in the state anyway. So when you're on the roadways, I think that a company I used to work with with AT&T, and I interfaced with Hawaiian Telephone and Alascom, and I think that they still have pretty good coverage. So yeah, but if you're in Fairbanks or Anchorage or Juneau, you've got 75% of the populace in the state. But I know you RVers like us, we want to get out to Denali and those places. So here's the first one, Egypt. What? In Egypt and Alaska? Isn't Egypt in the desert? Anyway, it's in the state of AK, Alaska.
Egypt.
Kenny or Grace, what is OH? Which state is that?
Ohio.
Ohio.
Good. The next one, IN, which state is that?
Indiana.
Good. And NY, I'll bet you know, and TX.
New York.
Texas.
Yeah, so those are that's in quite a few states. If you do a Google search, by the way, when you're looking for these. And Amy, you asked me last week offline, is that where did I get these? Well, a lot of places, but I'd say you can get about 80% of them by going to Wikipedia and say like funny city names or something like that. I can give a link if you all want it, but they have them all across the world. And so Paula last week from Bam Vita, she had said some in Canada. We didn't put those. We have just the ones for in the United States. Didn't find many in Hawaii, but anyway, so let's see. So let's see. Grace rocks the Egyptian look. Yeah, have you seen her Egyptian costume?
Yes.
I don't think you've ever shown it.
Honey. Halloween.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Short
You did
memory.
share it.
Short memory.
Yeah, well, if I have one at all. Okay, so here's the opposite. What is the opposite of Alaska, do you think? A city that's the opposite. Here we come. If you get it, I doubt it. Unalaska. What the heck? How could I don't get what maybe I don't know what the word Alaska means. Does anybody here know what Alaska means? You got some more coming up.
It's usually cold there a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. How about Manly Hot Springs?
We're
I
on
am
Arkansas,
from
honey?
Manly Hot Springs.
Are we on Arkansas?
What's that, Dane?
Are we on Arkansas?
Oh. No, honey. This is AK. AR is Arkansas, baby.
What's
Come
AK?
on. AK is Alaska.
Oh, okay.
So
I wasn't there
But
that
anyway.
day.
But
I was out
hot
there.
springs, they don't have too many hot springs in Alaska. Here's my favorite. How many of you have heard of chicken?
Chicken Alaska? Yeah.
There's an interesting story. Do you know the story about chicken, honey?
Well, I know our story in Petaluma.
Okay. Well, here's the deal on chicken Alaska is that they wanted to name it after the bird. There's a bird it's fairly rare, very rare, in fact, but it is up in that area, and it's called a ptarmigan. It's Ptarmagan, ptarmigan, but nobody can pronounce it. Oh, we lost. Somebody clicked on something else. There you go. Thank you, honey. Let me finish it, please. Okay. Okay. So the ptarmigan bird, but nobody could spell the name. So they said, okay, how about we just call it Chicken Alaska? And the name stuck. So when you hear Chicken Alaska, they're actually talking about the ptarmigan bird. Doesn't it sound like a spice? Could you put some ptarmigan on my my burrito?
So that reminds me of Hawaii. And when we were in Hawaii, we were in Kauai, and there were numerous chickens running all over the place.
That's
Remember
right.
that? And so,
Yes.
do you know how's it go? How to cook a wild chicken in Hawaii?
Go ahead. That's a good one. I forgot that one.
Okay, so what you
How do you cook a wild chicken?
You get a
in
wild
Hawaii?
chicken in Hawaii, and you put it in a pan of boiling water, and then you get a rock, and you put that in another pan of boiling water, and you let it boil, and you let it boil, and you let it boil. Go back and check. And when the rock is done, eat the rock.
Eat the rock. Yeah, you never put the chicken in it because chickens are much harder than rocks. Leave them alone.
What is it? I'm really interested. This is a new thought that just has crossed my hemisphere lately. I realize that everything wild is not as edible as the things that we've manufactured, like chickens or pigs or anything else. The meat's not as tender. So does anybody know why the wild turkey is not as good as the raised turkey or the raised chicken? And Michael says it's all about what we feed them and all about what we eat. But I can't imagine that when we first started consuming them, that they were farm animals. So if anybody has any information on that, I would love to hear it. And
Boy,
Gracie
if
says,
John Chalker was here, man, you would have a earful on that one.
"Oh, John, where are you when we need you?"
Oh, by the way, I sent you that video about the different ways to cook meat, and you said, "Oh, it's 14 minutes, Michael." What? Cut to the chase. It does talk about the process of the when it's a firm meat, the muscles. I'd like to say caramelization. That has nothing to do with it, but there's a technical name for the fiber. And when you did a pot roast the other day, it was just spectacular. And so it takes a while to break down the fibers, and I think that's what happens. But
Yes.
so do you know why turkeys have expanded so much in the last 30 years?
Why? Because of Michael.
I'd have to look at the article, but they have been very prolific, and I don't know the answer to that. If any of you have the answer, I can look it up though. But I do have it saved. It's very interesting
Michael
how
was a turkey baby, so he was born around Thanksgiving. So my job is super easy to give him his birthday dinner, just make him turkey, and it works out.
Gobble.
Right? We just have turkey for his birthday. Okay, I think we're ready for another quiz.
Another state.
Yes, and this state is going to be Arizona.
I thought you were going to say maybe Alabama, but we're going to do Arizona. Okay. And Arizona, for those of you who are Q22. Oh, go ahead, Grace.
Which one is not a place in Arizona? Equality, A. B.
A, equality.
Greasy corner. Oh.
Greasy corner.
Toad suck. C.
In Arizona?
Trouble.
Wow. C, toad suck. D, trouble. I mean, toad suck sounds like it belongs in Alabama.
We have a
Toad
C.
suck.
Anybody else?
We have a toad suck. Uh-huh.
Lillian says greasy corner cannot be real. We have a
Greasy
D,
corner.
trouble. We have a D. We have a C. We have another greasy corner. Any other guesses out there?
None
We
of the above?
We have a B.
All of the above?
We have a B.
A B? Okay, we got a B, a greasy corner. Yeah.
B, B, B,
I
B,
think
B,
that's-
B, 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 B.
Who'd want to live in Greasy Corner? I live in Greasy Corner, Arizona.
My corner is greasy.
So do we have our answers?
Okay. Let's see what we've got. Okay, we have C, greasy
C's and
corner,
D's.
A, D, C.
Oh, we have one B with Riley.
Okay. What is LAS? Loss?
Oh, and I have a D.
What is
Loss.
LAS? How do we read
Loss. It's a
Yeah,
loss
we have-
something.
that? Okay. Well, who would want to live in Intercourse, Pennsylvania? Maybe.
There, we had that one last week. Yeah.
Yes, we did do Pennsylvania. Right
Yeah.
next to Blue Balls. All right. And
Actually, yes.
the answer
Answer is
for,
drum roll, please.
for Arizona is
Go for it.
okay.
I don't know that song. We got some answers right here.
That
I
is
see Renee's got a D.
Wow.
And the answer is D.
Delta.
Okay, so how many D's do we have? I see Amy with the D. C. I see Sue with the D. Renee.
That's two.
with the
That's
D.
double D's.
Okay. Renee scores her first 3 points.
Woohoo!
Amy scores her first 3 points. And I saw some Sue.
baby.
Okay, so
Yes.
Sue is currently leading the way with 2 correct.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give some ones here now. Let's take a look because this is kind of a tough one, and we're in Arizona, are we not?
Yeah.
Arizona. So, how about Carefree? Do you think we have a Carefree? Yes, we do. What Me Worry? Remember Mad Magazine? Alfred E. Newman? I don't know. This is probably dating myself there, but when I was a boy, for 35
That's a long
cents, you
time
can go
ago.
down and get one of those in Arizona. And then we have a something that some RVers do too much of, and that is, oops, they're getting bounced around. Grace, you want to do the next one, please? Gripe. I live in gripe. And this one is, I think, very poignant because Grace and I, when we go around the United States, there is a lot of cities, a lot of states where, the Mexicans and the Indians were not really treated that well. So there's a spot called Many Farms. It kind of sounds like an oxymoron out in the desert. But, the north part of the state has a lot more vegetation, like Flagstaff up at 7,000 feet. So the Navajo Indians in like New Mexico, the southern part, man, they cannot get anywhere. They have to truck it in from like the Grand Canyon, 100 miles. But it's so nice that they have some spot where they didn't get always the leftover. Well, it probably is away from everything, but I felt a little bit more comfortable about that. And here's one that is coming up just this time of year, and in some other states too. You wouldn't think it would be in Arizona, but Santa Claus.
Yeah, what's that?
Santa Claus.
Desert. What's up with that?
Abandoned?
Well, that town was abandoned, so it's the only thing that lives there is the rattlesnakes.
Oh my goodness, my reindeer battery went dead. I cannot play.
Oh,
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
oh,
The
yeah,
battery's
we'll have to
dead.
push your button.
Can we?
How many of you know about Tombstone, Arizona?
Tombstone?
You've heard of Tombstone, haven't you, Kenny?
Yeah, I've heard of Tombstone, yeah.
Believe it or not, it wasn't called Tombstone back in those days. It was another shrewd marketer did this. Some of these cities, like Greasy Dick or whatever, or Greasy Corner. But here's one. It was actually called the OK Corral. You've heard about the shootout at OK Corral. That's what the place was called back there. But there was a company that came from Wisconsin, don't you know? And they were the Tombstone Tap Brewing Company. And they said, hey, why don't you use our name? Because we're Tombstone. We're going to move down there. And so it was they were right by the cemetery. And that was destiny, how the name became known as Tombstone.
So
Now,
I
here's
will
one.
say, I want to go ahead and give a plug here because
Yes.
if you really are interested in more of this history, I would really highly recommend, if you have not yet, make sure to follow Colorado Martini, because she hits up all these actual graveyards and she'll tell you the popular people and she'll tell you the history and she'll give you all that information. So if you haven't yet, follow Colorado Martini.
Good call. Very nicely done. How about Top of the World?
I'm on the top of the world looking down on creation, and the only explanation I can find.
Look at this. It's only 4,500 feet. I know that's quite a bit up there in Arizona. They do have a lot of mountains. Like I said, you know, Flagstaff, 7,000 feet. But how many of you know about the Kitt Peak National Observatory? Of all the observatories in the United States, this is the one at Kitt Peak. And they have 6,886 feet. But I guess whatever I had is gone. So that's fine.
You want to bring it back for you?
No, we'll
you
go
go.
ahead and keep
There you
bouncing
go.
around. You're doing just great. So thank you for doing that, Kenny. And I think that here's one that, you know, speaking of ghost towns in Arizona, how about the city of nothing? I who have nothing. Man, that's kind of bad marketing. No wonder the population matches the name. 0. It's like, wow. And I think I've got only one left in Arizona. And here we go.
Why?
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 Now there's a why not.
Why? I gotta ask. Why?
Yeah. It's at the crossing on State Route 85 and 86. It's got a Y at the Y intersection. It has nothing to do with in Missouri? Why not? There's a why not Missouri. So when we get to Missouri, well, I guess we already did, but anyway, so those are the ones I have for Arizona. So I don't know if any of you are going down to Quartzsite, but I have not been to any of these cities. I don't. And I used to live in Tucson for 3 years. So at any rate, oh, with Tombstone I've been to for sure, but the others. How about you, Grace?
I have not.
Have you been to Arizona?
I have not been to enough places in Arizona. I want to visit more places in Arizona.
Grace, have you been to Windsor?
Standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Winslow, Arizona.
And for the national parks, we went to the Petrified Forest, and that
Yes, we did. That
place
was in
beyond cool. The Petrified.
I think that was across the border in New Mexico. But yeah, that was awesome
it's in Arizona.
place. Was it? I thought it was on the other side of the
Arizona.
border.
Because,
Okay.
And we passed it the first day. Well, we actually pulled in and there was only like 5 minutes left that it was open. So we went 50 miles to Windsor. And then the next day we talked about it and we decided to go back. And I wasn't overly excited because we have this little petrified forest in our area, in the 707 area code.
Mhm.
And that thing's just like, don't spend your money there. Really, don't spend your money there. But the Petrified Forest, that's a national park, that thing is beyond cool. I really love that place.
By the way, Kenny, when it
Yeah.
comes to like that part of Arizona, that was where I started my career. I was a technician back in those days, a communications technician. And there was no fiber optics back in those days. It was coaxial cables, you know, kind of like the stuff you used to hook up to your TV. And so, you know, back in the 70s, back before you were born there, you little youngster, it was that a cost per telephone circuit, you know, the long distance circuits, even though we'd have, you know, 1,000 circuits on a radio or on a coaxial cable, the cost per circuit per mile was about $13 per circuit mile. So eventually, when we got fiber optics, it got to be like less than $1, then less than a dime, less than a penny. So, you know, ultimately, that's what changed the world and got to where everything was so affordable. So it's kind of interesting how, now we don't even think about paying for a long distance in the United States. It's just like a local. Why should we pay? Used to pay through the nose back in those days.
Oh yeah.
Now, John Chalker, I have a question for John Chalker. John Chalker, when you have meat that is tough and it has like, a lot of gristle or things, and you put a roast or something like that, the fibrous part of the material is a process that you get the fibers out. And I can't remember what the technical name is, but would you share that on the chat there? Because inquiring minds must know. I know you could speak about for half an hour because there's a lot to it, but just what is the name of that process? If you could share that with us.
Okay, so
Inquiring minds must know.
I think
Next
we're ready
day.
for another quiz.
Yes.
Okay, so John, and for those joining us, what we're doing is there is a quiz going on for question and answers, and one of these is not correct. So we've done Florida, Colorado, Arizona, and we're about ready to do Alabama. This one is not a place in the state of Alabama. Alabama. Is it ankle? Is it bacon? I want bacon. Is it Chocoloco? Oh, shoot, I forgot to upload. Okay, so it should be CHOCCOLOCCO.
So it ends with a loco.
Okay.
Chocoloco.
Right, I forgot to correct that. So D, hallelujah. So which one in the state of Alabama is not correct? And we have got B, D, B, bacon, D, hallelujah. And John says it's called a gelatinous form function. It's when you get the fibers of the meat to stick above the meaty bone. Oh, he is good. He knows his meat.
A gelatinous.
Oh, and function. Kenneth
Thank
says
you.
D. Gracie says no idea, just guessing. Anybody else? Let's see if we're going once, going twice. What is the answer for Alabama? Ankle.
A, B,
bacon,
C.
Chocoloca or hallelujah?
Oh, wait a second. Put that up just a second, honey. You are so clever. I know you probably put it alphabetized, but did you realize A for ankle, B for bacon, C for chocolate, and D for whatever? They didn't put whatever. It's hallelujah. Anyway, so that's the ankle, bacon, chocolate, hallelujah.
Yes, they're all alphabetical, honey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they match perfectly.
Okay. So, any more guesses?
Okay.
Let's see. We got one.
Gracie says, I love bacon.
I love bacon. Okay. I love bacon too. Okay. So,
yes.
I'm going to go get the answer. When I give you the answer, Michael, then you lead them to whatever the next state is while I calculate the right answers. Okay?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, the right answer for that is, now pay attention to this, because this means a lot to me.
Hallelujah. Boy, we should have 8 seconds before we get whacked with a copyright violation. That was a little short, honey.
Right. That's Jason Castro, American Idol season 7, my favorite ever. So
she was in one of the leaders of the fan club.
Oh yeah, I love that. I mean,
so it was a D, a delta was the answer, I guess. Hallelujah.
Okay. So let's see how.
But let's try some of the others.
Okay. Oh, we've got a lot of D's. Hold on.
There is a place called Bacon Level, Alabama. There is a here's one that might be worth pumping up there. An old car junkie. I had $900 long distance. Oh my God, for 1 month in 1983, calling a sick friend. Oh man, that's amazing. Yeah. Well, good for you. I imagine that really made a difference. And back in the old days, it was about 1,000 times as much for the telephone equipment before we had fiber optics. Okay, so here's one that oh, there it is. Scottsboro, Alabama. After intensive tracking, you guys know where this is? You should. 7,000 unclaimed bags a day are shipped up there in the Appalachian Mountains to that city, and they're sold off. So, I mean, really, they can't find the owners for 7,000 each day? I wonder why they picked Scottsboro. Have you heard about that, Grace?
No, I have not.
Yeah, that's where all the luggage goes. Now, here's one that I think everyone would say is would be kind of pretty good marketing. Whoever came up with this one, romance.
Romance. I like that. I want to live in romance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And did
So-
we cover Toadsuck yet?
What?
Did you do Toadsuck already?
Toad suck?
Yeah.
That might have been. Hold on. Let me check real quick. I think that was part of my quiz.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Toad suck.
Okay.
Okay, so on the quiz, the people who got trouble. Oh, that was Arizona. We are on Alabama. So the people who got Alabama correct were Kenneth. Hang in here. Let me get rid of that. Renee.
Renee. Way to go, Renee.
Oh, I told you Kenneth already. Let's see.
Mhm.
Nellie. Okay, so we have Kenneth tied with 6 points. Gracie with, well, no, she took herself out of 3 points. So we have Kenneth with 6 points, Nellie with 6 points, Sue with 6 points, Renee with 3 points, and Amy with 6 points. So we have a four-way tie going on so far.
Hey, we got a hunt.
Okay.
Let's see. For those with 6 points, you would say
That was easy.
that was easy for them. Not so easy for the rest of us.
I
Or they're
wanna
good
ask you a
guessers, maybe.
question. Why did you think it was Hallelujah?
Well, I was just going by with that last one there when it was when one of them was the there was no heaven, and that's what made me.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how sometimes when especially at church people are saying hallelujah and things like
Yeah.
that. So that's what made me come to mind. That's what made it come to mind.
Good.
I like that.
Good job.
Reasoning. Good reasoning. So what state do you guys want us to do next? Is there a state you guys want?
Let's see. We did California.
We did.
We did Colorado now. There's several in Connecticut, Delaware. Have we done Florida? I don't know that we've done Florida yet.
We did Florida. Yeah.
Georgia. Did we do Idaho? I think we did Idaho last time, didn't we?
I
I like
give you
that.
information.
Way to go, Nate. 90% of them come from United. You always hurt the ones you love, Nate. That is so good. Yeah, Nate has done a lot of airtime with his career there, but now he's under the radar screen. He's in his trailer with the pups.
So time-wise, for the ones that we have available, I'm going to go ahead and roll another one here. So are you guys
Okay.
ready? This one is going
Yes.
to be the state of Georgia.
Bring them on. Georgia
Wait,
on our
wait.
mind.
Wait, exactly. Georgia on my mind, Michael. Kenneth, you have a Georgia song?
The devil went down to Georgia.
Perfect.
Ooh, good one.
Let's see. Midnight Train to Georgia.
Bam.
Okay, so these are the options that you have. Which one is not a place in Georgia? Big stuff, butts. Experiment. Hope you like it. Which one?
Hope you like it.
Hope you like
Oh my
it.
God.
Hope you like it.
Hope you
Okay.
like it.
What is your?
Or is it hope you lick it?
No, it's like it.
It's a like. Yeah, I know. I just teasing. If it had a C in it, it would be hope you lick it.
Okay, so what are your guesses? And we've got
That's a hard one. Show them. We need to see a little bit more.
B, D,
Another peek, please.
D, another peek. Okay. And we are in the state of Georgia. Big stuff. Butts. Experiment. Hope you like it.
We've got B's and D's. Those looks like it's down to those two.
And John says, could you bring up drop a link, please, for your friend? We may do that in a little while. C, thank you. I'm finally getting better. That's Renee. Yay. Happy to hear you're feeling better, Renee. Okay. So what are our answers? We've got
B's and D's.
D,
Oh, there's a C. Oh, Nelly says Charlie. C.
Okay. Are we ready? to
Okay.
reveal?
We think we have a quorum.
Has
Let's do
everybody
it.
had an opportunity to put in their guess? Okay, this one must have been
Maybe
really good because, yep,
Yeah.
we have
Okay.
no.
And the
right.
answer is thank you on Mr. Big Stuff.
That was number A, and we didn't have anybody guess A. I guess everybody thought that big stuff.
No, Kenny said A. Yeah, he said B. Shoot, Kenny, you were so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I was one off.
Big stuff. A.
Okay, well, let's go to the great state of Georgia. And I have the note for the city of Butts, turn the other cheek. Let's see what I have also in there. Here's one.
Wait. Honey, what city?
Yes,
What was the city?
on Butts. Did you remember? Okay. Under the bleachers by Seymour Butts. Didn't we all, like have, what was the name of the author? Seymour Butts. So any rate, hey, Dreaming on Wheels.
Hey, Dream on Wheels.
And
Hey, Traveling
let's see, I
with
thought I
Pete.
had. Did we get experiment?
Yeah, you got it right.
We did?
above.
Okay.
Is there
We talked about hope you like it.
In another state as well.
I guess so.
What state are you in, honey? Georgia?
Georgia. Here we go. Here's another one. How about Lovejoy? Who's that spam risk? Go away. Lovejoy, Georgia, which is kind of bizarre, but it was a name for a Civil War leader. Why is one side right and the other side has no one left? I can't remember who said that. Was a comedian. Oh, I do. It was George Carlton. Yeah, that was who said that one. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of a odd name. I'm Lovejoy, and I'm going to be in charge of the army. Let's go hunting. Anyway, that's what I have for Georgia. So Lovejoy,
And one
Georgia.
Nate is going to name a town. Another peak, please. I like that. Another peak, please. Wait,
Huh,
but
another peek,
you have
please.
to change how peak is spelt. I prefer another peak, please, to be spelt P-E-E-K. Another peak, please.
Peek, please. Let's wipe off your saliva there after you say peek, please.
So I
Pick
want
the
to welcome
pickled peckers.
I want to welcome those coming in. If you are not yet aware, you can score yourself some points with our trivia tonight. We are putting up town names, and your goal and your mission is to guess which one is not real.
So who's ahead right now? Do we have a leader of the pack, or have we
we've got
still
a
a tie?
whole bunch tied.
6
so-
points is the
Yeah, 6 points
Lead.
so far. Kenny has 6 points. Nellie has 6 points. Renee has 6 points, and Amy has 6 points. Are we ready to do the next?
I want to acknowledge to John Chalker. When we get towards the end of the hour, we'll try to have you come up, but let us continue on with our work here, and we'll see how we do it time-wise. So yes, Grace, keep it going, baby.
This next one is for the state of Indiana.
Indiana.
Which one of these is not a place in Indiana? A, French Lick. B, Kokomo. C, somewhere. D, Wee Wee Hill. Which
What did you say? Wee Wee Hill?
Wee Wee. Wee Wee. Wee Wee Hill.
Come on.
Wee Wee.
What?
Wee Wee Hill, honey. Wee Wee Hill. Okay.
French
which
Lick,
one?
Kokomo, something, or Wee Wee Hill. Oh boy. These are hard. I mean,
we have
gosh.
Got C, we've got B, we've got B, we've got A. French Lick. Honey, let's move to French Lick.
French Lick. How did the French Lick anyway? I'm curious.
I don't. Well, you're French, aren't you?
Grace, I've never told you this story. When I was like 5 years old, and my mom and I, she'd give me kisses. I'd kiss. And for some reason, one time I just kind of I was horsing around. I go like, I stuck my tongue, and she goes, "Where did you learn that?" I didn't know what I had done. I had no idea. I swear I was innocent, but I knew that I should not do that again. So that's why you've never got a French Lick from me.
Okay, French Lick.
French Lick. I forgot about that. Wow. These recessive memories you've got.
So going back to it, I'm going back to Indiana. French Lick. A,
Indiana.
C, or D. Let's find out which one is the correct answer.
I didn't see any D's. Everybody, they're okay with Wee Wee Hill, so I'm surprised that nobody said D.
Okay, wait. Short-term memory. I'm going to go back see the answer.
What state are we in, by the way, there?
Okay. So,
Indiana.
answer is
Drunk.
okay. The answer is somewhere. Somewhere is not correct. But so somewhere is the correct answer.
How about that? The others. Wait, is there a Wee Wee Hill you're telling me?
C is the correct answer. See.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Sue and I, Sue kind of cheated a little bit. Okay, wait. Let me get this off here so we can see us.
Ooh.
Because Sue knows that one of my favorite movies is The Wizard of Oz. So she stepped up on the whole musical, and she guessed somewhere. So how many other people had somewhere?
Somebody's going to get a 5-point bonus. A new rule.
5 point.
A 5-point bonus.
Yeah, baby, nailed it.
And here's the person who nailed it right here.
Okay, so the answer is C. And let's go back and
wait a second. Look what Nate said. What did he say? Read it out, Grace.
I'm starting to think the wrong answers must be the song. Somewhere.
Oh,
Nailed it.
He gets 5 points, man. He broke the code. I wondered how long it would take somebody to break the code. Grace is so sneaky.
I am sneaky. But, it's, okay.
Give him 5 points.
I have a sad story to tell you, actually.
Yes.
I used to always want to be a DJ because I love music and I am really like bam on it for facts and trivia and everything with music.
Oh.
And I got in a relationship when I was 15, married and everything else. And because
you were married at 15? Wow.
Yeah, pretty close. And because of my lisp, I was told that I could never be a DJ because I lisp, and nobody wants to hear what Grace has to say. So this is my opportunity to be a DJ, and actually, I think I'm a damn good DJ.
Yes.
All right. So what was the right answer?
But wait a second, honey, just a couple things. Sue says, mine too. I figured it out by which song could be sung. Haha. So Sue was so nice because she is a moderator. She, you know, what do you, she tied her tongue and she didn't share. So thank you, Sue.
No,
So,
she-
and then also look at, that's what Amy says. That's why I picked Kokomo. Very good, Amy. That was because when
Sure.
Grace kind of had me go through those, I thought, and I knew that there were the songs there, but you guys we got a lot of smart cookies out here, I think.
Okay. How many had C?
Very good.
Okay. Sue had C, and you're giving 5 points for that.
Yep.
Hold on. Well, Nellie
For-
had, let me find Nellie, which is Lucy, had 5. We're going to have a tiebreaker here. Oh, and just FYI, we really miss you, Captain Jack Scrapper. You have not been on before us, and we do miss you. And tonight, Gina is not going on. So
Okay.
if we run over a little, we run over a little.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
good
we
to
got
know.
Land Cloud. Okay, so for C it was Nellie, Sue, and I'm gonna give Land Cloud that 5 as well. So
You're generous. Okay.
who wants to pick the next?
By the
one?
way, I just need to have a couple things about because I have all the thoughts that go with these cities, and Grace kind of abstracted from them, did a much better job. But just so you're aware, is that this is interesting. I don't know if you know when cities pick their names, but they have to go to the postmaster, and the postmasters, they're like, well, I'm sorry, there's someone else that's already got that city name, so give a different name. I mean, look at how many Springfields or Columbuses there are. But in this case, the city of Santa Claus, Indiana, they originally wanted to call it Santa Fe, but oh no, Santa Fe's already been taken. It's down there in the south, and let's see, near Albuquerque, in New Mexico. And how about Kokomo? Did any of you know where Kokomo comes from?
Jamaica.
It's a city where there was numerous firsts by inventors. It's not too far from Detroit, and so there was a lot of them there. And Wee Wee Hill. Well, we know that a lot of young kids must have been there. I guess I don't know where they got that name Wee Wee, but it is a true name. And then how about Rapture? Does that sound like a Bible name?
That's a song by Blondie.
Easy to know what thoughts preoccupy these folk. I live in Rapture. I mean, like, really? How about Future City? There's also Future City in Kentucky as well. Both are still waiting 100 years for incorporation. So some of these are unincorporated cities. So, they said, well, to the postmaster, we're going to go by Future City and we'll give it a different name later. Okay. It's been 100 years and they still haven't found a better name. So,
Isn't there an OK?
but it kind of
somewhere?
sounds cool, doesn't it?
Okay.
What's
anyway,
that?
I think there's
Okay,
an OK
moving on.
somewhere. So just Sue from Lucky Dog has updated us on Captain Jack. He is in the hospital having breathing issues.
Oh,
and
no.
heart issues. So, whatever is your faith, for prayer and for healing, we definitely encourage you to do that for our Captain Jack.
And that's wonderful, Grayson, as well. If you'll go to Captain Jack Scraper, search that on YouTube, and you'll be able to then, when you go to his About page, there's a spot where you can click on to see what his email address is. So I'm sure he'd love to get emails, because last time he was there, he had a little Android tablet, and so I'm sure he's got his little portable device. So yeah, we'll do that. And any of the rest of you want to also is give him a little love via your email text. He'd appreciate that.
And if somebody could please put up the link to his channel, we would really appreciate it so that we can easily get to his information and send him some shout outs and some love.
Good. Thank you, Grace.
Okay.
Nice PSA, public service announcement.
Okay. Are we ready for
We are ready.
Hawaii?
Well, there's not much in Hawaii, but okay, let's do Hawaii.
Hawaii. Are y'all ready? Hawaii.
They know the code now, so they're going to be watching us.
Yeah, but they don't know me. You never know what I'm gonna.
They don't know Grace. Nobody knows
what.
Grace.
Do not know what I have in my sleeve.
Up her sleeves.
Hawaii. Which one is not a place in Hawaii? Captain Cook, Coconut, Pukalani, or Volcano? Which one is not a place? What answers do we have? Oh, Amy goes with B. Thank you, Kenneth, for putting up Captain Jack's link. Great.
Awesome. Thank you, Kenny.
B. Amy goes with the Amy. I got your answer already. Amy B.
Why don't you
Grace-
put them back up there, Grace, so they can see them? But they don't need to see us. Yeah,
question?
let's see the questions. I need more of the questions. Captain Cook, Coconut, Pukalani,
Pukalani.
and Volcano.
Volcano. Okay.
Yes, we do need a little lime in the coconut.
Michael.
Uh-oh.
I think I'm busted.
And you mix them both together.
Busted. Okay, we have Amy.
Okay, Grace.
Wait. Hold on. Amy.
Ronald says alpha.
How many points, honey?
Lucy Wonelli said this one, the typical points.
3.
Yes.
Okay, so Amy, Gracie, Renee.
It's a lot of different answers. Some of you are going to
I'd
be
like to take a brief moment to offer my apologies.
a little sorry. We hope some of you get it though.
Sue.
Fingers crossed for you.
Wow.
All right, and the answer.
Answer
Yeah.
is
Now let me get this straight. You put the lime in the coconut, you drank them both up. Put the lime in the coconut, you drank them both up.
put the lime in the coconut and mix them both together.
Coconut,
Lime
woke 'em
and the
up and said,
coconut.
"Doctor, is there nothing I
Time
can
out.
do?"
Time out. How can we have Hawaii and not have a city coconut? I looked and I thought, Grace, you must be mistaken. There must be a coconut city. Because, you can, if you want to know about a city, you do your Google searches or whichever, you put the name of the city or the name, and then you put the word city after it, and it'll like look for those cities. And we had something that it just, I don't know, am I allowed to say it on our channel? If you go to YouTube and search for Coconut City, or even do a Google search for Coconut City, you're going to be a little surprised. I don't know if they can hear, Grace, they can probably hear your Alexa. Why don't you just give about like 5 or 10 seconds of the song when you want to play, what is the name of it? Coconut in the Bud or something like that?
Oh, okay. Alexa, play Coconut in the Butt.
Here's our Butt Coconut extended dance remix by Coconut City Rockers on Amazon Music.
On Amazon Music.
Coconut, up butt, coconut, up your butt with a coconut.
Alexa, pause.
Up your butt in a coconut. I mean, is this a kid's song? When I heard it, I could come on. I'm looking for a city of coconut. Next, I'm hearing about coconuts up your butt. I mean, it's like what? What kind of parents would have their kids listen to that?
And you know what
Anyway, sorry
you know
about
what
that.
He said after he found it, he said, "Oh, we'll have to make sure to share that with your grandkids."
Oops. Uh-oh. Sorry, Grace. You always hurt the ones you love.
Well, the truth of the matter is my grandkids will probably love it.
Well, that's why we're gonna have a good time with them then.
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, we're getting. We've got a couple more here. We've got Kentucky, the state of Kentucky. Kenneth, are you ready for Kentucky?
Oh, this would be right down your neck of the woods, Kentucky.
Yeah, I actually have family in Berea.
Which one is not a place
Okay.
in Kentucky? Beaver Lick, Dingus,
What? What?
Hazard, or Shaft?
What? Shaft.
One
What?
is not a place in Kentucky? A, B, C, or D?
None of them.
Okay.
Do you know any of those ones, Kenny? Have you ever heard of any of those?
I think I've heard of Hazard, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Wait, Sue says there's an old Hawaiian disease called Lakanuki.
Lakanuki.
The only cure is Pokalata.
Pokalata. What?
Oh, Sue, I love you. Okay.
By the way, there is like these, you know, when you wear these things around your neck, Kamana Wana Leia. A lay.
And
Okay, moving right along.
I've never heard a song with a beaver lick in it. So I'm going with C. Hazard. We got A. Is Lucy leaving us? Oh, okay. She's gonna go eat dinner. Have a great night. Thank you for
Good night,
being here,
Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy. Tell Brian howdy.
Okay, Kenneth says D. Bon appetit. Okay,
Bon appetit.
so let's go back to the question. Kentucky. Beaver Lick. No, we did that one, right?
No, this is the one we're looking at. Yeah.
No.
And we did have some Renee and some others, I think, had letter A. So that's what she's got her money on. And Dingus. I don't know. Did we get any votes for Dingus? I don't think we got any votes
that's
for
right,
D.
honey. Wait, hold on. Beaver Lick. Okay, okay, yeah, it is right. Kentucky. Beaver Lick, Dingus, Hazard, or Shaft. So, Gracie
Yep.
says
Amy thought
D.
C.
Kenneth says D.
Shaft. Huh.
Hmm.
Okay, Grace, let her rip.
Shaft.
Shaft. You guys are good. You broke the code and you figured out. Oh, yeah, that movie Shaft. Yes. Way to
So,
go, Kenny.
Let's see how many had D. So Gracie says my art teacher in 7th grade played this song a lot during class while we worked on projects. Okay, so really in
Cool
Boise,
teacher.
Idaho, in Boise, Idaho, Shaft is a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Okay.
Shut
so
your mouth.
let's see how many had the answer of D?
D Delta.
Well, Nelly
Quite a few.
was in the mix with D.
So Hazard, by the way, it's like there's a Hazardville, Connecticut. For John probably has heard of that one, but it's after Colonel August Hazard. And there is a Beaver Lick, Kentucky. You'd have to have a dirty mind to go with that. There's no songs. There probably is a song with Beaver Lick. I'm not going to say that. How about Big Bone Lick,
Oh, John got
Kentucky?
Big
How about that?
Lick. Okay.
Kenny, do you think there's a Big Bone Lick?
I can't imagine.
It's believe it or not, it is a state park. There's RVers that go. Can you say, well, where are you at, Grace? Oh, I'm at Big Bone Lick State Park. Oh, okay.
Big
How about Bug Tussle?
Lick.
Here's what I got to put up on the screen. Bug Tussle. What in the heck? Bug Tussle. Who'd want to name their city Bug Tussle? Well, here's the deal on Bug Tussle. Bug Tussle, Kentucky. Folks complained about doodle bugs that they got so big they had to wrestle for a sleeping space. So we had to tussle around with them in the bed. They got to be so big. They're Bug Tussle. I don't think I'd want to go to Bug Tussle, honey.
No,
I'd rather go to Big Bone Lick or something.
Yeah, I'd rather
Beaver
go
Lick.
to Big Bone Lick too.
Anyway, that's all we have for Kentucky. Oh, wait, we got one more. Excuse me. There are some other ones there. There were so many I finally just gave up. But here's some ones that you can find when you go to Kentucky. Monkey brow, pig, hippo, mudlick, and Krypton. I don't want to go to Krypton.
How about Kryptonite?
Maybe I'll see Superman. Yes, I'm saying Krypton. Yeah, it's got to be valuable stuff there in Krypton. Anyway, interesting cities that they come up with names in Kentucky. Any more, Grace?
Okay, so yes, I'm going to give you an update. Sue is leading the way right now with 17 points. So let's go ahead and give someone a chance to catch up. And let's make this one
Way
for
to go.
5 points. And this is going to be Minnesota. Minnesota.
Oh, my state.
Yeah, let's get the comment
Minnesota.
up. And Minnesota. Which one is not a place in Minnesota? Embarrass, Fanny, Fertile, or Karma? A, B, C, or
C
D?
or D.
What are your guesses for which is not a place in the state of Minnesota? Is it
Embarrass,
Embarrass,
Fanny,
B,
Fertile, C,
Fancy, or D, Karma?
Karma. They
And
make a drone.
we
A
have-
GoPro makes a drone called the Karma.
We have Amy with D. Wait,
Gracie's a
let
D.
me real quick. I want to hear. I watch y'all because I can't hear you because I got rock and roll group kids music up loud. Okay, well, thank you for
Up
watching.
loud. Way to go, Timmy Ray.
Lips move slowly.
Grace, put up the different choices again.
Okay, choices are in the state of Minnesota, Embarrass, Fanny, Fertile, or Karma.
Amber waves of grain. Would it be fertile grain? I don't know.
Okay.
America.
D
America.
for Amy. Sue is just a blank. D is Gracie, and Timmy Ray the King is B, and Fordman is A. Renee is B. And guess before the music starts, I got 2 song possibilities in here, Sue says. So,
Way to go, Sue. Yep, you're doing great.
okay, are we ready?
We are ready. Do it.
What comes
Got the
around
karma, baby.
Karma, baby. There is no karma. So we have 2 people who guessed karma, and that was Gracie. High five, sister. And wait, John came in there with D. Okay, and I saw
Yeah.
Amy.
We did.
Amy. So Amy, and that was for 5.
Hmm.
Amy.
Seems
where's
like all the answers are D these days. A lot of
And
D's.
then Gracie. Boom. There it is. Whoops, sorry. I've
Karma.
got my song mind turned on. Boom. There
Yes,
it
you do. So,
is.
Grace, do you think there's a Welcome Minnesota?
Yes, I do.
There is. And they know what their motto is? Welcome to welcome, a friendly place. Sounds like a Minnesota. How about Nimrod? Do you know what a Nimrod is?
Well,
Kenny,
you're
do you know
from
what a Nimrod
Minnesota,
is?
aren't you?
No, I don't know what Nimrod.
I didn't know this one. It turns out it's a biblical character. That was the person who oversaw the building of the Tower of Babel. So if someone says you Nimrod, I think that means you're kind of like chaotic. I always wonder when someone calls you a Nimrod. There's a Shakopee. I guess that's an Indian name. Or maybe it's Shakopee. Maybe it's a man's thing, after we're, never mind. There is a Fertile. Yes, I do remember Fertile when I lived there. The population is only 842. So I guess they're not that fertile. There is an Embarrass. It's a river.
Yes.
And it does have obstacles. And it's one of the coldest spots in Minnesota. They always say International Falls. There is a Fanny. Minnesotans are more couth than to call it butts. Yeah. There's any of you heard of
Butts?
Brainerd?
You said butts?
Brainerd. That's a big IBM town, Brainerd.
You said butts, right?
Well, I said no, they go by the word fanny. They're a lot more Fanny. Stop that. There's a city called Now Then. And here's the locals joke on the postmaster's habit, because the postmaster always went to say, now then, da da da, now then. So they said, okay, you want to name of the city? We're going to name it after you, Now Then. And there's a Little Canada. I guess they liked their northern friends. And you remember my mother's favorite one, don't you, Grace? Might be in some of her passwords even. Minnehaha.
Oh. Okay, we have one last pick. And
down to the last
we're
one.
going to give this one 5 points for the right answer. So are you ready? The state is New Mexico. And which one is not a place in New Mexico? Would that be Candy Kitchen, Elephant Butte, Que Paso, or Truth or Consequences? Which
Did
one?
you say Que Paso?
Yeah.
I don't think it's pronounced Paso.
Okay, well, Mr. I took Spanish in 9th grade. What do you call it?
Que Paso.
Okay, so we have A, Candy Kitchen,
Paso.
B, Elephant Butte, C, Que Paso, or D, Truth or Consequences. Let's hear those answers. Okay. We have a C, 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 D.
Kenny, did you see Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, that movie with George Clooney?
I can't remember if I've seen it or not, but I think my dad has.
Okay, so we've got great songs, and one of them talks about Candy Mountain is the lyrics in there. But when I see Candy Kitchen, it reminds me of that song.
Okay.
So let's see. What were the other ones, honey?
What were the other names?
Yeah. Truth or Consequences, Candy Kitchen.
Truth or Consequences. Wow. Candy Kitchen,
Que Paso.
Elephant Butte, Que Paso,
An Elephant Butte.
Truth
Huh,
or
okay.
Consequences. Okay.
Okay, we have our answers. We got a lot of C's. CC, we got one D. No, two D's. Kenny's a D.
I'm a D. Double D.
I like Nate says, it can't be C because Gracie would be familiar with that song.
So he's going to go with B. Okay, let's
Yeah,
hit
he's going
that
with B.
answer.
The answer is
Hey, baby, ¿qué pasó?
I thought you were my only vato. Hey, baby, ¿qué pasó?
Baby Paso.
So that answer was C. How many points do we give for this? 5?
5, you said, honey. That you said you're gonna give it big.
Okay. So we have Amy, Gracie, Timmy. Sorry, Nate.
So close, Nate. So close.
Okay, so we have
Good guess. I thought it was a good guess.
Gracie and Timmy. Where is my?
You did a misdirection on that for Nate.
No, ¿qué pasó? I say ¿qué pasó like my friends say ¿qué pasó? You say ¿qué pasó as you learned it in school, which doesn't
guess
really
so.
count.
I beat to a different drummer apparently.
Oh, different drummer. Speaking of different drummer, rest in peace, Mike Nesmith of the Monkees, who wrote Different Drummer. You and I travel to the beat of a different drum. Anyway, so yes, rest in peace, Mike Nesmith.
Very nicely said.
Yes.
How about this time of year? What do we sing? Rum dum 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 dum.
My favorite.
Me and my drum.
Aw, Sue says Mike was her favorite.
Yeah, he really was a good guy. You're right,
Well,
Sue.
And I will say that the Rolling Stone magazine actually did come out and gave him a lot of major props as, probably the most talented of the Monkees. In fact, I even heard a reference he was a John Lennon of the Monkees. But I have to tell you, my young heart went with Davy Jones.
Yeah,
Way
yeah,
too
you like
short.
the.
I towered over him.
Yeah, he was a hunk, wasn't he?
So let's add up the scores.
Let's add them up. See who is top dog. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Doom, 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 doom.
Wait. Okay, Gracie has 19. Sue has
Ooh,
17. Very close.
so close.
Amy has 19. So we need a
Oh,
tiebreaker between Gracie and Amy. Do we have a tiebreaker, honey?
we don't know. No, I think they all three should get something for a prize. All three.
Okay. What you gonna do
They're
about
so
that?
good. Not going to be a French lick, that's for sure. They don't want that.
Oh my God, I had a dream
What do you think?
about that last night, honey.
What do you think? What do you think the award should be, honey?
No, this is on you to pick that. You pick the awards.
Well, no, this is your show, baby. This is like you lead, I follow.
Okay, they each get a $10 gift certificate to either Amazon or what's the other one, honey?
Amazon or PayPal.
PayPal.
Unless you have Venmo, whatever, we'll figure it out. But
So send us an email at michael@californiatravelvideos.com and let us know which one you want, and we will make sure to send that out to you.
and if you want stickers or buttons or business cards or whatever,
Yeah,
let us magnets. Yes, magnets. Because we are magnetic. Michael at CaliforniaTravelVideos.com. And so we will accommodate. Thank you all for playing. And then I wonder what we should do for next week. What do you got coming up on the next show, honey, baby doll?
Well, probably we could go into part 3, but we want to make
But don't say but. No, not with what we're doing. No buts.
Did somebody say but? Did somebody say
I
but?
heard somebody say that.
Somebody said bug.
Yes.
It never gets old.
The sheets are going to be warm tonight, I'm afraid.
No beans for you. Oh, I think we will have some beans. Anyway, so yes, next week, actually, giving you a little bit of a heads up for what's going on is our Saturday night. This coming Saturday night will be our last live for the next couple of weeks until the new year. And we have Christmas on Saturday, and then there's New Year's Day on Saturday. We may or may not do a New Year's Day, but we will be here on the 18th, and we are going to have a elephant exchange party. So make sure we'll get that thumbnail up. Make sure you sign up and join us because we have a lot of fun prizes.
Before we go, I think we need to put up the link. Anybody that wants to come up for a couple minutes, since there is Gina is probably with grandkids or whatever this week. So why don't you put the link up there? Do any of us have the link? Oh, I guess we can actually go down to where it says invite, and I can click it there. And I know that John Chalker wanted to come up and give his regards to somebody, and then I got to go back to the comments and do bada bing, bada bang. And okay, so there's the link. Okay, so if you want to click on that link there, if you want to come up, we'll see if we can give anybody is out there in California Travel Videos land to a theater coming soon near you.
I just want to go ahead and point out that Gracie has given her prize to Kenneth for being such a wonderful co-host.
Thanks, Gracie.
Yes, isn't
That
she
was
a
so
sweetheart?
nice.
I look forward to getting to meet her in person one day.
Oh,
You're going to love her. She is a sweetie, sweetie, sweetie. She is a good mama for all of us.
yes, I know. I'm so looking forward to 022. We have our reservation.
And Sue needs to be off next Saturday.
will
We
be-
understand it's getting to be a busy time of year, so thank you for all you do. And if Kenny, if you can make it, that's always cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning on being
Hello,
here.
John.
Hey, John.
Here's
Hey, guys.
John, welcome. How's Mr. Connecticut doing?
Doing good, doing good. Hold on. Watch the light. Don't hold your eyes for a minute. We're running a test tonight.
Hey,
of the
Nate.
new equipment.
How's it going?
Hello, Nate. How
Life
are
is
your
good.
travels going?
What was that?
How are your travels going?
They're going well,
How's this look, guys?
Wonderful.
We got a new ring light, guys.
Nate was telling us about his adventures and his travels, so I want to hear a little about some of the places.
Yeah, Nate, give us a little feedback. Get us caught up.
Well, I wanted to release a secret here for you guys because unfortunately, I had to mute the first 20 minutes of your live to take a phone call from somebody who is going to be stopping by tomorrow. Let me just scratch something off my screen. So normally I have my lives on Sunday for about an hour. Even though I'm studying for my final, I'm going to take the break. But you guys know this person. I think you met him up in Oregon. It was in Florida, and he's going back west. We've got Kevin of the NOMOC Experience. Heading west. He's going to be stopping where I'm at, spending the day filming, and then he's going to stick around to be on my live tomorrow night. So I'm really excited. I hope everybody can make it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, sure. And so where are you at now?
I'm just north of New Orleans. New Orleans.
Wow.
Okay.
Correctly. On the other side of the lake.
spot.
So Kenneth has gone all the way from,
Kevin
has gone all the way from Arizona to New Orleans.
No, he went from he was going to stay in Arizona, but he gets that itch to keep going. So he went all the way to Florida to do some installations on his van. He was going to stay for the holidays at his mom's, but he got that itch again and he's heading back out west. So I on near that Highway 10 that he's coming through, and we've kept in touch. So we always have fun together.
In the summer, though, that was the big deal. He was going to be going to his mom's, and I guess he got together with his sister in Colorado earlier. But yeah, so I guess he's doing the southern states, and now he's like tag teaming up your way.
Yep. Well, he'll end up out in Quartzsite, which he was already there, but he just didn't want to stay put till everybody else got there. Are you guys going this year?
We're supposed to.
Okay.
Yeah, we were kind of like, with that C word, but then we thought, well, it looks like it's the new variation. It's not that much worse. So yeah, we're I'd say 90% plus going to do it.
Well, and the nice thing is everybody, depending on how isolated you want to stay, you have a lot of freedom not to mingle. I mean, you can do as much as you want to do.
And then
I
there's
can
always
tell you the
that.
secret. Come closer to the screen because I don't want to say it too loud, or you can.
Close.
We won't get it. Are you there?
Okay.
What you
Close
do
there.
is you want to stay, Grace. You want to stay upwind of everybody else. Stay upwind of everybody else except for one person, me. I want to be upwind of you guys.
Okay.
But last year there was one spot where I couldn't stay upwind at all, and I thought, screw it, and so I just had the smoke come in my face, and it was Papa Drew and Great Adventures and a couple others, and I got back to the RV, and my clothes stunk for days. But I didn't have any of that C word coming my way.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let y'all chat, and I am going to head upstairs to make him a salmon dinner and me some prawns. So I will.
Oh, you go and cook some salmon and some prawns. Okay, Ma, go enjoy your dinner.
Yes. What does Kaliki get? He gets some of. He's not a shrimp. He likes more meat. In fact, Grace has these taste tests. I don't know if you've ever done this, Nate, but she's put salmon out, steak out, and then a cheese waffle. And every time Kaliki goes for the cheese waffles.
Chaffle.
Go figure.
He
Chaffle.
loves it. Nate, I will give you, when we meet up in Arizona, I will treat your dogs to chaffles, and I will show you how to make them, and you will make your dogs the happiest dogs in the world because they love a good chaffle.
Deal.
But
You
she
got it.
puts a little bacon in it too.
But I don't have to. It's just cheese and egg. All right. See y'all later. I got to go work.
Okay. And John, why don't you had something you wanted to make an announcement or something? Go ahead and we'll give you the floor for a
Take a
couple
look,
moments.
guys. We just got new lighting.
Whoa, a ring light.
Yes.
Let the
I got
lights
it.
ring in.
And guess what? It was only almost $19 on Amazon.
Can't
It's the
beat that.
cheapest light, Amazon ring light on Amazon that they got.
Nice.
Anything bigger is more expensive. This was only less than $20. It was like $18.95 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, you have the same thing I do is that, when I have a, over at the other PC, it's maybe about a 12-inch light, but it's up about the same height as yours. And so the challenge is that do you put up higher than your glasses, or if it's, I have it not that much higher. So what I do is I take my glasses and I go like this. I kind of I move them up a little bit. I don't know if it looks, yeah, there you go.
This one
But
has
if
one of
I
those
have my
clamps
glasses
at
at
the bottom.
You
This
see
has a
this? So I have it up
clamp
at
at
this.
the
You can
bottom
see
and
my
a rod.
lights.
Yeah,
Right.
mine has a clamp and a little rod, and you just stick it right to the table.
Yeah,
to the
but
table.
Michael had the question is touching on the question that I had is when you have glasses and you have those ring lights, is where do you position it so that you don't get that glare? Because a lot when you move, you get a lot of that glare from that ring light, and you
Yeah.
can see the
So if,
right there. Yeah, you really.
if you have
see
your
it. So you gotta-
up a little bit, up a little bit above you, like maybe about at a 30-degree angle, or like I say, if you rather than have your glasses,
I'm working on getting
This
another
way.
rod that's longer.
you just instead move your glasses down a little bit, put them up a little bit higher on the head. So
I never
anyway, yeah,
thought
that's a good point. Your lighting is, of course, you don't wear glasses, but your lighting is perfect, Nate. You've got, and even though you've got a white behind you, which some people would say, well, you got backlighting, but it looks great.
I don't even have
I
my
mean,
I
it would
got
be
all
even
my
better.
old lights plus this new ring light put together, and it works perfectly. And you asked me about a meat, the gelatinous meat.
Yes.
To do it, you must boil your meat first. You have to boil it on low for 60 minutes. Then you must pull it out of that hot water and you must bake it for an hour.
Just an hour?
Low, yes, an hour on low heat. The water is what brings out all the flavors
Yes.
and all the stuff you're
Mhm.
looking for.
Do you
Now-
braise it first? Because I saw some of the people talking about braising just for a short amount. Depends on the grade of
Yes,
meat, I
you
guess.
do that with a baker's torch.
A
You ever
baker's
see a
torch.
baker's torch? Ever see a baker's
Oh
torch?
yes, I
before?
do. I do know what you're talking about now. Yes, I do know what you mean. Yes.
It's a little torch that they use for like when they're doing those no bake things.
Yeah.
They do the top of it and then they put them into the
It's
fridge.
basically a butane burner. A butane burner
Yes,
could work.
But it's a butane torch, and you go like this across the meat surface, and then you bake it for an hour. And when it comes out, if it's still red, then you toss it again onto if you want to put it on a grill or whatever, you throw it onto your grill, and those meat fibers will fall right off the bone like it's a hot knife to butter.
Okay. So what do you have for tonight? What did you eat for dinner?
Tonight I did pizza.
Pizza? Oh, good. You make it
Homemade
yourself, or do you get
pizziola.
one pre-made? And how about you, Lance? What
I
was
did
your
a little bit of a fixing up of of an Ilios.
a doctor? I like to do that. Nate, how about you? Do you have any dinner tonight?
Oh, I've been eating a lot of deviled eggs. I had some chicken and some broccoli.
Ooh, good healthy food. Yeah.
Okay,
Have your
chicken and broccoli's
cruciferons?
delicious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what
I
did
love
you
deviled
taste
eggs.
test, Kenny?
What have I done today? Well,
Yeah, well, you should.
Yeah, what have you tasted?
I've only had some pork barbecue ribs with Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, and then I had some turkey dressing. That's what it was called.
Okay, good mixture. Good mixture.
It's a good combo. Mm-hmm.
See, me and Kenny, we both have the tongues that are properly trained.
So Nate,
No,
when you go
because
down
I
to
used to- when I used to
Arizona,
work
do you
at
have
the-
certain? Nate, when you're in Arizona, do you have certain things that you get ahead of time? Because there's not a lot of groceries. There's a couple, but do you have like a fair amount of room in your refrigerator so you can stock up for a week?
I've never been there, but I probably will fill the pantry at least before I go through Phoenix. At a Walmart
There
or a
you
Sam's
go.
Club or something, and then
Exactly.
But I know we're going to be coordinating rides back and forth for Kenny to Blythe. I don't know what's there, but I'll probably at least there's a gas station.
There's
or
a
something.
giant Walmart there. You'll
Or
find
a
a Walmart and a few other things. My uncle goes
Yeah,
through there
there's a-
with the rigs, with his truck trailer a lot. When you get through to that area, just make sure that you do one thing. Before you decide to set up, I'm going to make you all a suggestion. Get yourself one of them extra, freezers that they got and stick it in one of your pass-through compartments.
I've never done that down there before, but maybe, yeah.
You
might be
know
good
who
for
did
some.
that? Eric Nomadic Fanatic. In his rig, he put one of
Okay.
them freezers in there when he was in Quartzsite one time, and he had food for days. Of course, he doesn't eat anything but he used to eat.
Do you
anything but
do you
pork.
remember, or do you know what he has on his refrigerator door?
Yeah, he has that thing. What do they call it? He had that he has the thing that says how many people he's those things that YouTube gives
Oh,
you.
yeah, no. So
But
I'm thinking about some. Did you ever see any of the Star Wars movie when it had Hans Solo, and in one of the shows at the very end of it, he
yeah,
was
he
kind of
used to do
in a
that
deep
too.
freeze? Yeah, he had
Yeah,
that.
he does. He did
It
all.
was
He
a, it
does
was a
every one of the
3D
drinks
thing
he's
on his
done that to.
refrigerator.
Yes, he's done that to every
Anyway,
refrigerator he's ever had. He done that
Nate,
to
one of
every
the things I
refrigerator that he's ever had.
yes, right,
You know why he did
Nate. So one
that?
of the things I go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. You're the head of the household.
Okay, so thank you. So Nate, one of the things that was surprised was like grassroots living and some of the other people that were in kind of a lot of times you end up in a circle. You can't have like 100 all together, but you end up in these groups, and you have other groups that are going to be near you. And I'm sure if you're with Box Band D or whatever, you'll find that this is kind of a nice arrangement. But people will say, "Oh, we're going to have like a potluck," and everybody kind of shares. So sometimes, rather than we think, "Well, I'll do my own individual thing," but when I have some kind of a peace offering or whatever, where you make a fair amount of one item for a dish, and so
Right.
I'm sure you'll find that is going to work out well for you also once you start to mingle with some of the groups, because I'm assuming you are. One of the things that kind of surprised me though is that I didn't envision year before last, when I went down there, and I remember seeing Teresa and Mike and some of the others down there, and Lucy and things with their travels, Wonelli and Brian, and they said, "Oh, we're going to go out on a day trip," and they went up to Palm Canyon, and that sucker, it was steep. But on some of those, if you have like just kind of candy bars or some things that are kind of lightweight, and water obviously is very helpful, I think, for you to have. I guess you say besides the normal food that you think of, and you've probably already done that because you've had meet up with other people, haven't you?
Well, I did the M21, but we didn't. We kind of stayed at the campsite for the most part. But just in general, I typically, I will typically go shopping about once a week, but I probably have enough for about 2 weeks because I've got the pantry and
Oh,
everything.
wonderful.
Yeah, so I've got the room. It's not
Then-
like I'm not really van life, so I've got the trailer and it's just me and the dogs. So the trick will be the dog food, making sure I have enough dog food before I head out. That'll be the one to think about.
Well, yeah, and if we're around, then we'll certainly share ours. Now, Grace and I, we spoil Kaliki, so what we do is we make our food for him most of the time. I mean, sometimes we'll have canned and some dried we'll mix together, but typically is we'll brown up some hamburger in a pot, and then we'll go ahead and add in the water and then cook brown rice for him, add shredded wheat and oatmeal, and maybe some, sliced or I should say peeled carrots or, some veggies, things in there. But, the thing that's great about that recipe is when I'm hungry, I'll eat it. It's all human food. So, but, I'll put it in the microwave for maybe 45 seconds or something before I'll eat it. But
Right.
anyway, so he likes those. But, oftentimes when we just don't want to cook for a couple days because we'll make enough for about 3 or 4 days. But we'll just go ahead and just give him kind of a mixture, and he gets a lot of treats. I don't know about you go to Costco or these places where they've got some bags of like a beef jerky almost is. It's fairly affordable. But do you give any of those types of things? I know one of your dogs, I remember you had to be a little bit careful with the diet, right?
Yeah, Dallas is the one. She's always had stomach issues, but especially on the road, that she's the one that had the big vet bill last July. So that's why I say I have to.
Yeah.
Normally, I don't have to be that careful. Like Pippa will eat what she's on. I can typically find it like the dollar store, which the generic brand or Purina One, the chicken and rice is what she's on. So Dallas is on something similar, but it's a special. It's got a probiotic in it, so it's a digestive health. That's harder to find. You can't get that just at a Walmart or a dollar store. They do carry it at Target. So So I have found Target is the most reliable nationwide. So if there's a Target,
good to know.
driving distance, I have found that that's relatively reliable, and that's why I've kept her on it. But
awesome. Well, you've got a.
I was gonna say I don't give them. I give them their dental treats to try for their teeth health and that sort of thing, and I might give them some treats on lives and whatnot. But I have cut down on the treats and just try to stick mainly to their dog food because of her stomach.
You know, I had a neighbor who had a Westfield Terrier, and all my dogs have always been pretty easygoing and friendly, and they're obedient. And this Westie she was nice, but she could be stubborn sometimes. If she didn't want to go, she just put her legs down. It's like, no, because I would walk her when, for folks were out of town, and it's like, well, then I'll pick you up. But I mean, she was like a bowling ball, although she was a small dog, it was like about 20 pounds. It's like, okay, are you ready to walk now? Come on, but the point I was going to get to was that they gave her a lot of high protein food, thinking they were doing the right thing. And sadly, her kidneys didn't last as long as they should because normally a small dog will have a very good longevity. So right. I guess just to your point, though, is that, yeah, if your dog, if it gets too much, nutritional value, too much protein, then you're doing a perfect thing to have that good balance.
Right. Yeah, and the funny thing is, my dogs are. You talk about stubborn dogs. These dogs over here are stubborn, but normally they want to go on a walk. But Pippa gets scared of so much stuff. It's actually healthy when she does. Every once in a while, she'll get to the point that she does not want to go any further, and she will absolutely freeze up and not want to go. But it's very healthy. It's a sign that I know, what, she is not comfortable going down this road. Whatever it is down there, we just need to go the other way.
Yeah. Would it be the smells, you think, or
it's usually the sounds or what kids.
Oh, sounds. Okay.
She'll hear things that I don't hear yet, and so that stops me, makes me look around and say, what in the world is bugging her? Because if we get her into an area that she gets really uncomfortable, then trying to get her back out is twice as difficult. So.
You got to understand,
like your canary in the coal mine.
Can hear things we can't hear. They can hear supersonic things we can't hear. Like, did you know that dogs can detect Bigfoot before we will?
Bigfoot?
Yes.
Makes sense.
Because they use what's called they howl at the same thing that their ears can hear. Mm-hmm. And we can't hear it from 40 miles away. They can hear it from 50 miles away. So they could be within 50 miles of a Bigfoot and they know there's something, it's there. They could actually triangulate where it is. It depends on your type of dog too. What type of dogs are yours? Are yours wild dogs or are they more domesticated?
That one right there is the one that hears everything. She's sleeping good right now, though. She's nice and relaxed.
Oh, she's good. She's good. That's a little. We call that one a little alarm system.
Yeah.
Now, my uncle, has what is called a Belgian Malinois. German Shepherd for short. This dog, I took her out in the field with me one time. And she's a police dog. She's a trained police dog. Now, this dog can detect trouble up to 70 miles away. And my uncle told me this. So if she decides to pull you off, back down, because she knows something's there. So we were coming up on this tree. And we were I was 5 miles from it. She heard this Connecticut black bear, and we were on this side of the lane. It was on this side of the lane, and she knew there was a bear that was 1,000 pounds or more. She backed me down. She turned around and she booked the opposite way, 1 mile off this way, because the bear was coming in vertical this way at her, and her ears heard it. Well, I had my bear spray on me. I had my bear tactical, and all that stuff because I'm a Boy Scout. I know all about that. But this little girl, okay, wears a bulletproof vest when she works. So she can tell which way this guy is coming. You know what I'm saying? He's coming in like this. We're going like this, and we were going to touch right about here, I bet. She heard it, and she made me go to the right. She pulled me to the right. And this is in Connecticut now, where we have Connecticut black bear. They're between 1 and 1,000 pounds.
I thought you were in Pennsylvania.
No, I'm in Waterbury,
No,
Connecticut, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
You got these bears that will come this close to you. And if you go off to the right, you'll miss them altogether. But if you walk right into them, you're screwed. You basically have to use your bear batons, your bear bells, and also bear spray.
Speaking of which, how many of you have bear spray? Either put in number 1 or anybody here raise their hand if you have bear spray. Okay. Yeah, I think we have 2 of them.
You want to hear the funny story about? Have you heard the story about when I first tried to get the bear spray when I got on the road? So
I do, but I remember all of them. I remember, but the caution. Yeah, go ahead.
I couldn't find it, and I finally found like a whole treasure trove of it. And I asked the guy, "How do you have so much and nobody else does?" And there was a recall on the bear spray, so there was like 3 batches
Right.
of bear spray out there that won't actually fire. So
Yes, that is right.
it's a good backup, but don't rely fully on your bear spray. It's a last resort.
Yeah, I mean, if it's life or death, like, you're rolling the dice. Yeah, and I guess some people, they actually do spray a little bit of it. It's, you would think it would maybe deteriorate it, but it doesn't. I have had right here in my, I don't know if you can see this, but if I stand up, and Grace only's got a minute or 2 before she says dinner's on the table. But if you see right here on my belt, I have this little pouch, and in my pouch, I have this guy. This one is, I have a couple, the DPS. And I was not like, I used some of the other one. I'll tell you the story about in a second, but this is Extreme Tactical Ops 10% OC. That's pretty high when you get up to 10%. 2% of CS. And CS, if another dog attacks my dog, CS doesn't do a thing. And I got it mostly all for dogs. I mean, if you had to use it against a person, you better be careful. But it says somewhere on it, it
The
says
best
it's
one is the
for-
orange can, not the red can. If you get the red
Well, I'm not
can,
getting into-
you're screwed.
Yeah, I'm talking about mostly for dogs and humans, not for bears. Bear spray is not allowed in some states, by the way. So anyway, when I saw this, and it
You
said
can buy
that,
it in Connecticut. You can buy it in Connecticut.
oh, here it is.
You're allowed to carry it if you are hiking or biking. But
You see
have
what it
to
says?
prove
It says-
that you're going on a trail.
John, let me talk for just a minute. For law enforcement and correction use, I thought, oh no, because the one I've used has been another company, Fox. Grace is saying dinner is ready. So, but at any
that's
rate,
the
it
dinner
turns out
bell.
if you read the fine print, it is okay to use it for other things. But to kind of, I may have told you the story, Nate and John, and for Kenny, but and the rest of you out there. But what happened? It was about 2 years ago. A neighbor had his dog on a leash, and he was about 16. And his pit bull decided to attack Kaliki. I guess he thought it was a bear, a polar bear. I don't know what, but and our dogs, they have a lot of hair, so it's not easy for them to bite at the neck. But the dog, it went away after about 5 seconds. But then after about another 5 seconds, it did a second charge, and this time and Kaliki knows how to get on his back feet and growl and all that too. But I started kicking the other dog and trying to give it the knee and trying to get it away, and it wasn't going. He was trying to go for the jugular. And finally, the dog just bit the heck out of my finger and ripped it open. And I was like, well, this isn't very cool. So I thought, I'm going to have some way to stop that. So I thought, well, I'm going to get like the police use, I'll get a collapsible baton. And I was telling some of my buddies, retired military, and when he does work with the police, he says, well, in California, that's a felony. And I'm like, Say what? I said, a felony. And he said, yeah, you can't have them in our state. I said, well, I ordered on Amazon. He said, well, nonetheless. And here's Ron. Hi, Ron. So we'll talk to you in a second. But the point being is that I thought, I need to get something else. That was when I got the OC tear gas. So anyway, I'm going to have to go upstairs. If you guys want to visit, though, for a while and use the channel, do you guys want to keep going for a little bit? Ron, you want to kind of take over?
Hey,
No.
Ron.
The rest of you guys.
I didn't realize.
Hey, Ron. I love you, my brother. I knew you were having.
I'm going to leave the channel open. I'm going to go eat for now.
All right, it's yours, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hey.
Between you and me, I know it was a parody you guys were playing, okay?
Yeah.
And I knew you guys were having a ball.
I'm glad.
I love you very much, okay?
Mad.
No, I didn't get mad at you. I got a little bit upset, but I was one of these folks that when I get upset, I kind of steer off and go off. I went off to another channel. Because I had a feeling you guys were playing with each other,
No, it was all in fun. It was just a fun Friday night get together. And
I figured that, but I always believe in diplomacy. You know what I'm saying?
that whole thing was ad lib. There was no script.
I saw him. He had the paper and all of it.
Yeah, it was just made up as we went. Basically, as them two guys.
But John, he had the right answers ready this time, right?
Who's
the week before when I came up, it was like, I think we know the answer, but I'm not sure.
Well, the thing is that we didn't have no ads covering the answers. We had it on paper. We had it on paper this time.
Yeah, you both had it on paper, and he accidentally showed the paper. Your one was playing the text and actually showed the paper.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it? How is it that it's funny when you see somebody reading off a piece of paper now? How's that go when reading off a piece of paper is subject to comedy? Like he's up.
Hey, you know our president uses cue cards. You know that, right?
You can't do that with a phone screen.
They all do, John.
No, they use a teleprompter in front of them usually.
Who's that?
This guy actually has cue cards right down below.
Who's that?
The president.
Oh.
One time he actually picked up his cue card like this right in front of the media.
Yeah, I don't pay attention.
You know those little cards that look like this, these little index cards? He has front to back little index cards. He writes everything on those little index cards.
Uh-huh.
And he keeps it down here, and he's looking down instead of looking out at the teleprompter.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't watch much of that live stuff anymore. So, hey, let me stop right here and say hello to Mr. Ford Man Kenneth Oates.
Howdy, Ron.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I always enjoy your Friday night live streams.
Well, those aren't really mine. I'm still got in mind that I'm subbing for you. Are you going to be coming back soon?
It'll be after the first of the year.
Right. Yeah, because I don't want to just take over your spot. I want you to be able to come back and continue like you were doing once you're able to do that or whatever.
Hey, Kenny, I have a suggestion. Why don't you and him both work together? 1 week you do it, 1 week he does it, so you both don't get tired out. That might be a good idea. 1 week it'll be Ron Sees America. 1 week it'll be,
Are you on the spot now, Kenny?
Because we love you both, and we love to, I think if you guys wanted to share, it'd be cool.
Yeah,
can I real quickly, John? You're coming across really loud, and Ron, you're coming across a little quiet. Is it possible to adjust volumes each way?
Oh boy, there's only one way I know. I hate to do this.
Nate?
Say that
Oh
again.
no.
Better, Nate.
There you go. That's better, Ron.
All right. I had that problem with the live last night. I didn't realize it. I saw somebody tell me have me turn the mic up, and I did, but it was back down where it was last night on here on this screen. So anyway, maybe I need to set it
Okay,
on.
how's that?
That's good, John.
We good?
Very,
Okay.
can you hear?
Everybody likes the new lighting system? Tell me what you think.
Yeah. Yeah, at least we can see your face now. That's important to a lot of us.
Okay, guys, if you want to
go meetups and meet each other face to face. Hey, Nate, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I've been studying for my final all day, and then I got a call from Kevin about coming by tomorrow. So I'm getting a surprise visit from the NOMOC experience for my live tomorrow. So I'm excited for that.
So wait a
Hey,
minute.
is it true that NOMOC got themselves a new boat?
I don't think NOMOC has a boat. I think maybe Sam or somebody does.
So
yeah, they got a new blue boat that they're using.
Yeah, that's Sam the Adventure Man. I think I haven't watched that exact live, but NOMOC's in a band.
So I saw you along Highway 90 on the Gulf Coast. Was it your last video?
Yeah, in Waveland.
Yeah, and so nobody's catching up with you, is he?
Oh, he's probably going to pass me he'll pass me tomorrow or the day after, because I'm moving nice and slow, waiting for my semester to end, and I've got my last consulting job for the year. And then I probably will hang out here maybe another week and enjoy the area, actually, and then start heading west. We'll see.
So
but yeah,
stop by and see you on his way past.
Yeah, basically, because I'm right. Florida out to Quartzsite, he's going to go along 10. So he was just like, where are you at exactly right now? Because he's known I'm right off of 10. So
I will take that entire route if it was me. If I was going from Florida to Quartzsite, it would all be back highways. It would not be interstate. None of it.
You wouldn't do 10?
Unless the interstate was part of the back road route. No, I'll go all back roads the whole way.
I get nervous because I don't like going through Houston on 10 would make me nervous, or San Antonio. I've gotten better at it. On Sundays I do okay. Mm-hmm. Even during the slow parts of the weekdays, it makes me nervous. But then you get on those back roads and you end up, Google Maps or whatever will take you on a road that it really isn't meant for pulling a trailer. So I don't know. I'm torn on the whole interstate or back roads.
For somebody in your travel situation, you're dragging one. So, you kind of get nervous with all the traffic in the city, pulling one down the road. And then, you want to make sure you don't, especially further out west, get yourself in a situation where you got to drop the trailer to go do something or whatever case may be that puts you in either off the route or whatever it's easy to do out west. But
yeah, where you can't. What makes me nervous is coming across a route where I get on a side road or that's not really meant for a trailer and I can't keep going, but I can't get it turned around. I don't know how to handle that. So hopefully it never happens. The one that made me nervous, the most nervous so far, and I didn't put it in any video because I didn't have it on camera, but going into Waveland, where that last video from Friday was, they've got that. The interesting thing is that's where Hurricane Katrina actually hit. Everybody thinks of New Orleans, but Waveland is where it hit shore, which will be my next video. But so Waveland has the railroad tracks, and I was right on the Gulf. So you got to go over these railroad tracks that are like this. Right. And there's a sign that basically warns you. I'm like on a road that I can't really turn around on. And there's this sign that's like warning against trucks. And it's you can hit that railroad track. And I'd never tested it. And I didn't. I just held my breath and went for it. And we made it over. But the more I explored the area, you can get on some of those roads and they will say, do not take a trailer over this. But there's typically a detour. But man, that was the most nervous I've been pulling that trailer, is trying to go over those railroad tracks. Not sure completely if I would make it over if I get stuck on them. So,
yeah, I can't relate to what troubles you might run into that I really don't think twice about, because I'm in my small sedan. No, it's not a overland vehicle by any stretch of the imagination. But if Google, and it has, as a matter of fact, I have I have language on one of my videos where I'm saying, thanks a lot, Google Maps. You know, you always take me where I don't have to worry about whether I'm going to get to the other side or whether I'm going to get lost or anything. And here I am following your directions. The lady's telling me which ways to turn and go. And here I am with one of those road guards across the thing. And I mean, permanent road, not construction, but they closed the road. Now what? I gotta go 60 miles back in the
real quick. If James was gonna jump out, and I saw him saying hi, and I didn't get to say hi. If he's still here, hi James. I didn't mean to ignore you. I saw that, but everybody was talking. And then Renee in chat had a question for you, Ron. You were saying that you would prefer the side roads, and she wants to know why the back roads. Why do you prefer the back roads over the interstate?
Because when you go on the interstate, the interstate is an express route. That's why you don't have any roads crossing it unless there are bridges or overpasses, and you have exits and everything. But depending on where you're at, what you're going to see is the most mundane, most tedious landscape that you could possibly do. And then you might have short side trips to some town or something along the way, or they might be long ones, but you want to be there. But I found that before they had the interstate highway system, they had the U.S. highway system, and so U.S. Route 66 is one of those that's famous that everybody knows. But they got U.S. routes all over the country, and those routes run through all these the side attractions, and they run through the towns, and you might nowhere else are you going to see from the interstate, some of the art that you see on the side of the road. Like for instance, I was in what's the town that's outside the M21 meetup? Anyway, it's a town in Michigan that I forget the name of it now, but do you remember the name of it, Nate?
I just remember Lake of Dreams was the campground offhand.
Well, it's the town that Lake of Dreams is in. Anyway,
Right.
I'm driving through there, and I'm trying to do kind of like a driving tour of this town, just for B-roll really. And I look over there and I notice in somebody's yard they just placed their art projects. And one of them was a T-Rex, a steel welded art piece that's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it was stylized. That it wasn't just, hey, that looks exactly like a T-Rex. It was it was an artful piece, but you don't see things like that. And sometimes it's just an express route, and I'm not in a hurry most of the time when I'm traveling. So I slow down and I watch out for those things, and that's with the mindset that I've had, that I got to see everything, and before I have to go back home, I've had that mindset. When I went on the road before the pandemic, I was on the road for 8 months, and I was going for an entire year just to check out the lifestyle, nomadic lifestyle, and see, how dirty do you get? How long is it? How hard is it to really get to Planet Fitness to get a shower? And what's it cost for a shower? And I was checking out all that stuff. I was living the lifestyle before the pandemic caused me to seek out sticks and bricks, and I did that back here in Texas. But I hunkered down for the pandemic. But so, I learned during that mindset that when you're on the back roads, the back highways, and you have more time because you don't have to be anywhere specific. That's where you want to be, on the back roads, because that's where you're going to find everything.
Renee has a follow-up question for you. How is the cell service on those versus the interstate when you're taking
the cell service is more spottier, and I'll say that because most of the interstates are equipped with cell service. so that truckers and people in commerce and everything can stay in touch with each other and their people back home. So you're more ready. And sometimes that's a factor. I'll admit, sometimes that is a factor as to what route I take, because if I'm going into an area of back 2-lane highway that I think is going to be pretty desolate, and there's lots of areas that are desolate out there on 2-lane highways, but I'll switch over to the interstate. But it's a last resort, and it's only if I seriously need the service.
You need the internet.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John. What were you gonna say? Go ahead.
I suggest that, Ron, you get yourself what is called one of these boosters for your vehicle. My uncle has them on all his trucks, and they basically, once they get off the highways and they're into, the rural America, they still got service because it literally boosts what they got. So I was thinking maybe you should try one of those.
Well, my intention originally was to travel in a nomadic lifestyle, car camping for an entire year before I made any major decisions about my life. And the pandemic cut that trip short. But in those 8 months, I decided that it's exactly what I want to do for as long as I want to do it. So during the pandemic, I've arranged a couple of mooch dock locations. I've been invited by some people to come and see them anytime I'm in the area and hang out. And I've got family back east, so I'm covered on the East Coast as far as everything from mooch dock and the mooch base. There, I've got my own room there at my aunt's house already, and so. But going there, I figured that once that year was over, then I'd make the decision to go full time, and then I'd start investing in all that stuff like WeBoost and all that. So, and an upgrade to my travel vehicle situation. So, I'm going to be starting from zero again this time. Although I've got 8 months under my belt, once I leave this apartment, I'm not coming back. I'm leaving the lease behind, and I'm hitting the road for as long as and then I will be making those purchase considerations that you're talking about, John, like WeBoost.
And I'll say real quick, and I got really a car one, not really an RV one, but I did get the WeBoost for when I was up in Michigan on the Upper Peninsula. And what I have found, I still have more testing before I say anything definitively on it. I've only tested it like when I didn't have if I've got a good signal like right now, I haven't been testing it. It takes too much to set it up, take it down, pack it. But what I have found from when I have tested it was it doesn't necessarily make the difference in whether I get a signal at all or not. But if I have a weak signal from the speed test I've run, it might boost it about 20%. The model that I have.
20% is not bad if you're just
it can make the difference for me being able to go live or do a video call or not. But guys, I am going to jump down. I've got to keep studying for my final. I came on for a little bit. It stayed longer than I thought, but it was good chatting with you guys.
Have a good one, Nate. Looking forward to it.
Love you, Nate. Have a nice day and your dogs.
We'll be watching for you and Kevin.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So,
Ron, the one you should be getting, the ReBoost you should getting is the one with the trucker antenna. Okay? Because it's the one that is designed for open road everything. Don't get the one that is for the car. Because the one for the car, you're still going to have to buy the trucker antenna.
Right.
You should get the one for RV.
Do you have
for
control?
The RV?
Ken?
No, I don't have control of the stream.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, he's having dinner, I think he said.
Only Michael and Grace have control of the stream.
Okay, I was just going to bring the banner down, but anyway, sorry, John. This little backstage.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out so that you know what's going on. Now, the trucker antenna is the best antenna because it's the highest one you could buy. It has 4 pieces that go below it. And when you put it on, make sure you mount it right in front of your solar panels. Because if you have solar panel here, solar panel there, then you could open up a space, for the reboost itself on the roof, your roof rack. You put one of your things here, you put your reboost right up against it, and then you push it all together nice and tight. And you'll be able to get 3 solar panels on any roof that way.
Part of running through this lifestyle, nomadic lifestyle, full time on the road that I was doing while I was gone was figuring out how and whether I would need a booster in this situation, or I'd like to go camping there, but doesn't have service. Service is important, very important to me, because I work online. So
everybody who works online has a booster now. It's one of the equipments that are necessary.
If they're inclined to go outside of cell phone range, that's probably true. But I found in part of the investigating lifestyle for me, how I would do it doesn't need no booster. But there are times when I probably would need a booster, but they'd be few and far between because of my work situation. I have to make sure that that I have service, unless, like right now it's a weekend. I don't have to have no service. So I would plan my weekends out on the road in no service areas like that, whether I need to be online or not. And some of my work includes work that I don't have to be online for. So during those times, I'll go beyond the internet signal if I'm inclined to do so. But I like watching YouTube and Netflix and all that stuff. So I kind of sort of, do like a lot of nomads do, and try to be in areas that are covered by service. And I'll have both major services that own all the towers. So that'll get me out of some areas that one doesn't have and the other does. And but I'm in a sedan car. I'm car camping, so I'm not going to put a big truck antenna on my car.
My buddy did, and I'm telling you, my buddy did. He car camps in a sedan, and he has the roof racks with two solar panels on the top. And I'm telling you, he actually, when people ask him, all he says is, "Oh yeah, I work from my vehicle. I need that antennas up there," and they don't say nothing.
Yeah, see what Gracie says. I had to leave Alcee Falls every morning to drive 7 miles to get cell service so I could work, and that's true. So, and it's also more proof that I don't have to be connected to the internet the entire time I am somewhere. I mean, I had to do that every day, and I was least complaining about internet service. So, as far as I could tell, so. And because I had already prepared for those eventualities, going out to Oregon and being in Oregon and then coming back, I'd have prepared for those eventualities anyway. And I'm the one at my employer that determines what I do and what I produce and how I do my work and what my schedule is. So, it's more like a retainer salary that I have with this company. And so if I want to take a few days off, I take them off, because when I do have cell service, I am working. I may be working the entire day, and I'm talking, 12, 14, 16 hours at a time. And they only pay me for 30 hours a week. So I'm pretty flexible on what I can and can't do. But the driving factor is entertainment. I want to be able to access YouTube. And now that I have this channel going, that's what I did not have on the 8 months that I did do in Nomad Life. So I don't know how that's going to play in once I go full time early next year. how that's going to play out and how
So what new car did you get?
I don't have a new car. It's a car that I bought in 2013. It's paid off. It's hybrid. It gets 600 miles per tank, and it carries enough equipment in it so that I'm able to pitch a tent or whatever at Mayberry. I was in tent. I think for the longest I was the only one. I know Water Girl family come out there and visit, and they stayed in the tent. But other than that, I was pretty much on my own tent wise. But it's all I want or need. The vehicle upgrade that I'm talking about is whether I'm gonna, this car being, what's that, 8 years old? It's got over 200,000 miles on it that I put on it, almost every mile of it myself in those years. And I'm gonna need a bigger, but you see my car, Renee, you know, I don't require much, just a place to throw my tent and the things that keep me warm, and if it's cool, and something to cook with, and some food and water, and that's it. I mean, I don't require much. I intend to be as minimalist as possible when I'm on the road again. But the upgrade I'm referring to is that car with 8 years and 200,000 miles needs a little TLC now, and it's later in its life, and I need a bigger space if I'm gonna do this full time. And so I'm just talking about a van upgrade, you know, at some point in the first quarter of next year. So, but not paying rent is going to make that happen really fast. So,
well, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he told me that you guys can, if you go like to one of these places where you buy here, pay here, you could get stuff into an RV very cheap.
Yeah, I'm not looking for an RV. I'm just going to get a van, just like any other van. That's the life. Now, I may upgrade that van type of van from what I was thinking being a cargo van, regular just cargo van, Ford Econoline, or that type of van, 250 or so, and they might get a box truck like Brian on Adventures of Van Man has,
or Sister D.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I liked how she did that. It looked cool in there.
Well, I'm basing mine more on a video from a guy that has, and he was a video tour on another channel, and I can't find it again, save my life. But he has a like a box van like that, and he's got it decked out to where he has everything, including solar panels, max fan or fantastic. I think he's got a max fan, but his vehicle's still so stealth that he drives around the big cities of the Northeast and still camps right in the city. It just looks like any other delivery truck or anything like that, sitting there on the side of the road, and he can literally park anywhere, and nobody bats an eye about it. And once he closes that thing up, once he parks it and closes it up, you look at it from the outside, you can't tell there's somebody in there, not one bit. And people, police, whoever, people in the neighborhood just gonna drive right on by that thing and not even think twice about it. But I really like the way he. I mean, you look inside this box truck he built, and it looks like the inside of a brand new RV. It's just beautiful how he's made it a home in there, and everything practical. And then I saw another box van build yesterday, where the guy revealed, the guy that built did the customization, revealed a shower that you couldn't even see was there before he made the necessary adjustments, and all of a sudden there's a full shower right there, and it's like, That is so clever the way he hid that. So, I'll be
Look
trying.
at Johnny's Journey. She has a shower that's in the floor completely.
Yeah.
You know, she has a complete shower in the floor. And I was looking at it like, holy shoot. Call that being you don't even know it's there until she pulls it apart.
Gracie, I forgot what you're referring to. I can do that. Yeah, I'm just like, I just throw everything in the car and I just roll on out. And I really, it's not a driving thing for me to move from the car to a bigger thing, because right off the bat, I am upgrading one thing in my car right off the bat, and that's I'm going to get a canopy tent, because I'm going to want to be inside like a canopy tent on wet, rainy days rather than sitting in my car. So, and I'm looking at a tent that has windows, plastic windows, so you can relatively see pretty well looking out. But my tent itself can also fit inside the canopy that I'm looking for very comfortably and still have everything I need in there. I'll have a little kitchen in there, and that's inspired by somebody that I met at my second RTR, and then again I hung out with them in at the third RTR. So I met him at my second, and I hung out with him again at my third RTR. And he now lives at Slab City. Not going to say his name because I don't have permission to do that. But the way his original, he's in a big old bookmobile van now, but he used to be in just a regular cargo van. And his setup for his cargo van is what's inspiring my thinking on how I want to move from the car into a bigger vehicle. There's going to be gas considerations, but considering I have a hybrid that goes 600 miles per tank, that's not going to happen in a Ford Econoline 250 or 150 extended. That's not going to be the case. But you know, it's gonna force me even more so to take my time a little more time where I'm at each stop, rather than, because in my car, you know, it works on your brain that, oh, I got a hybrid, I can go 600 miles, I'm gonna go explore. So you jump in the car and throw everything in the car and go explore. And the next thing you know, you're staying where you went to explore at, and you know, somebody's in the basement. I can't do anything about it. I think I heard somebody pop in. Who's ever in the basement? We don't have any controls.
There's probably just notifications on my end.
Is this Ron, the guy? Okay, let's see what we got here. What Gracie's?
Hey, do you have brother's phone number so you could give him a call to see when he's going to be back?
He'll be back.
He'll be back. He's just eating dinner. Remember, they're 3 hours. They're 3 hours behind us. So
yeah,
it's just
it's dinner hour there.
It's just 7 o'clock there.
Oh, okay. So
It's just 7:09 there, where it's 10:09 here.
How'd you find that, Gracie? I've been looking everywhere for that. Hold on, can I share? Or no, Michael will have to pop it up, won't he? Yeah, that's the video.
It's like I was saying, it's probably just notifications from my PC. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that looks like the guy to me, Gracie. Let me look a little bit further that I was talking about. Yep, that's it. Just passed through from the front cab and look inside that. That's beautiful. You can't see it because I can't share it with you, but he's got LED lights along the top of the cabinets to just brighten it up and color it up some. I mean, that's beautiful inside there. Gracie says, I'm smart. That's how I found it. No, but that's helping. That's kind of inspiring me. This video, and y'all can click the link and see the video if you want. But it's that kind of box truck that's inspiring me on the box truck side. And I think I saw D is here. No, I thought I saw.
No, Box Indy's not in here.
Okay, so that's on the box side for me. It's kind of inspiring me, and I just recently saw that, and I was already thinking about a box truck. So this really cement. Are you watching it, Kenny?
Watching what?
The video and the link Gracie put out.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay,
I'm
well,
actually just flipping through my phone in general.
yeah. So that this inspires me even more towards the box truck thing, but I'm also looking at like just a regular cargo van, outfitted cargo van like Chrome has. And Chrome is very inspirational too, his home. So I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at people like Foresty Force, and so adventure, the adventure 4-wheel adventure van like they have is would be, or something like this but fitted out for overland. Some overland tracking is what I'm thinking of eventually. But right now I'm happy with my car, and it's not going to stop me from starting. And later on I'll be when I have something that's more 4-wheel drive and more overland, I'll definitely be looking at WeBoost. Because some of those places you drive over land too, but got a weak signal or something, and that WeBoost will help that. What's that, Kenny?
I was going to say, may I ask when the 022 is?
Gracie has that nailed down. I know it's in June, but I don't know the specific dates right offhand.
It's in June, okay.
But yeah, the back roads I was talking about earlier, it's risky if you're like Nate was talking about, pulling a boat tow behind, and you get in a situation or on a road where you can't turn around. I have done that in my car. Been in areas where I could not turn around in my car, much less did I get down there in a pull behind because I was trying to be adventurous and got myself into a fix. So yeah, he's got a point there. But that just teaches you when it happens, that just teaches you, hey, I need to slow down and map and take a closer look at these routes before I actually go into the back country on some dirt road, because I was where was I the other day? I was coming back from New Mexico a couple of weeks ago, and went out there to take somebody out there, and then I stayed out there for a little bit to enjoy the countryside. And when I was coming back, I went down a perfectly normal looking road on Google Maps, and the next thing I know, I was on a back dirt road through. It was flat, thank goodness. But it was a dirt road for like 50 miles. And I'm like, oh my God, I hope there's no problems on this road anywhere, because I'm in a car and I'm following Google Maps. And as it turned out, you'll get video later of it, but it turned out just fine. But when you're in a car, there's no way it's supposed to be on, rutted roads or anything like that. It's kind of scary what might lay up ahead until you can get back on the asphalt. My car, I've taken it places I had no business taking it, and it came through just fine. But getting into those places in the first place wasn't intended. It was, most of it was all accident. I mean, I went through passes over. You look at the pass to the southeast of Canyon City, Colorado, over the mountain range there, and you'll know what I mean, that I took my car all the way over the pass, and there was nowhere, nobody, no way that anybody could rescue me without launching, an effort if my car had not made it out of there, because I was quite a bit back in the backcountry on that ride, and I didn't, I was just looking for an off-highway route back to Interstate 25 from where I was at, and that's the route it took me. And next thing I know, I'm on what looks like a road, but it's kind of road and it's kind of not road, and it's this way all the way down this thing, and I was so far in by the time the road got bad that I had to go across, because I was getting low on fuel, and getting back to where there was fuel back the other direction wasn't going to happen. So I had to go for it. That's another thing, getting yourself into areas where on the back roads where, you say, I got enough gas. I'm going to check this road out and I'll get gas afterwards. Because getting gas requires, that much further to go, or that much further to go back. I never go back for gas, so I'm kind of keeping an eye on it once it starts getting low, and I haven't filled it up yet. And then I decided to take a side road. Well, that's what happened. And I got so far at that point when the road got bad that I had no indication it was going to get that bad. But there was no turning back. It was either go for it or stop right there and have somebody bring me some gas. So I could turn around, or just turn around and just go into the gas, run out, or get closer to town or whatever. But you do have to watch out for things like that. I was a little bit loose with my travels because I have a light car that's easy to get in and out of places and stuff, unless they're rutted roads, and then it gets quite challenging. But some of that over the mountain pass in Colorado that day, some of that was more akin to rock climbing. So it was very difficult. And but I made it to the other side, luckily. And other side there was a gas station. I was my gas gauge was blinking, fill me up, by the time I got to the other side of that pass, and I had to coast down to try to conserve gas on the way. But I got to it and it was okay. But you do have to watch out for that stuff, like Nate says, and especially if you're towing something. I know I went up a pass. I'm not up a pass, but I went to a freecampsites.net site one time, and it was dark because I was tired. I just wanted to find some place to camp and fix something to eat right quick, and then kick back and watch a movie and go to sleep. And I ended up the top of I went up about 2,000 feet to where this campsite was, up a 1-lane track. By the time I started heading up there, I knew what was behind me and what was available up the road, and what, how far back how far back I had to go. And I was too tired. I just wanted to run it, and I finally got up.
Here we go. We got you. He's back.
Finally got up that 1-lane track on probably, some of it was probably 7 or 8% grade going up a very short distance. And I'm in a hybrid sedan out there. I'm not in a 4-wheel drive, but the road was impeccable going up there. I had no trouble with the road. It was just, just how much further it was to the site I was trying to get to. The fact that I'm driving up a mountain in a car on a dirt road, mostly a dirt road, or like pea gravel. But I found a clearing on a level part up after I'd gone up about 2,000 feet, and it was just a little grass meadow beside the road. And I had seen a couple of other camping places and one other camper along the way going up there. I finally just said, I've gotten this far. I'll just stay here tonight, and I'll wait till daylight and get back down the mountain in the daylight. And it turned out to be one of the best camping situations I've ever had. It's just an overnight or two, but I loved it. I put a pin on the place.
Quite a story.
Yeah. That car is, like I said, it's been places it had no business being. But I'm to the point, and it's to the point now, and its age and everything, and over, I think, probably 210,000 miles on it now. I turned over 200,000 miles turned over in, I want to say M21 or Mayberry. It was one of those meetups. I'll have to go back and look. I took a picture of the odometer and stuff. So I remember exactly where I was when that car turned 100,000 miles. When it turned over from 5 numbers to 6 to 100,000. I got a video showing it changing to 100,000, and then I look up and there's the United States Capitol building. So I know where I was. So I know I was where I was that one, but I have to go back and look at the 200,000 mark. Is that me? I think it was Mayberry, but it might have been an M21. But
so you're going to shoot for 300,000 or 400,000, or what's next?
That car seems like it'll go at least another 100,000 because I've only had one major problem with it, and that was a blown fuse. And it was just fluke.
That's a major problem, a blown fuse.
No, it was a house fuse. The fuse cost $250 or something.
Okay, not bad.
But it was the master fuse, so nothing in the car worked once it blew. And it was the fuse between, I think, the house battery, which is the hybrid battery. All that ties together. It was the fuse that shuts everything off from between those and the car.
You think it was just weak, or you think maybe something caused that? Like it?
I don't know.
Something on or off, or
I don't know. I was out. I'm a train geek. I'm a rail fan, and so I was out chasing trains one day here locally, down around my Texas hometown, about 40 miles from here, and I was chasing trains around trying to get film of them because I have a train channel too. It's a very young channel. I don't pay near as much attention to it that I should, but. It just is gone. I was in the middle of a turn, and all of a sudden, zip, it's all gone. And when that thing,
no rhyme or reason, huh?
No, and when it shuts down like that, quite surprisingly, it doesn't turn. So I'm like, I'm headed for the ditch, and I'm like trying to turn this thing.
Oh boy!
Oh God! Because I went for power steering and using my pinky or my single finger, turning it, to having to put my arms and everything into it to get it, because I was in motion when it happened, and so I had to steer it to keep it out of the ditch. It was a backcountry road, so there's ditches on each side.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kept it. It managed to coast on that road a short distance to somebody's driveway. I was able to get it out of the road, but and it was just inside my insurance company's allowance for didn't cost me nothing to have it towed back from there all the way back about 47 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So that was an adventure. But yeah, you got to be careful on the back roads because like Nate says, Google Earth's not 100% dependable in all things, and roads that are mapped out on there look passable because they've got a blue line or whatever color line it is through them, and nothing that says warning. If you're not a 4-wheel drive with big tires or whatever they call them, don't go down this road. And
what they do is these you need a specialized GPS for RVing and camping. We used to use them in Boy Scouts. They're about this big, and we would carry them on our pack with us. And they have every. You ever see that movie called Up? where the
No.
kid has a GPS.
Yeah, I haven't
Yeah.
seen it.
Well, they actually got those. We had those. And I'm telling you, those will save your life if you're outside. Because they go right to satellite and right back. Very simple.
Gracie says so much for traveling back roads. Actually, you know, when I try to make that decision whether I'm going to go down this road or not, I think back to the last times that I got myself into fixes with that car, and I depend a little too much on the memory of that car making it through there, and I'm like, it's going to be all right, and I press the gas pedal and go. You know, I keep going, but now I will make sure that if I'm doing any adventuring or exploring or whatever, that the tank is as full as possible when I'm heading out into remote areas.
How many
And
gallons is your tank?
Also keep going I'll keep going down the road as long as the road's passable. If it starts to look janky, then I'll turn around and go back. But I always make sure
how many gallons is your tank?
I don't know how many gallons it is.
Well, I'm going to suggest you take one of those 25-gallon red gas canisters, fill it up, just in case you have that problem again, and put it in your back seat.
In my back seat? No, I don't like the smell of gas fumes in my car. And putting it in my trunk, I'd have to jump up and down on it to get it down in there with everything else in there. I don't want to
Lord.
gas.
Boom! Oh, Jesus, I just killed Rod Sees America.
So I'll fill it up, and it tells me I have usually says just on the miles, how many miles for this tank, about 593, 595, something like that. But when you drive a hybrid, or at least for me driving a hybrid, I've learned how to extend the distance that this thing is not. If the motor's not running, it's not using fuel. So my car doesn't use fuel going down hills. It doesn't use fuel at stoplights. It doesn't use fuel when it's coasting on level ground until it does. But I know every way there is possible to make that car drink much less gas, and I've made it go 660 miles before on one tank doing that.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's great.
Now there's a term for that. I forget what the term is when you try to stretch a gas tank as far as it'll go before you have to fill it up again. But
rationing.
Say for instance, I'm west of Ely, Nevada. You know where I'm talking about, Michael?
Yeah.
Ely, Nevada.
Yes.
So you top a mountain ridge there. You can see 60 miles to the next one.
Right.
You know exactly where I'm talking about.
But I want to say just one thing to add on this is when we were getting ready to go around the United States and we were going to go in a clockwise. So we're going up to the northern states, but we thought, well, we'll start off by going to the Sierras. We'll go to Truckee and then Reno, and then we'll start heading for Elko. And so when we got to Elko, I was like, okay, this will be a nice place to stay. But wow, it's sort of like, Kenny, when you say you're going to go to Blythe, some of these cities they're really depressed. And Elko is like Blythe. It's like, once when the Great Recession hit, I just feel so sad for these cities where there's no jobs and half the stores and things are shut down. And when I got to Elko, when it's really bad, it's like Elko, because Elko, not only were a lot of businesses shut down, but the airport shut down. The airports are very expensive. And when you don't even have transportation, that's kind of like you're shutting the door. So got to Elko and it's like, wow, this is like, it's so sad. Now at the campground, which was near the river there, it was fine, and so there was a little grill restaurant, I guess, on the inside. And, met with some of the people. And one of the guys up at the bar, he says like, well, I'm a miner, and Grace mentioned something about mining and the danger, and I said, well, I don't know, Grace. I don't think most jobs are really that scary if you're a miner, you know. And he said, oh yeah, he says, I'm a dynamite engineer. I go, oh really? So anyway, this guy was starting to talk to us, and so to your point about it being flat, it really is. However, you know, that's where they put the freeway in, but about 10 miles to the south of it is the Ruby Mountains. And at the Ruby Mountains is the Lamoille National Forest. And, you know, when you're in flatlands, lowlands, it's all BLM land, Bureau of Land Management. But if it's mountainous, then the government would call it a national forest, because guess what? There's trees. And so we stayed at about the 6,000 feet level, maybe a little more. And man, it got, you know, it wasn't like down there at sea level. It was kind of like more like, you know, if you ever been to Palm Springs, it's sea level. But if you take the tram up to 8,000 feet, you better have a jacket on. So anyway, the point being, when we got up to the Ruby Mountains, up to Lamoille National Forest, it was beautiful. And we were only going to stay for a night, but then we said, no, we're going to stay a couple extra days. So I don't know, have you seen any of that area, Ron, when you were up around by Elko?
I did on the trip to 021. I saw some of that area. What I was referring to more specifically before, you're talking about Highway 80, Interstate 80, I think.
That's right.
Okay.
That's where Elko is, on Highway 80.
Yeah. You know, because I traveled the back roads, I'm talking about US 50.
Oh, okay.
So
yes,
you pass over a mountain pass. Well, really, it's ridges out there. It's not really mountain passes per se, but you get over one ridge, you can see 60 miles as the road goes up the next ridge, and you can see like clear line of sight, at least 60, 70 miles, but it would seem like, you know, half of it's going down and then the other half's going up. And I could coast my car, you know, except for the speed. I could coast my car from, you know, I think 75 or 80 out there and get up to full speed. And then, and Blaine got it right. It's called hypermiling. Hello, Tommy, She Devil Adventures. Welcome in. Like I'm the host. She said, hello, everyone.
You might as well. You guys all did a good job taking over. But yeah, just to this note, you know, I was mentioned earlier that so when I was in the military service and when I got out and started working for my corporate career with AT&T, I was a microwave technician. And so, you know, we know about how far the line of sight is. It's about 20 miles, could be 22, 24. You know, if it's the ocean, you know, you don't have many obstacles. It's just the water. But you're right. If you are up on a hill or a mountain, you can definitely see more than the line of sight, 20 miles, because you don't have to worry about the Earth's curvature when you have the altitude. And then, as you said,
right.
And if the other side, it goes uphill again, then you might see, you know, if it's a clear day, 40, 50 miles, perhaps even more if you've got good eyesight. But
I don't know, but
it's really interesting when you
try to find those opportunities to back off the gas pedal and the motor is off and you're just basically either going on battery power or coasting to come up over the top of one of those ridges and see that downhill view for that far. It's like, oh, nice. I'm gonna get up to the speed limit and then I'm gonna let the car do its thing and see how many miles it'll go before the engine comes back on. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so, that's a lot of fun. Yeah,
stretching it. I like living on the edge, but I don't like the edge of tall things, so I'm not doing that.
Well, in fact, now that you mention it, you got me thinking about, I'm going to get a Google map here and I'll pull it up on the screen in just a little bit and let's see where it's at. This looks like it's the Bay Area. So, in fact, I'll just go ahead and type in Elko, E-L-K-O, comma, N-N-V.
How was dinner?
NV, Nevada.
How was your dinner?
Let's see. Oh, it was great. I have a full tummy. Although, the salmon was good, and we had some nice rice. And Grace does a wonderful job on doing the vegetables. She steams them in the microwave. We have one of these. I think it's probably a 34-year-old Tupperware, but the way it works, and she got it like for $1 or $2 at the one of the thrift stores. But she puts it in for 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And I know a lot of people, you just like, well, I'll hit 300 or 200, but I've always been to use repeating numbers: 33 seconds, 55 seconds, 88 seconds, 3 minutes and 33 seconds. So at any rate, it came out delicious. But, I was still, with the kind of leaner food, not a lot of protein. Well, enough. But guess what? Guess who's watching me as I'm eating? Kaliki, the Siberian Husky. So I'm going to share the salmon with him. He's happy with that. And we had a couple shrimps. Grace had most of them. But I decided I was going to have a little dessert.
So
and my desserts, what do I like for dessert? I like to have oftentimes just a bowl of cereal. So I had a cereal for dessert. Anyway, I wanted to kind of get over to show you this. What's going on here? Is this screen?
Aha, we do it. Rod Sees America does got a green screen.
Here it is. So we're going to get like a little mini me. Zoop. Okay. And so this is Elko, Nevada that you're seeing around me. And I'm going to zoom out. And Ron was saying about the road that he said Highway 50. And it got me thinking about I think I need some glasses because Google has a small screen. But hold on a second.
Take your time. No falling.
Okay, I am back. And so, last trip we were on, we went up the Pacific Northwest, and we went to, over a week was supposed to be with the Escapers group. That's the X. It's a subgroup of the escapees. That was right near the Grand Tetons. This is 225, Ron. So at Elko here is right on the screen. And so, normally we would be going across Interstate 80, like you said. And the Lamoille Mountains, you can see this big green stuff beneath it there. And so the Ruby Mountains are just awesome. But this 225 that's going north, I see Wild Horse, and before you know it, you get up here to the border of the great state of Idaho. So what we did is you can kind of see where I'm moving here. But we were up by the Grand Tetons. We went to Idaho Falls, then Pocatello on 84, coming around to Twin Falls, and we wanted to kind of say, would Boise maybe be a nice place to live? So you start coming back up on 84. And so we visited with some friends and saw a lot of there. Beautiful spot. The Boise River, the green belt over there is great. But now how are we going to get back to California? So there's Boise. And then you got the Nevada, Oregon, and, Sacramento is there. So we just headed south when you were talking about going on 50. So instead... I said, let's just go on this 51. And, it was like, you don't see anything for like 50 miles or more. No. So you make sure you got enough gas in your vehicle.
That's the road that you want to make sure, if you're me, that you want to make sure that you have a pretty full, or if not completely full, gas tank. And
Amen.
You really think about your water, your food, everything when you start hitting a road like that.
Yeah. It was pretty desolate, and that was fine. But so we eventually did end up going right there through Elko again. Mm-hmm. But and now that road was just like you say. It was like long, straight, but there's some mountains, 1,000, 2,000 feet you go up and down. But
I came through
it's not one. It's a.
I was going to say I came through there actually in when I went out to 021.
Yeah, that would be a good way to go through there. I mean, it's you don't have a lot of traffic or anything like that. The thing that, as I kind of mentioned about Elko and about Blythe or some of these cities that have gotten depressed where the jobs have left, And you sure see that in some of Southern California when you get out towards the Salton Sea around in that spot. But one of the cities we went through is like, oh, there's supposed to be a casino, but no, even the casino was shut down. But there's always one thing that you're going to have along the road, and that's a gas station. There'll be at least one gas station
You
where
assume
people,
that.
you got to
You
get
assume.
gas. Yeah.
That's what you assume.
Yeah. So, yeah, but it is kind of interesting when you go through there. And so I guess each state and each part of the state, has its charm. And, this is one of the great things about travel. And Mark Twain, I liked it. My mother, I think, taught me this one. And then I've also, having been to up by John's neck of the woods there where Mark Twain or Samuel Clemens was. But this one right here. Travel is fatal to prejudice. It's actually a little longer than that, but that is so true. When you go to these places, and if you have preconceived notions, and once you get there, you kind of see what makes people tick. As my mom would say, you can smell the weather, and you really get a chance to use all your senses to immerse yourself. And, as you would travel like you do there, Ron.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say one of the reasons now, when I went down that Interstate 80, it's because that's the route. There's no other back road route towards Northern California from that part of the country. I had no choice but to do that. But if I was using that to go to Reno, and I was using it to get to the route inside California in the northern part of California so that I could go up to Oregon. And
yes,
any other time when I didn't have a specific destination I was trying to get to by a specific time, I would take 50 to Reno and in that area in Truckee. But the great thing about 50 versus that 80 route, if you're just going to Reno from the east, is that almost along the entire route of 50 out there in the desert, once it really gets out there, desolate in the desolate areas, in between the mountain ranges and the desert, each side of the road has been decorated over the decades since US 50 was created by people who have taken that route, and they'll get out and they'll write their name in rocks. They'll tag their, Joe was here, so-and-so 1958. It's like that guy drove down through here in a 57 Chevy and stopped and put his name here. And it evokes all these imaginings, these visions in your head about the history of that road and the people that have come. And this was before there was a Highway 80, an Interstate 80, whatever. It's 80, right? Or 85 or something.
Yeah, it's 80. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was before. Some of them dates were from before Interstate 80, 70, any of those interstates were out there. So 50 was the route west through mid part of the country, north.
Like
south.
the old Route 66 that's so popular, these roads. That was how you got
Did
around.
you hear that our government is talking about redoing Route 66?
No.
Hadn't heard that.
Yep.
No, hadn't heard that.
In this new program to do the help the economy, the Build Back program or whatever they're calling it. Infrastructure, Route 66 is on the list.
No,
that's good.
Okay.
That's good to hear if that's going to happen, because I'm more partial to the vintage 66, but if there's an opportunity to develop a new Highway 66, it'd be interesting to see.
No, they're not going to be renewing. What they're going to do is they're going to take, how they got sections of Route 66 goes into the new one that's there already.
Yeah.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to make Route 66 on one side be the old Route 66, and they're going to pave it and everything. They're talking. So you'll be able to take the Highway and go faster if you want, or you'll be able to take the slow-mo Route 66 and relax.
But they don't usually build roads in this country except for development plans. So I'm sure they wouldn't do that unless they had a plan to develop along there, John. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is. They're saying that there's a lot of businesses on there already. There's businesses all over there. Like if you look at the books that they have, you got that Giant, you got the all that good stuff.
Have you been along that route, John?
I've been there with, not personally, but I've been there with other YouTubers when I watch them on YouTube.
Yeah.
And like right now, Keeping Your Daydream is on Route 66.
Parts of that route have been merged into newer roads that
yeah.
And you know, the parts in between that haven't been upgraded or haven't been you know, kept up or anything have just been left to go back to nature.
Yeah.
But if they're gonna rebuild the original Route 66, I'm sure they're doing so with development in mind, because they don't make any roads these days unless they plan on developing them.
Well,
that is true. Yeah. Say, going back just a little bit there, I see Kathleen. Great to have you here. And she says, US 395 from Winnemucca to Klamath Falls says, interesting route. If you like steep downhill grades and hairpin turns, thank you for that. But, you know, I'm going to go to this map again. And so I just, you know, I like to use like some of these ones where you have all the points of interest along the way. But to start off with, Google is fine. So you're up at Portland there, Renee. And so once you get to Eugene is where you make the critical decision. Do you want to go the valley through California, or are you adventurous? You want to go to the mountains? And obviously this time of year and in January, if you're going to go to Quartzsite, the mountain on 395 is not the best way, but let's just talk about it. So it says if you were to go down on Interstate 5, you're going to have basically 18 hours. And if you want to go the other way, it's going to be, it says 19 hours. It's about the same miles, 1,200 miles one way, 1,172 the other. So the miles are about the same, but, you know, obviously, you know, with your vehicle, Renee, it doesn't you don't have problems with the hills like some people with a Class A or pulling a big fifth wheel or whatever. But still, this section here, when you go right through the border, you know, it's you might see some snow, you might have to put change, might not. But, you know, parts of 395, you might find 4 to 6 or 8 hour delays and things like that this time of year. So probably not your best bet. But so what we do, you know, we're starting basically around by Sacramento from the San Francisco area. We'll pick it up at maybe 50 miles south of it. But we'll go to our first night. We'll be at Bakersfield there where you see me kind of moving it around. And let's see if I can zoom in a little bit there. But that's a good first place. Now, this doesn't show it, but another way to do it is you go out through Barstow, out through the desert, and you're sort of kind of heading in, not up to Las Vegas, but along that route. And then you come down and you start cutting down south once you get just around by the Mojave Desert. So when you get right up almost to Nevada, you go down on the Colorado River and you start going down south. And this is a really nice picturesque way. And so we, in fact, will be spending about 10 days at Lake Havasu with the Escapers group. They have a rally. 2 years ago, it was about 250 people, very well organized, lots of things to do every day. So we're going to do that before we start heading down to Box Van D and the rest down there in the Quartzsite area. So we prefer to come down 95. And it actually goes all the way to Yuma. You know, the people who want to get their drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, not those other kind of drugs, but they'll go get either your supply of like the statins, you know, for blood medicine and things like that. Or some people they get their dental work, be sure you find out which are the good dentists down there at the other side of the Yuma border. But
most come up here and get
there's,
educated.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But the other way is not bad. I mean, if you want to go down Interstate 5, you're going the freeway the whole way, and then you kind of cut across here by San Bernardino and get on Interstate 10. As we know, all the freeways, the higher the number, the more they are north. So 10 is the farthest south, 90 is the farthest north.
Exactly.
And we talked about 80 be the next one north.
And they're all even.
And anything with even number goes east and west. So, when you get to the borders, well, excuse me, I'm going to go over here a little bit further. There we go. There's Quartzsite. So here's the border town on the Colorado River, which is Blythe.
Blythe, yeah.
And as I mentioned, if you come down through the other way, up through, Barstow and that, and Lake Havasu, you'll come down right there in this area. And I say when you get to Blythe, a good spot to at least, if you need to check your cell phones, do a video if you're a YouTuber, or at least check your emails and whatever, you're going to get good cell reception at Blythe. Now, Quartzsite, yeah, when there's 2,000 or 3,000 tourists, fine. When you get 10, 50,000 tourists, maybe at, 1 in the morning till 5 in the morning, you'll be okay. But, you'll have congestion. This last time we went 2 years ago, we didn't do very well with AT&T, but for some reason, Verizon that year was much better. We were about 5 miles south of Quartzsite. So, but do try to, before you get into Quartzsite, when you're going through Blythe, is, do some of your business there just in case, you try to do something during the daytime hours or supper time hours. Basically, people at about 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock when they wake up, they'll be on the internet. And in the afternoon to the evening, they'll be very heavy. So just kind of a heads up. But going back here on this route, go ahead.
Tracy's asking if you'll put yourself up solo to make the map bigger.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, by golly. That is a genius thing to do.
I have a question for you.
There you go. Remove
I
the
have
banner.
a question.
Go ahead. Go with your question, sure.
Coming from Connecticut, okay, how far is it? Because I knew on Google it said it's a 3-day trip to Quartzsite.
Well, here's the deal. If you're a glutton for punishment, you could do 600-700 miles. I know Kevin Nomock experience will do sometimes a little bit more, but most of us humans, we would like to have to sleep. So if you figure, okay, let's say you're on the freeway, you don't stop much for potty breaks or have much to eat, then you might be able to do 1,000 miles a day. But to do 3 days in a row, and I know he's done that, it is grueling. Okay, and they're asking me to remove the banner. There we go. So I'm going to hold on a second. But no, I would say if you can make 600-700 miles a day, you probably want to see something along the way. So you're not going to go 3,000 miles in 3,000 days most all the time. So anyway, getting to the map here. So sorry, I didn't have it soloed there. But so here's Quartzsite, and there's Highway 95 going north and south. And Interstate 10 is going east and west. So going back to, if you want to go the through the Central Valley on Interstate 5. I'm going to pull out again. So, here's we're up at Portland, Eugene, Medford, Redding, which is where I grew up there by Lake Shasta, Sacramento, and down to, this is all the Central Valley. In summertime, it's hot. This time of year, it's fine. Bakersfield, and Bakersfield is where you have the option to maybe go on Highway 40 and then come down on 95, or just continue on Interstate 5. It's either work. You don't have problems with a lot of snow, although when you go through the Tehachapi Pass, right here, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on it. When you get to Tehachapi, before you get to Barstow, it will get down at freezing night. I stayed at, or Grace and I did at a RV park there just outside of Tehachapi. And Kaliki, he wanted to stay outside all night. He's a Siberian Husky. He's like, I'm from the Arctic. I'm from Russia. I'm Siberian Husky. and he was born in Alaska, so that's another story. But it's mostly it's just cool in the wintertime. And but I'd say most people will go down Interstate 5. The only whereas that I would say would be if you want to go on Interstate 5, don't do it during rush hour, you know. So if it's like, oh, yeah, but if you're going to be getting down there at like 2 in the afternoon through 6 in the evening, it's not going to be pretty, even though there's a lot of different freeways. So like Highway 134 to the 210, the Pasadena freeway is probably better than going down through Los Angeles, Interstate 10. But, you know, there's you're not going to probably want to do that if it's during rush hour. We did one year. This was kind of surprised me. We got to Burbank going to Quartzsite and thought, well, you know, we have an Elks Lodge membership, and there's an Elks Lodge right near the Burbank airport, not right at it, but we just stayed right in the LA basin before going the next day.
How about
so
a drink?
The last time I went down, I went towards San Bernardino Riverside, but you know, there's Cabela's stores and RVers sometimes, like they do with Walmart, they stay at a Cabela's, and it's Bass Pro in California. They don't call it Cabela's; they have Bass Pros, but it's the same company that owns them both. And I went in and said, "Hey, can I spend the night in the parking lot?" You know, I bought some things there at the sporting goods store. Oh yeah, sure. So anyway, I spoke a lot, but what do you guys have to say about this neck of the woods?
I'm going to say that having never been in that neck of the woods until my approach to O21, and O21 is substantially up the coast of Oregon. But I've got to come live there in my car for at least 3 months. I've got to at least 3 months because I'm just mesmerized by the landscapes up there.
There's so many different ecosystems in that regard. Yeah, you get lost. You know, it's sort of like me when I get on the internet. I don't know about you guys, but with an hour or two, why did I come here in the first place? So, at any rate, it's kind of funny how you get, you know, like sidetracked
and exploring and stuff, and you forget the reason why you're heading that way to begin with.
All right, guys, I'm gonna drop down because my phone's starting to overheat.
All right, John.
Okay, well, good seeing you. Okay, be good, John.
See you next
Have
week.
A good evening. Yeah, good job with your new lighting. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Here you go, guys. Before I drop.
13 feet, 6 inches tall. Wow.
That's a small ring, though. It's not that big.
We can see you now.
All right.
Good work.
Okay, good
Thanks.
night. 31-footer. Wow. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that's, yeah. Gracie, because I have the 25, you know, Grace and I do. And I remember yours is about 6 foot longer, especially if you're pulling something, you know, then it really gets long. The RV GPS 890. I can't remember what model ours is. We do have the Garmin RVer unit, and it does a great job about 80% of the time. The thing is that, you know, it's all about, you know, the programming. They call it the algorithms, you know, and how it looks at the roads and the database and where you want to go and what's the road jams and everything. We found that if it doesn't know when it crosses water what the height of the bridge or how much weight it will be, it will try to reroute you around it. And up there about 60 miles north of San Francisco on the Russian River that goes from the ocean out to Santa Rosa, one time it wanted to make us to go like 50 miles around. It's like ridiculous. Where we're going was only like 6 miles away. And I realized eventually that if it doesn't know about obstructions, you know, if you have it in the RV or truckers mode, it's going to be concerned about that you may not be able to go under certain heights. So I thought, you know, I just went in the transportation mode for a car And I think I'll just be careful if I'm by bridges, make sure that, we can do 10,000 pounds, which is not a big deal for a bridge, and that, can go over 11 feet, which we're about 11 feet. So, that's one thing where those Garmin's can be great. Their programming isn't as sophisticated as you find on, say, Google Maps or that sort of thing. So, but they both have their place. We love both of them. It's when they have different ideas. It's like, who do I trust? Do I trust Google? Do I trust Siri? Do I trust Garmin? I just don't know. So, okay, I got the wrong orientation here. We're all kind of side by side. There we go.
I was going to say.
So,
I was fixing to ask if you'd special.
we were a little too skinny, weren't we? We are skinny.
On the back of your head was distracting me, Kenny. There's some bug or something on there. I can't tell.
But
I'm just joking. There's not really nothing on the back of your head.
Yeah. But anyway, well, I was going. I wanted to say. Welcome.
Hey, Gypsy and Vanilla Gorilla.
Gypsy and Vanilla Gorilla. They're new.
Welcome.
They're new to your channel, Michael.
Yeah, I love that Vanilla Gorilla and the Gypsy. Wow, cool name.
Yeah, very nice.
I gotta see their
our little community here.
And that is your logo there you have for your icon is just awesome. Good job.
I've actually met them in person.
The Gypsy there.
So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
They've actually come down to. They're actually from Ohio, and I've met them in person, and they're a good fun couple to meet. So.
Yeah, I've enjoyed seeing them around since I first saw them join with us for these chats and live streams. So. Had a lot of fun, and actually been over their channel a couple of times watching videos too.
They actually do a lot of they go to different yard sales and different auctions and find things, and they even grow. They even have a garden. They grow peppers, and they do a mixture of different things with their channel.
By the way, Kathleen, is that, our Rand McNally Truckers Atlas is right by my tailbone there because, in the we have the kind of a Sprinter type configuration in the front. It has the Mercedes engine, but it's on the Dodge 3500 chassis on our Class C. And right there by the emergency brake, there's a spot where it'll put in. And, unlike most maps, which the pages are going to get frayed, as is all the pages are plastic coated. So you can put a grease marker or whatever on them if you want to. And so as you suggest there, it's got, dozens of indexes. And one of them, you can see where the low points are. And obviously truckers need to know that kind of thing. So RVers, we can capitalize on the good stuff. Well, we do have some apps that also do this, but, sometimes it's just better, like you said, is just to have a map to get a good view. And if you don't have internet connectivity, no problemo. You just use your truckers.
If you're stuck without a paper map, Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla says, trust the sun and keep a compass.
Mm-hmm.
Like the old days when we find our way out of trouble with the compass and the sun, just like the old days. That never fails you. What fails you is not taking appropriate action when you find yourself in a bind, and or you can start out with believing that you have all the supplies that you need for a excursion out in the middle of nowhere, like we were talking about earlier. But sometimes things happen, and luckily I stick to mainly U.S. highways because there's going to be somebody along a U.S. highway eventually, probably before you die. So if you run out of supplies, I don't think that's going to happen. But if you go out on them roads, on the side roads, and keep going towards a mountain range or something and keep going, trust the sun if you get lost, and keep a compass handy because As long as you know where north is, you know where everything else is.
Beautifully said. Yeah, that's a good point. What's the longest you've been gone at a time, Ron?
8 months.
8 months. That's
Yeah.
plenty. Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like you're a full timer after that amount, don't you?
Thanks for saying that. Excuse me. I was just reading Gypsy's comment. What was that, Michael?
Oh yeah. I say it's when you're gone that long, it's almost like you feel like you're a full timer because it's like once you've been gone for I don't know a couple of weeks, a month, whatever it is, you're at the point where now you kind of like your modus operandi, your daily routines. You kind of like it becomes instinctive, and so we find that after a week we're pretty good when you do it enough times. But it's like if we don't go for a month or two, it's like there's always a little bit of like tweaking, but after a month it's sort of like you've definitely got a routine. In fact, when I've been on cruise ships, where I was a guest lecturer, once you're gone for a while, you don't know what day of the week it is, you don't know what day of the month it is. You only know how many days it is until you get off of the cruise ship.
That is so true. When I was traveling, as I was saying earlier, it was part of a year-long experiment for me myself to test out the nomadic lifestyle and test it out, put it to the test. So much of what we do, with everything we do or everything we try on the road when you're in a nomadic lifestyle is about testing. Test this and see if it works out for you. If you don't, get rid of it. But testing the lifestyle itself is something I thought was necessary to do. Because I've been in a sticks and bricks my entire life, and I don't have no, I could pay for one and still have a little money left over and live comfortably, but it's just the sense of adventure that I have, and rather than being one of those people that says, "Oh, I can't wait till I retire and then I'm going to hit the road and see the country and all that," I've decided I'm going to do it while I'm working. You can do that if you're digital. If you work digitally, I'll be technically a digital nomad, but that part of that year effort was cut off at 8 months because of the pandemic. And
right.
so I had to come back and hunker down in sticks and bricks because you don't know what's open, what's closed anymore. And you go to stores to get groceries and the shelves are empty, and it's time to come back home and get back in sticks and bricks. And by home, I mean just general area of Texas where I'm from. I have friends and family here, and so it was natural for me to come back here, and I got the sticks and bricks for the pandemic. But I was there. I learned from that 8 months what I need to do for when I get back out on the road. And yeah, you tweak a little bit, but after 8 months, you got the basics, and the basics are easy for me to swallow. And I sleep in the passenger seat of my car just fine. And I've decided, now's the time to head back out on the road and begin that lifestyle with the semi-permanence in mind. And just I've got Mooch Dock here, Mooch Docks in the west, Mooch Docks in the east, Mooch Base in the east, and my family in the east told me I'm covered, because you get exhausted, like what you're talking about, John, trying to do an express trip out to Quartzsite on the road. It's pretty grueling. It didn't used to be for me.
Absolutely, yeah.
I used to be able to drive from Texas to Virginia Beach, Virginia, within a 24-hour period, and now it takes me 3 days. Because
but you're not in a hurry, right?
Usually I'm not in a hurry. When I am in a hurry, it still takes me 2 days. I've got to stop and rest now that I'm older than I used to have to do. And Gypsy and Vanilla Grill, I appreciate you saying that about my channel. Thank you for viewing and watching. Appreciate
Very
that.
thoughtful, yes. So Gypsy and Vanilla, you mentioned about Hicksville, and so I'm going to go ahead and get this one minimized. And so here is your Hicksville right there, where I've got the. I don't know if you can see my. maybe I'm going to move this. Well, we'll leave it here anyway. So I'm going to kind of zoom out, and we're going to take a look at your fair state there on Highway 18,
Oh, I love
crossing
Ohio.
with 2.
I didn't know
Yeah,
it. But
it
I love
is.
Ohio since the first time I visited. Which wasn't all that long ago, but I've been back 3 times since.
There it is. So Defiance is off to the east, and then you've got Fort Wayne here down a little bit to the southwest. And my wife loved Fort Wayne because when she was a little girl, her mom would read to her about this man. He liked apples. You know who that might be? We'll talk about that. You think about that. But there's Cleveland, of course. We got to Cleveland. My wife went to the Hall of Fame. There is no place to park an RV around by Cleveland. It's like, oh, well, but we did stay near there and on the water. It was gorgeous. So you mentioned about the film industry. And in addition to the area you're talking about there, I'm going to show you one out there in our kind of neck of the woods, which was before Hollywood also. And so let's see, here's San Francisco. There is Walnut Creek. And right down about in this area is where the city of San Leandro and Fremont are at. And back in the days before the talkies, Charlie Chaplin, I'm to get it right, and others. So that's where the actual West Coast film industry was before it moved to Hollywood. When the talkies came, it got away from there. But that was like the big area in California where the filming started, if you take a look at it. So kind of curious to hear that Ohio was big on it also.
Yeah.
Always love to learn about history.
Yeah, that's it. That is interesting that they basically waysided there during their trek east, and then they went and was part of the beginning of Hollywood. Is pretty cool. Didn't know that.
Yeah, but you don't normally think about when you think technology. Well, okay, there were the days where it went from film to electronic to television and then other forms, radio obviously. But you don't normally think about that the days that before there were talkies until you go back and see some of those. And some of them, they had great stories, very well written. And some of them, you can't, well, how could you do comedy? But, if you had an orchestra or else it was just you played a record player, you could introduce the record to be synchronized with the video. So oftentimes it was more orchestral is what they used. But then if you had a live orchestra, which obviously cost a lot of money, but you could have like when there's something dramatic that was happening, like you could use a cymbal or a drum or, violins or whatever. It's very clever what they did.
Mm-hmm. Very.
Right now, an Amazon sale for
with the apples,
$3.99. I'm not sure what we're talking about here. What is it that's $3.99? Don't tell me Jeff Bezos gets enough of my money. And you're right. Kathleen got it. Oh,
I thought
it was Johnny Appleseed. That's right. She loved Johnny Appleseed
for a joke, but I was going to say Johnny Appleseed too.
No, yeah, that was it. You got it. Good stuff. Yeah, it's so great to go to these different places. And hey, look at this. Here's somebody. Speak of the angel. We're talking about Johnny Appleseed.
Yes, I heard you mention my Johnny Appleseed.
Hi, Grace.
Your Johnny. Tell us a little bit about Johnny.
Johnny was John Chapman, who became the legendary Johnny Appleseed, who is buried in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that we had the awesome opportunity to go visit his gravesite. And yes, he is my hero.
Yes. We had a great time there, didn't we, when we got back there? And of course, you knew all about his history already, but to see his final resting place and everything. And here's a person that was generous beyond belief, that, like you said, would give up his shoes because somebody else could use them more than he did. And he had like a steel pot, that he would put over his head for his hat. And what a character, wasn't he?
He was.
Always very generous to a fault.
So wow.
in fact, there's a,
So this is still going.
Yeah.
well, heck yes.
Michael stepped away for dinner,
It's-
and we held it down, and he come
Yeah,
back.
they took it over.
Right away. So Ron, what were you doing?
Well, the cat is gone. The mice are playing here. Look at.
Yeah. I was just sitting here, exploring around the YouTubes and saw that Michael was up just before I think he was about to end the show, and then I popped up right quick and to say hello, and we're still going.
Well, I'm not.
You'd think that
I'm
we
like-
need the hours.
I'm winding down, so I'm going to go
Yeah.
ahead and say good night. And
Don't let us keep you, Michael, if you want to go. And Grace, it was a pleasure meeting you out in Oregon. I don't think we've talked face to face since then, at least not virtually, but enjoy meeting you out there. It's good to see you.
Yes, it was good to see you as well, and I'm looking forward to Oregon 2022.
Well, I can't wait.
Yeah. So,
I like to-
Michael is a night owl, so he will keep you entertained as long as y'all want to stay. I, on the other
The night
hand,
is young and we are beautiful, honey.
I, on the other hand, am a early to bed. I like to get the early worm in the morning.
Right.
So
Well, she didn't. She had a little lubrication too. She didn't tell you that, but so we've Canadian whiskey really it helps the food go down, doesn't it, darling? Oh, shh.
I look forward to getting to meet y'all in Quartzsite.
Oh, for sure. I can't wait. We're going to have a glorious time. Just on that note, Grace, she loves music. As you noticed when we did our show earlier, is that, yeah, just a little bit. Johnny Appleseed music. These are two of her favorite things. But yeah, it was like when we were down there, is like, we love to be where if somebody has music. And so I think I'll maybe bring not my really big PA system, but a nice set of speakers. So if like Dee wants to have some of the people who want to perform music, if they got a good microphone and we can all do a sing along in the evening, it could be a great time. So Kenny, do you like to do sing-alongs?
I don't sing, people.
Oh, come on, Kenny.
No.
Okay. I have a story for you guys, and you heard it here first. And this is a truism. I actually invented karaoke.
Tell us how.
Well, I went into a bar one night and I started singing, and I was in like Oklahoma at the time, and they said, karaoke ass on out of here. And that's how it all started.
Oh.
I'm the one in these four panes that's had the pleasure of meeting everyone else that's in here and in person, and it's been a pleasure meeting all of y'all. But one thing we haven't done, none of us together, is karaoke, and I love doing karaoke, so we're gonna have to.
Us too. Yeah,
we're gonna have to do that.
Okay.
After a couple of glasses.
I do
Yes.
love karaoke.
She
I
does. She really does.
I'm super, super.
Good for you.
I'm super, super duper high right now on Adele's new CD 30. I've listened to every track numerous times, and I will tell those of you who have heard it once, if you're not feeling it yet, listen to it twice. And if you have to, listen to it 3 times, because it will hit you. When it hits you, pow, cowabunga, it hits hard. It's good. So Adele, 30. If you haven't gotten it yet, get it.
She's only 30.
No, Adele, she's 33. She's
30.
33 right now, but she always names her albums for when she starts them. So the first track that she laid down, she started when she was 30.
Okay.
So yeah. So that's a
Hey,
little
Grace,
bit of insight.
Rayleigh is kind of wanting to know about. He said, I was saying you were well lubricated, and he's wanting to know about what's this lubrication stuff.
She had a drink of wine.
Good night. Actually, whiskey.
Oh, that's right, whiskey. Michael
Whiskey.
said that.
And on that one, I'm going to say good night. Good night.
Pleasant dreams, darling. Love you, baby doll. Take care.
And her beauty sleep does her very well. She's a very beautiful woman.
Thank you. She's definitely is young at heart, and Yeah, I may be 72, but hey, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I grow up, but I still like to think that I'm a young pup. So, you do the best you can with the tools you've got, and the rest is all
That's
gravy,
exactly
right?
That's exactly right. And if it happens to be whiskey tonight, so be it. Are you using OBS? Not for nothing.
I was going to get I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and maybe show you my rig here. Now this doesn't go out on the road with me, but
right.
I have a laptop, and I do have some nice cameras with a what do you call it, HDMI to USB 3. But let me just go ahead and go on my system, and I'm going to give you a little walkthrough. It's kind of scary, but well, I'll do the best I can. Okay, yes, I'll let it do that, and okay. And I might have a audio conflict, but let's see what happens here.
And by the way, we're about to get a lesson in building on the road sound studio and video production studio from Dan Boulain, Dan Boulain Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Nice. Okay, here we go. So first of all, here is my normal PC, and I can do everything from there, but let's just turn it on. So it's a 3-monitor system, and it'll come on in a second. And I have, the typical little Logitech, when I just want to do low production. And John Chalker there, he talked about having a ring, a light ring, and so that, and so that's a nice setup.
What's the logic about the ring itself? Because I see it reflected in so many people's eyeballs and on their glasses. It's distracting.
And here's the deal. And by the way, I've got some audio coming through here, and so it's got a delay, so it kind of
you're good.
To stop. But at any rate, so the point being is a ring light is supposed to be around you, so it should be where, I'm shooting the camera through it, and it shouldn't be you see the ring, because it should be within like 6 inches to a foot away from you with a wide angle lens. Most people, they have it 2 to 4 feet away, and you got this real silly ring that looks maybe on each eye, and it's like freaky. So most people don't use them as they're intended. The ring light is okay. It's kind of diffuse. So if you have it up at an angle and have it coming down, that's the way to do it. Now, first I'm going to show you my lighting here. We'll start with the lighting. So you can see I've got one big, they call them 1x1s. These have about 600 LEDs. Right. This one, I don't have it covered. This one, see how I have a little bit of diffusing in front of it? Yeah, so in fact, let's see. I'm going to go to a solo over here just so you can see things a little better. Solo, there we go. Okay, so there's the time, there's the other light, and here's another light right here. And then there's another light. Oops, I don't have that one turned on now, but here's my green screen back here.
So those peripheral lights, are they mainly to light the screen up better?
Yeah, you want to have within a half stop to 1 stop. So I see it's just a little dimmer there, but you want a nice key so that it can actually get good definition around your head and things like that. So
I don't know.
But I have to have it up there, and then I even have another light there, so that kind of spreads it evenly. So that's the idea. So I've got about a 5-point lighting.
I watched back my live stream from last night, and I don't know what StreamYard's doing, but that quality of that was horrible. I heard they're trying to make you be able to have the background behind you without a green screen, and I don't know if I was in that mode or not, but man, that was horrible. I'm gonna.
Yeah, if you don't have it set up right, if you don't have the right lighting, it's a problem. I see like Captain Jack Scraper, who comes before us. Sometimes it's better than others, but sometimes it's kind of like a little wavy, and it's kind of a little distraction. So, okay, so you ask about my system, though. So I've got a nice big workstation there. It's less than a year old, but it's the very high-end graphics card and all that stuff. So it can render many video streams if you really wanted. This is a laptop that's not even part of the system, but although I do have an HDMI port that goes into the computer. So if I want to have a video input coming from the laptop, I can do that. But here's, wait, there's more. So I have a splitter, an HDMI splitter. So back here behind the monitors is that a splitter goes to this. So whatever you see on the laptop also shows up on this screen. Now this is a teleprompter, and
You get
there's
one
a
from
camera.
Amazon.
That's my A camera. It's a Canon 80D, I guess is what it is.
Right.
And so when I look over here, here's where I look at you at right now. And so you
Right.
can see I've got it so that whatever comes across on the chat on this screen, I have it so it goes. So I don't have to look somewhere else to see the chat. Like I can see one. Ron, tell Michael to mute one of his vids. Yes, you're right. So I'm going to come over here.
I was going to say,
but thank you for that.
I was getting ready to tell you that, but I just
right, and I'm going to turn down.
I didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
Thank you. Okay, so we're just getting the audio from my cell phone now, so that should take care of that. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Okay.
better now. Yes, much
So
better.
let's see. We were talking about the teleprompter. So I can have whatever is on this screen over there. So if I'm doing like I want a PowerPoint presentation or a Word document, or the live chat that's going through. So in StreamYard, I can go in YouTube and say unpin the chat, and then I can have it so it pops up over there and have it like nice big screen.
Right.
So anyway, the screens. Okay, here we go. Stay tuned. Buckle up. So I normally use this one. Look at the infinity. This is my StreamYard here. So this is where I have my StreamYard, and there's the chat. Now this is a different computer here for the chat, but there is the chat also. And this is where I have my control. So I don't have OBS, Open Broadcast System, but instead I have StreamYard. Where'd I come up with that? I have Wirecast Pro. So you can see I have all my different things I can connect. So down here, we can see my monitors or my video inputs, because in addition to the camera behind the teleprompter, there's another one. There's a Lumix FZ1000.
Right.
And here's like a little monitor to show that am I using my B camera or my A camera?
Right.
And
You
down
just see
here
what your
is
output
my
is so
Stream
that you-
Deck. This is where I can well, let's see. I'm going to click over to Wirecast and live stream and StreamYard. And so I can go to different monitors or different camera inputs, and I can have it where I am like now, where I'm a full size, or I can have it where I'm a small guy. So I can have it where I zoom in on myself so that it looks like I'm not as big as I was. So I can take myself off the screen or have different screens here. So, all that good stuff. I can do that from there. There's another monitor, and wait, there's a fourth monitor here. So this monitor, like when I was doing one of my classes for teaching a card game of Bridge Online, is that I have a right here, a digitizer. This is a Wacom tablet. And so I can write on the screen and do annotations and the like.
Right.
And then over this way is where I have the audio inputs, normally from this nice high LPR40 mic. And then over here, I have a mixer, and I actually can have audio come from the telephone here. So that's something most people don't have. Back in the old days, 10 years ago, before we had Zoom or other things, Skype or whatever, we would use this and we would do it right over the telephone lines.
So I've had the pleasure of sitting with you in your RV and having coffee, and I've seen none of this in your RV. What do you do if you want to go live while you're out on the road?
Good question. So I used to use this laptop, and it was okay for several years. This is a At the time, it was a high performance machine, but you know how things are after 3 or 4 years. It's a
Exactly.
nice MSI, and it has multiple monitors and a fairly good graphics card for 3 or 4 years ago. But
Right.
now I have a newer MSI, state of the art and high performance. So, but basically, what I do is I take a converter to go from your camera from the HDMI, and it goes to an input there and to the USB. And so that's what I'll do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the big system there, isn't that like?
Good night, Blaine.
That's a nice
A lot of
setup.
stuff to confuse me.
The only bittersweet part about my going full time, which I plan to do at the beginning of the year, I'm leaving behind the sticks and bricks again and resuming my travels from before. But the one bittersweet thing is the fact that I've started building my own studio similar to what you have there, and I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna be able to do that, but I am thinking about doing it at my East Coast mooch base. Basically, it's not a mooch base. I've got my own room there at my aunt's home, so that's the benefit I get from having helped build it. So I got my own room, but I'm thinking about setting it up there instead. And but I am grappling with, right now I'm basically just kind of sitting in for Kenny while he's taking a break from live stream until after the beginning of the year, and he's welcome to have the spot back on Friday night. So. But I do want to find a slot that I can slide into for a regular basis, and I'm weekly basis, and I'm trying to figure out. I'm going to have to figure out how to do that from the road, and I still want the green screen, so I'm going to have some kind of canopy set up and some kind of portable studio, which I think.
This would be for inside your RV, is what it would be, Ron?
I don't have an RV. I'm a car camper.
That's right.
You saw my car.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was going to say what you can do is get one of these collapsible. They use them for reflectors or green screen. They have blue on one side and green on the other. They're about 18 inches round.
They're the ones similar
they
to like a car window shade, right? A windshield shade.
Yeah, except they're much bigger. They're about the width across your car.
Right.
So they're about like a 4x6 or 3x5 size, and they fold up in thirds. You don't think about how you do it. You just give it 2 twists and it just kind of goes together. Don't know how it is. I could show it to you, but I have one of those in the RV. Or you could get something like this one behind me. It's I guess it's 5x8. And it's foam, because as you know, the one you have, if you have a good key, you don't see the wrinkles, but the foam, as long as you roll it up, it's like,
this one I'm going to.
You don't have to have a.
In my.
I had some of those time, but you have to steam them or something if they got wrinkles, and unless you keep them in one spot, which I didn't always. So, but I would say the biggest thing is that you need to have good lighting. Have good uniform lighting. Which you might need a diffuser, if it's a hot light, a hard light, is to have it so that the light spreads evenly. And I look at yours, I can see over your right shoulder, the one opposite where you touch your head, I can see there's a little spot where it's shady and a little wrinkly, and up in the corner it's a little wrinkly or dark. Yeah. So, but if you have a good light on it, it'll key most of that out. And so just depends how, sophisticated you're trying to be.
Yeah, I'm going to have a very small version of what you got inside. When I'm set up camp, I'll have a canopy and I'll be set up inside it. So, especially
as Gypsy says, the GoPros, they do heat up after a while, but you do have I think if you have a GoPro 8, 9, or 10, all of those, you can get the HDMI out, but they will get warm after a while. But if you're using it at 1080p, which is all you really need, because like what you're seeing all of us do is 720p is what we transmit. You can, I did last year, I did have the 1080p account, and it just wasn't worth the extra money. So I thought, 720p is what everybody else uses. I'm fine with that. So I don't think it's worth paying a significant extra price for 1080. So because you're
fine on the road.
Yes. Yeah. Since you're only transmitting 720, you don't need to have a super high-end video camera. And so it gives you a little bit more latitude not to have the nosebleed stuff.
Right. Yeah, but I am
going to ask about gear. And so one thing I'm going to get out my laptop. The new one is like, gosh, although it's 5 times as powerful, it actually, and it's got about as big a screen too. But this is my new baby here, and
Ooh.
It's another MSI. But you can see it has a good size screen and a good size keyboard, so that you can see the chats and all that stuff pretty well. But what I want to show you is the other important part, which is to go from the camera, because the cameras on these, they're just kind of sort of okay. But if I can find where I've got the converter, and I think I have 2 of them. So you would want some lights, and somewhere around here is where I have the encoder. Maybe it's over on the other side. But yeah, OBS is fine. I thought that I used to have another version of Wirecast, but I had to update it. I'm not going to pay for a second one. It's way too much money.
Right.
To have to get a second one. So I'm going to have OBS is what I'm going to use on my my road show. But here's something that it goes from it's a battery adapter, so that you don't need a battery that's in your camera, because after a while you're using a lot of power for encoding and also for the camera. So if you have a battery replacer where you can take the battery out and put in AC power or USB power, that will make
I was
it so
asking
if
about
you
OB because I saw the overlays that you were doing in the different camera work, and it's the one, I suppose it's the go-to for beginners like me for a studio software. But right now, and never mind the slot I'm in right now, time-wise, I am developing a show that I'm going to be using the OBS for programming. Right now, I'm just using my camera, my basic camera and microphone from my laptop for these live shows. But I'm going to switch over to OBS and start doing them on OBS.
Here's one of the ones I have, and this is more than enough.
Right.
Camlink.
Yeah.
So there's a Camlink 4K, but I mean, hey, if you're only transmitting 720p, you don't need a 4K. So at any rate, I think these are less than $200, and so you've got an HDMI, and be sure you get whether it's a micro or mini HDMI on one side, and then the other side is just your typical USB 3. I don't think I can show it to you, but it's a USB 3 on the other side. So that's really what you need. And as long as your audio is pretty good, I don't know if you use the audio right off of your camera, but if you have a shotgun mic that goes into the 10 millimeter input, you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm about to learn how to filming is one thing, but how to broadcast live while you're nomadic. That's what I'm going to be learning coming up pretty soon. Is
that's a whole nother thing.
I know about Signal. You got to start with the Signal, but using the after that, and trying to figure out what equipment works best or whatever is what I'll be doing.
Yeah, so I guess that you can maybe use your cell phone as a hotspot, or you may have a phone hotspot device. I'm going to show you what I've got, but I'm going to let you. I can't reach my. I have to take off my headpiece here. I'll be back in. Oh, wait a second. Here it is, right here. This, but wait, there's more in this. Nope. Gypsy, you mentioned about GoPros, and at first it's like, well, are they as good as your DSLRs? But here I have 2 GoPro 8s, a couple extra batteries you can see over here, and some other accessories, as well as wireless microphones. That's a whole nother story. But I'm looking for my cellular stuff. Be back in about 10 seconds.
Who else you watching, Kenny? I didn't see Paula or any of them go live. Have they taken a break tonight?
Yeah, Paula didn't go live, and neither did Gina go live.
I wondered about that. Yeah,
Paula and Gina both were off tonight.
Yeah, because
you're taking time off for good behavior.
I looked before.
Okay.
He ended the show earlier for a thumbnail.
Right, I've been waiting to see if anybody comes on. Nobody's been on, so.
No, I haven't. I'd give it my spot here. So
Facebook and YouTube in general. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. So there is a Netgear Nighthawk. I can't remember which model it is, but Nighthawk is pretty popular. And so if I slide up the back cover, you got a replaceable battery in the back. You don't probably need to store things in the memory, but underneath it, there we go. Right there where I'm pointing is the SIM chip. And so depending upon what cellular company you use, this isn't maybe initially was made for AT&T. If you look on the front, you can see the AT&T logo down here. But yeah, I can use different carriers if I have the different service. And, that is associated with your SIM chip,
Right.
which you may already know about. But so that's one model.
You're not, Gracie.
And somebody leaving?
Yeah, I see where Gracie's leaving.
Oh, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. Good to see you, dear. Look forward to seeing you soon.
She says she got to stop and watch Rudolph. I don't blame her.
We all should be watching Rudolph. Somewhere around here is my Verizon hotspot. Anyway, the point being is that I have different systems. When needed, if one doesn't work, you can go to the other. And we do have up on the roof of our RV is an extender for our antenna. So rather than having the antenna just on a cell phone or just in a hotspot, you can then actually have where you can have it retransmit, not only transmit and receive the signal. And so the Wilson Electronic Boost, or WeBoost as they're called, we have one of those with a trucker's antenna on the top of it. But you'd think that would be the ultimate. You would think that, man, it's got an amplifier and the antenna's up, 11 foot high. What could be better than that? There are some times, it just depends on the signal propagation, where it works better with a MIMO. You got to learn all these things. You know what a MIMO is?
No, I was about to ask.
Yeah, it's multiple inputs, multiple outputs. MIMO.
Okay.
Where do they come up with these? Who knows? But the point is that if you actually looked on this down on the side, it's got these little black spots there and there, and you say, well, what is that? And if you take and you lift it up and you move it, you see that little gold spot right there?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and give it a solo screen just so it's a little bit bigger. Pardon me. There we go. Okay.
Oh yeah, I see it a
So-
lot better now.
Yeah, there we go. That's the gold spot. And so what that is, that's an antenna input, believe it or not. And so you get a deal like this, which is kind of like, it looks like just a little flat plane, but it has multiple inputs and multiple outputs, that are in both the vertical and horizontal polarization. So what that means is when I hook this cable into the hotspot, and then I put that by a window and move it a little bit. Sometimes for some reason, even though it's down only, like 4 or 5 feet above the ground where I'm sitting in the RV inside, and I put it up next to a window, sometimes this gets much better reception, like the speed test. Are you familiar with speed test?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you do a speed test and you say, well, I would really like to have 4 or 5 megabits download and at least 3 megabits upload. And sometimes you get a much faster speed if you do a little test before you start up your show. And you say, for some reason, it works better with a MIMO antenna than it does with the one that's built in, or even if you try it going through the WeBoost to the roof. In other words, this stuff is somewhat an art and not a science.
Right.
There's not always a guarantee on what's going to work best.
And you're not just doing like this YouTube live. You mentioned earlier about teaching people how to play bridge.
Yeah, I was doing that a lot. They had a program, I remember, that it wasn't Video Creators, but another one of these people that teach YouTubers and live streamers. And they had a challenge called LEDA, LEDA, live every day of April.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'll try doing it every day. I mean, that was like, really, every day? Whoa. But
you were
I was doing that for... Yeah, right. But most of it was at home. Well, here it is. Here's the other device. This is the other one. These are a little bit smaller. This is a similar one made by, oops, let's get this way. Made by Verizon.
Uh-huh.
And similarly, you can open it up and change the SIM card. Sometimes some SIM cards from different companies will or won't work. But, I have my extra SIM chips in here. So, I guess if you wanted to have more than one, I mean, like there's a plan that AT&T has for hotspots, which is 100 gigabytes for $55 a month. It's a lot better than they used to be.
Yeah,
So,
and I'm
it used
counting
to
on
be
that too, because I'm going to be, not only do I want to continue doing what I'm doing with my new YouTube channel, I have to work too. So, and sometimes I'm pushing quite a bit of data. I only work about 30 hours a week, but when some of that work pushes some pretty heavy data, and sometimes, and so I got to be ready for those situations, and still have data left, because you got to watch YouTube.
Yeah, well, and some people, like, during their off hours, they want to watch Netflix, maybe 4 or 6 hours or more a day.
One thing,
and you maybe
one thing that I may be able to ask you about on being on the road and data and everything, that I noticed last time was that I wasn't really able ever to nail down how much data a live stream uses. It's pretty much because of low effort on my part, but it didn't stand out to me exactly how much it does use for say an hour live stream from the road. Do you have?
I could give you a ballpark, yeah, but aside from that, is that all the companies do have network management where you can see what it is. I mean, if you're using an Android phone or a iPhone, you can take a look and see by every application how much data is used by the application. One time, Grace and I were on a trip, and I could not believe, were we going through a gigabyte a day? We're not doing that much. And it turned out ultimately that Grace didn't realize she had synchronization turned on for her Google Photos. And so Google Photos will not try to upload them to the server if it has to use its cellular. But if it finds a Wi-Fi hotspot, it says, "Oh, okay, we don't have to worry about it." Well, it was connecting to my Wi-Fi hotspot, and all of a sudden my Wi-Fi, I had like a Sprint with like 20 gigabytes, I think. And within 5-6 days, it was like all just going away. And I said, "Grace, what are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Well, she had the photo synchronization. And so if she was doing a video, maybe a video took a gigabyte, for like several minutes because it's 4K. It's like, oh my God. I said, I'm going to start keeping track of it. Some of these were a little complicated.
That Google Drive has been driving me crazy lately, and stuff like that. I do not want any pictures or anything that I do sent to a file storage online to some cloud service, and they push that stuff on you, and you're using your data plan to do that. Take a picture and boom, it backs it up on the on the cloud, and it takes your data to do that. And so a lot of people don't realize that when you store and back up your stuff onto the cloud like you do with Google Drive, everything from your phone gets uploaded to that, and that takes data. I'm assuming.
Yeah, so if you're doing a photo, let's say a photo is 2 to 4 megabytes on a phone device, or like this one that I'm talking into, you could do 20 megabytes on a photo. That's still not that bad. That takes, 100 photos before you start to get to be towards the gigabyte range. But if you do video, you can be like less than 5 minutes and you can hit a gigabyte if you're getting a 4K video. I mean, if it's a 1080, fine. You're probably not going to be able to record it as low as 720, but if it starts trying to synchronize those with the server, you'll be in deep kimchi. Now, I don't mean good kimchi either. So,
because
anyway, I'm getting kind of geeky.
As soon as you stop the video, whatever that video size is, then gets backed up on the cloud, and that data's gone. It's gone for.
Yeah, you don't get it back. You don't undo.
No, it goes for a backup, and all of a sudden you're out of data 2 weeks short of what you're supposed to be, and it's like, what happened? Oh, yeah. Google Drive is
here's what Renee is saying is I use a solid state drive SSD, 500 megabytes or 1 terabyte to back up my videos and photos. So so when you don't have when you don't have to have where you upload it, because for me, I'm normally going to want to edit it on my PC, and then I'm going to
It's 1 terabyte 5 years ago. Okay. And this has a hard drive inside of it that you have to turn on. And it's like a little computer without a monitor, but it stores about 1 terabyte of information. This was last year, 2 terabytes.
Yeah, I have some 4 terabytes that are that size now. At first I was reluctant to do it. I thought that's too much data in one spot, and I wasn't sure about the reliability. But the Western Digital drives tend to be pretty good in terms of reliability.
It's scary because all of my everything, 2 terabytes. Well, this one's full. 2 terabytes worth of data on here, and that includes most of the last 2 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Jeff and Tammy, thanks for coming by. Have a good one, Jeff and Tammy. Good to know your real names there. Hope to see you again
hi,
soon.
Jeff and Tammy. Nice
maybe over on your channels too.
Awesome. We'll check y'all out.
Yeah, we sure will. But so on that note is that, what's that?
Oh, Amy was just telling me that Nate would be a good resource for figuring out the online, streaming from the road thing.
Yes, since he does it regularly, and there's a lot of different ways. I mean, there's several things that are the basics, but different people have different abilities, or some people like me, because I work for the telephone company, I like to have some backup plans, not just all my eggs in one basket. But then you pay more for it, and how much stuff do you want to carry in your RV, and but I'm not going to take like this home studio stuff on the road. No way am I take all this
No.
stuff. I'm not going to take a big workstation. Number one is that this baby, it can, if it's like doing rendering, it's going to take more than 500 watts.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to have to run a generator, that's not going to work with the neighbors at nighttime. If I'm in an RV park,
Yeah,
I don't have like
I'm
a
gonna-
state park.
Yeah, I'm gonna, you know, that is the bittersweet thing that I can't build the home studio like I want, like you got. And like I said, I've started. I'm gonna be able to do that at my aunt's house, which is great because during the summertime months is when I'll be there, and it just happens to be a great place for the summertime, having access to the entire Atlantic coast, and during the summer is a great thing. Some of my favorite beaches are there, and so I'll steadily build a studio there because I'll be there, you know, during the summer months when it gets hot everywhere else. It gets hot there too, but I got beaches.
I'm a little different set there. I'm going to be like the mad scientist here. I'm going to have all these. I had like some of these MP4 files some while back, and there's this kind of like the mad scientist set here behind me now. But anyway, yeah. So it's like we have different ways, and you know, you learn like when you play ball, you learn how to catch it with two hands at first, and then later on, you can kind of catch it sort of with one hand, and later on, you can kind of catch it over your head or whatever. But you start with
that
the
reminds me
basics
of a quick story. I'm sure you're probably ready to pack it in, but so several years ago, it snowed in Austin, Texas for the first time in forever, and they got like 4 inches of snow, and I was down there with the next. And we were down there on 6th Street enjoying the music and the club scene down there one weekend or when this occurred. And so, you know, we go in and everything's fine. We come out, there's 4 inches of snow on the ground. It's like instantly, and this was at closing time. So everybody's poured out on the streets and everybody's like, snow. An instant snowball fight broke out between the south side of the street and the north side of the street. And so the police are usually there, you know, kind of patrolling the area, making sure everybody's filing out and being good and everything on their way back to their vehicles after closing time. So they're kind of, you know, standing around and whatever. And so as I'm passing by them, we, you know, have some, you know, just small talk banter about the snowball fight because they're standing there watching, you know, this fight is going on. And anyway, so once I talked to him and then, you know, continued to move along, I was like, hold on a second. And I gathered me up a snowball and I went around, I whipped it at them cops. And one of them caught the snowball with his hand and took it and whipped it back at me. And I'm like, oh man,
wow.
And I duck, and I'm like, then the cops just started wadding up snowballs and just started throwing them at me. I'm gathering snowballs up in my shirt and like this. So I had a snowball fight with the police of the Austin City. Yeah.
Well, you know, when this, and I have 2 stepdaughters that live in Austin, and every couple of years they get an ice storm, and it shuts down the city. I mean, the overpasses and things, don't even try going up and down them. It's just it's like black ice, but it doesn't last for, you know, but a day or so. But yeah, it's kind of fun, I guess, when it gets there for some people, if you don't have to get to work, or maybe you don't want to go to school or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
But then it's gone, like they said in Texas. You know, if you don't like the weather, wait an hour or two, it's going to change.
Yeah, and these police, I guess they had decided that, you know, they were going to let this energy get expended because it was a once in a rare opportunity for everybody just to break out and have fun. It was all in good humor. Nobody was fighting with each other. Everybody was having a blast. And, you know, to have a spontaneous blocks long snowball fight break out like that, and then to whip one at a cop and catches it with his hand and whips it back at you. It's like, yeah, you don't get to tell that story very often when the police are getting involved in the fun, and it was just a special memory.
Yeah.
Because you know, police are so guarded and all the time they have to be to survive, and to sit there and spontaneous have a little snowball fight with them was a lot of fun.
It's good to kind of let your hair down and have a good time once in a while. And so,
I wish I had
certainly
film
when
of
we
it.
go up to the snow up in the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wish I had film of it. It was that fun.
Oh, I bet. Yes. So Renee asked the question, what are blue screens for? Same as green screen, believe it or not, Renee. So here's the way it works is that with the software that you have in your computer that does this chroma key or green screen technology, whatever you want to call it, blue screen technology, the software can select any color that you choose. So over the years, people have learned is that pick a color that you don't really see on people, what they wear, what they eat, even maybe what's not in nature that much. Now, if I used a blue screen rather than a green screen, which I could, it would be just fine, but I probably shouldn't be wearing this blue coat, or it'll probably be, I will be invisible. And the reason I say that is right over here, I have, I could show you on my cell phone, but you won't be able to see it here because it's going to make them disappear. But you can trust me when I say that I have in my hand something that is green screen. You can see how it's mostly not shown. So I'm going to take off my hat. And this green screen is actually a hood. And I'm going to pull it over my head. And if it's the right color that we're trying to key out, then it should make my head go away.
Michael, where'd your head go?
Okay. I don't know. I'm trying to find the front of it. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Here's a spot where you can actually see through. Now, I don't know how good a job it's doing here, but
your peripheral lights are but otherwise
right.
You get the idea.
So anyway, yeah, the same would be with if it was blue or red, but red wouldn't be a good color because some people like red, have red hair. And here is some chroma key colored gloves. Should be about the same as the background. So just so you kind of, you see how some people do special effects is like, you can see a little bit of my hand here. There you go. It's pretty much mostly gone. But, it's like, oh, God, where did my face go? It's like, you're seeing right through my mouth. What's behind it?
Renee,
so anyway, that's what.
What are blue screens for? If you know Donovan, you probably already know that he's pretty good with the green screen skits that he does, like
sure.
covering his head and stuff. But challenge him to work both a green screen and a blue screen at the same time and see what happens. So see what he produces.
Normally you would have to go in your software and change the key. But if you had two different computers, one keyed for green and one keyed for blue, you'd be fine. But like I say, normally if it's for some reason somebody had the same color of green that they were wearing, so I guess somebody comes on the set and they're like getting ready for an interview and they've got a shirt that's this color. You can't tell them to take the shirt off. And if you don't have enough time to change shirt, you better change the key to blue. And hopefully you're not wearing blue. Anyway, so it's just whatever color you pick. But I do have out in the RV, to Ron's point, if I want to use a chroma key out there, I have it's green on one side and blue on the other. But this is just all green on both sides here.
Gracie's just having a good old time. She got Frosty the Snowman is on now. She says, bye again.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
And I just got rid of a troll there for you. So.
Oh, you smacked.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay. I appreciate that, Kenny. And nice to know that you are our, what's the right way to call this? Our our troll ejector.
Uh,
Can I suggest a good light for inside a car live chat, Renee's? Wow. Well, first thing is that generally you want your light to not have any hot spots. Boy, back 15 years ago, we used to use for videographers, Lowell Pro was one of the big companies. And I do have some other ones too that are Fresnel lights that are very specialized. But when the LED lights came out, it changed the industry. So rather than have a hot light, with maybe uses 300, I even had some bulbs that were some halon bulbs that were up to 1 kilowatt, 1,000 watts. And that uses a lot of energy, as well as you don't have that kind of energy floating around in your RV when you're out in boondocks. But the LED lights are probably what you want. Now, you don't want just a single spot that's just a point like a flashlight. It's not going to broadcast the right kind of light. And even if you were here earlier, and John Chalker, he had the ring light, is that probably it's not ideal. Now, I'm trying to think if I have them all out, but just a small, like one that's about 4 by 6 inches will probably be a great help. It would be better if you had two, one on the left and one on the right, but the batteries on those last a long time. Let's see if I have one right here. I might have some right behind us here. Let's just go ahead and take the green screen and put it up out of the way for a little bit and see if I have any of them around here. Oh, over here I have something that is, it does operate off battery. Hold on a second. I'll be back. Yeah, here's the baby. Okay. So, these ones by LumaCube, I think they are, this Litra, they're just kind of so-so. But, this one, I see it does have a diffuser in front of it. You see that little diffuser there? That helps to spread the light. That's what you want to do when you're going to be having it fairly close to you. Here's more of the traditional ones you would see. This has got about, about a 12 by 8, maybe about 100 LEDs. And these are not too expensive. And they don't use that much power. And right now, I've got it connected to where it would go to, AC. But you can also put like a Canon or a Sony battery in those, depending on what type you want. So, these are, you can get these for, $50, $75. And if you have one, it's okay. If you had two, it would be a little better, so you have one as a key light and one as a fill light. But hey, you can't always get it perfect. So if you want to get by with this, but if you can have some diffusion in front of it. Now this one, as you can see, the diffuser I have is kind of a amber color to kind of make it warmer. So you can have different types of filters, but the idea is rather than have a hot light, is you want it to kind of spread it out, kind of like on a foggy day. So if you can diffuse the color of the light a little bit, you and your viewers will be happier. It won't look kind of like John's with that ring light. It was kind of hot on his face. He needs to get a little bit of diffusion. And, up here, ripstop, I think they call it. It's just kind of like a fine silky type thing. You can use something like that to make it so. So talk to me if you need more on that. But I think that gives you a flavor. But for like $20 to $40, you can get a good start. And that would be my suggestion. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Are you there? Okay, good. Anything else?
I just bought myself this for Christmas.
Oh, a nice GoPro. And it looks like it still has the covers over. You're like me. I don't take them off right away.
No, you don't? You don't take them off right away?
I take it off of the camera, that one comes off the lens, but the ones that sit elsewhere, I'm not in any big hurry to take them. Sometimes they've been there for over a year.
Yeah, I usually leave them
stuff up
on,
this quick.
except I won't leave the lens one on, but I'll leave the other ones on just to keep it from, getting scratched up and marred and stuff, because this is what I'm upgrading to from my I have a separate phone that I use for filming that's on this device.
Yes.
This is an LG Stylus phone with I think it's 24 megapixel camera on it. That's why I got it. But if you look at my videos, it's constantly refocusing, and I don't know how. I've looked and looked and looked and can't find the setting that causes that thing to just give me one, focus, either foreground or background or mid range or whatever. But I can't
On
find
what
it.
camera is this, Ron?
This is a LG Stylus phone.
Okay.
Stylus G, I think, and it's just all you can see it best in my Mackinac Ferry video, where it's just refocusing all the time, and that's ruining my video.
Just one. Here's one thing that I would suggest. I do have definitely enough education on photography and lens and all this to be dangerous. So excuse me if I get going too deep, but basically what we're talking about is the focal point and the focal plane. So it gets into this thing. You may have heard about the DOF, the depth of field. Have you ever heard that term?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you have a camera that with one setting, it may be somebody is like a foot away and another person's 10 feet away, and they're still in focus. And other times they're like one's 2 feet away and one's 3 feet away. One person's in focus and one's not. What's up with that?
Right.
And it turns out it depends on several things. So one of the things is that if your camera has a really small iris or aperture, it's really small, versus if it happens to be open wide, they call that the f-stop. Sometimes you hear it mentioned.
Right.
But the aperture and how much light comes in, if you have only a pinpoint, then pretty much everything will be in focus. So if you have the f-stop, it turns out the smaller it's, the higher the number. We won't get, because it's like the divisor. But if it's like you have an f8 or an f16, you're not letting much light on the sensor, and so everything's more or less in focus. So the depth of field might be from 4 feet to 20 feet or anything beyond, if it has a wide lens. Now, if you have a fisheye lens, everything's in focus all the time. So your GoPros, not to worry, everything's gonna be pretty much in focus all the time, because it's a wide field of view. But if you have something like, well, I'll show you the lens right here. One that would be much more critical would be this bad boy. Thank goodness I knew not to get into bird photography or sports, because then the lens are not like 2,000, they're 10,000. Woo! But here's a lens that is a 70 millimeter to 200. So it's a pretty long lens. And if you looked at it, you say, oh yeah, that's a pretty long lens. And if you take the lens hood and you put it around, you go, oh yeah, that's a pretty long lens.
Right.
So,
I'm an AV geek, so I see those long lenses at airport observation.
Right. Yeah. But even with this, you say, well, if it's 200 millimeter, like, man, it's going to be like, if the subject is pretty close, one thing will be in focus and one thing won't. That's sort of true. But remember, this isn't the sole determinant of how much light gets in. Well, you can see it lets a lot of light in. That's a big opening, especially when you look at the other side, how much light it lets in. That's huge, almost like half the size of my head.
Yeah.
And yet, once you get to where the sensor is, you can, in the camera, you can make it so it's still teeny. You can change the aperture in the camera. So if you have your setting to where it lets little light in, it's going to be, most things will be in focus as long as the angle is wide enough. But bottom line is this: if you have a setting on your camera, and I'm sure there is one that says make it so it would be a little bit wider lens and aperture that is smaller, a higher f-stop, is that it's going to be, everything will be more likely in focus, like your GoPro is.
Good.
And it turns out that in some of them they have like what do you call it? Smart settings. You say, well, oh, here's one for, it's got a picture of a flower. Oh, it's one for macro photography.
Right.
Here's
It'll
another
actually
one for
say
sports.
it'll actually say that it's changing to macro mode.
Right. Yeah.
Or
so you
it's
need to
changing
find out
to
on
sunset mode.
Yeah. So just find out on yours which it is.
Okay.
And then that will be a big help for you to make sure that it keeps things in focus. Now, the basic number that they teach people who are getting into, let me get my earpiece back in here again. Hold on. I have these IEMs in-ear monitors. Normally I have it so you can't see it.
But iPhone. This will be, you know, this and I don't have an iPhone, but I am getting an iPhone for recording film. So
yeah. So and you know, the new ones are obviously with 3 lenses. They're so much better, where they have a telephoto and a kind of a macro. But so I guess that, yeah, when you get to where you start to understand some of the settings and the, like, you know, you want one thing for low light, you want another thing for if it's fast moving action, and it just takes a little bit of learning. And then eventually you're kind of like when these people are on the road all the time, you're like, okay, this is setting. But as I starting to say, for a person who's like does interviews, a journalist, they'll say f8 and be there. In other words, don't use a low light which opens the aperture at f1.2 or f2 or f2.8 or f4, f4.5. Instead, just use f8 or more, and then everything will be more likely to be in focus. Because imagine you have 2 subjects. One, let's say you're only 3 feet away from me, and I'm here, and the other person's like 4 or 5 feet away. You don't want that other person not to be in focus. Even worse, imagine you're a wedding photographer, and the bridegroom is like a foot closer than the bride, and she's not in focus. You know, oh, this is not going to be a good day for you.
That's a bad
You're
look.
not going to get a bonus. Yeah, you will not be hired again. So sometimes the focus is really critical.
It's critical at that moment.
Yes.
Very critical at that moment, because you messed those.
I got to tell you. I got to tell you a sidebar story. I'm in a professional photographer association of the North Bay, and sometimes we have people who are, you know, national level photographers. They'll come speak to us. And this one guy, you know, usually they're very smart or very sneaky. But, you know, a wedding photographer, if you're at a high-end wedding, you want people to buy your photos, I suppose. You know, it's natural. I don't know, is that being greedy? Maybe, maybe not. But he had the bride and groom where the sunlight was behind them. Now, normally that's a terrible thing. You're going to have such a silhouette. You've got the sunlight right behind them. You can't take a shot or the sun's going to blow out. All the light's going to be coming from the sun. Even if you have a flash, it's not going to be as strong as the sun. But he had studio lights, not just the ones that are on the camera, which produce about 50 watts. He had like some 500 to 1,000 watt studio lights. So when he took a picture, he's like, okay, I want you to go over there, you know, and the sun's right behind him. And he's like got, you know, enough to easily overpower the sun without the sensor being affected. So it kind of darkened the sun, and he has great shots of everybody. Anybody else wants to take photos, it's toast. It's not going to, you're not going to be able to see him because everybody else they don't have the studio lights that he does. So you see what I'm saying is that there are ways to get around things, such as to use studio lights or higher powered lights. And then there are things like the camera settings, and, you know, some people, this is their profession. So, you know, you can get really good at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got far afield from RV and travel, but I hope that helps answer your question.
I've enjoyed visiting with you. It's starting to get late out here in the east. Where I'm in
it is, yes.
but I'm gonna watch a little YouTube before bedtime. And I heard Kenny yawning. I don't know if we're losing him or not, but
No,
Oh, Kenny, he's like me. He's a night owl, Kenny, right?
I've been enjoying the conversation. I've just been listening and trying to watch the chat to make sure you don't get any more trolls in there.
right. You done
Yeah,
good. You done
exactly.
Good. But I think I'm gonna jump out of here, Michael. I wanted to come up and hang out with you for a little bit. We haven't done that.
Good to see you
recently,
always,
so,
Ron. Yes.
So thought.
Do you have any ETA when you're going to get down to Quartzsite yet?
That's I would. It's there's some logistics involved there, and another one was just added a couple of days ago that involves my granddaughter and a certain date in January. So I don't know yet, but I'm gonna be in Quartzsite by the middle of the second and going into the third week. I will be out there, and I'll be out there as a full-time nomad. So
I think that's about the same for us. I believe is that it's about the 8th till about the 19th or something like that. I'm with the Escapers at Lake Havasu, and then I've got about 5 days. I'm going to be off, and then Kenny, you're going to be at what about the 3rd or 4th week is when you come in?
I'll be coming in around the 17th, and I'll leave out on the 25th.
Okay, and I'll be there for that part of that. I think there's 3 days or so that Box Van D is going to be having her shindig.
My Box Van D is the 22nd and the 23rd.
Right.
But
I'm going to be out there for that, and I'll be at their camp.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But Glorious Life on Wheels and Lady Bug Out D is having her meetup just a couple of days before Box Van D's meetup.
Oh, well, I'd love to meet her. We've chatted quite a bit online, and
they're going to be out there. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get out there early enough so I could be sure, because I didn't know how long Glorious Life on Wheels was planning on staying. And I wanted to get out there to make sure I was out there to meet up with her. And I was actually in her live earlier today. And she's actually getting excited like I am, of wanting to meet me in person and meet several others in person as well. So
there's going to be a lot of people there because the RTR is also being held during those time periods, and basically as it stands today, and due to the pandemic, the RTR's seminars and Bob's band will be on display, but that'll all take place at the ball field in Quartzsite during that time period. I don't know what the exact dates are, but they just in the last couple of days that they're gonna have the whole seminar and classes and all that stuff they do every day at a normal RTR where everybody's gathered together, but that everybody's on their own as far as where and then they come to the ball field for the seminars from wherever they're at, so that you're a little more dispersed that way than you are with the RTR. And but anyway, that'll be going on, so there'll be a lot of people there in the area, and just because it's the best place to be in the wintertime, but even more so because of the RTR. So
yeah, well, especially birds of a feather, and so there's quite a few that watch YouTubes or maybe even YouTubers that produce YouTubes. And so year before last, I should say, Papa Drew had a group, and when you get to where there's 100 or more, you have to kind of break out into smaller circles of people, which was fine. So
there's probably going to be 100 meetups out there during that time of different groups.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's great.
So be out by then. RTR Chatter on Facebook, I'm sure will be going real hot and heavy during that time period, where you can find out what's going on, where, when, what groups are where, people reporting in from different meetups at RTR Chatter on Facebook. So I was part of the origination of that group, and it's still alive today after 3-4 years, maybe 5 years now. Still rolling.
Amazing.
So that's actually the admin of that group is or was. I'm not sure if he still is, but last time I looked, he was, and that wasn't that long ago. Was my friend Joe. So yeah, check out over there when you're in the Quartzsite area for all the latest chatter, the RTR chatter, and it'll keep everybody kind of connected as to where everybody is, and kind of a central, kind of a sort of place where you can find out where these other meetups are going on while you're out there, and maybe see some more people than you expected to see out there to meet up. So yeah, check out that RTR chatter on Facebook and see. I hope I don't eat my words on that. Last time I checked into it was probably about 6 months ago, and it was still going. So hopefully I'm not wrong on that, but if I am, then we'll start.
Kenny, what Moran just said, I just must piggyback on one thing and excuse me for finishing up with something that hopefully is going to get you to laugh a little bit, but here we go. So watch out for the magic circle, okay?
Papamozo. Oh, the magic circle.
The magic circle is down there, La Posa South, and I think they're a little bit west of La Posa South. But these guys, what can I say? They're nature worshipers.
Kenny, you think you're in the wrong chat occasionally? Go there, and you'll be in the wrong meetup.
So but they call these things textiles, and they don't like to wear textiles. They're not into that. They like sun.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But speaking of RTR, that was one of the things that Glorious Life on Wheels had mentioned in her live yesterday about that was one of the events that was going to be happening. And
great orientation, great seminars. I think they have some classes on some things, and you also directly afterward, and I think it's coincides with the big tent. The big tent that goes on out there is a big RV tent sale for a few days. Is the woman's RTR, and that's specifically for single and solo women and other women who want to learn and get advice and ask questions and all that about traveling alone as a woman and all that. So women's RTR, that's WRTR, right after RTR. And I sound like a promoter. I'm no way affiliated with the situation, but I've been out there a few times. I was excited, hopeful that it would go off with the main group all together like it has been in the past, but they're apparently still concerned about the spread of the virus and just doing everything they can not to cause any liabilities there for anybody. And
well, Ron, I don't think if you were here earlier, but I said, in fact, do it right now. Get up close to the screen like I'm. Get a little closer. Are you getting close? There we go. I said, when you're down there in Quartzsite, you'd like to stay, 5-6 feet away from people. But I want you to remember that always to stay upwind of other people. Everybody that is except for me, okay? I want to be the one most upwind.
Yeah.
But Nate is saying, I'm going to check that area out for the magic circle, but I'll be sure to wear a hat. Well, we'll know which one you are, Nate, but bring some zinc oxide. And you want some suntan lotion on a certain spot on your body. You'll have to figure out where that is. But, yeah.
The lightest part.
It may look
it
might make you stand out, but it might be a good thing, Nate. I don't know for you if you want to stand out.
You want it on the lightest parts.
The lightest part. You want to be outstanding in your field.
Yeah, if you go out there lily white like I am, you probably want to just go ahead and put it all over. Or best just not go out there at all. But
our home wheels allowance, so we'll be upwind. That's right.
Right. Well, as a matter of fact, we're all learning how to live in this new reality that we've had in the last couple of years, and we're still all trying to still kind of protect ourselves, even though we have a vaccine and it's getting out there really good.
Absolutely.
And we're still trying to do that. So being upwind in Quartzsite was already a plan of mine.
Oh, good. Well, no, I really do mean it. I try to whenever possible.
Everybody's like, everybody will be moving upwind from each other the whole time. And before you know it, we'll be in Yuma.
Well, I was telling Nate too, is that, one time I could see that there were all these other people, it was the campfire at night. I wasn't gonna be able to do that, and so I thought, well, okay, I'm just going to get right in the flipping fire and the virus, I'm going to have smoke in my face. I have to have my eyes closed. And when I got back to the RV, my clothes stunk for several days. I smelled like they were smoky.
I don't want to go so far as to scare anybody about, becoming infected, because it is hot. There's two in every 3 people in the country are now vaccinated against it. There's over 200 million people in this country vaccinated now. That leaves 100 million, and you ain't going to run into most of those. And yes, just keep continue just taking the precautions. Wash your hands often, stay out of people's face. Give them a little bit of room. Stay upwind if you can. When everybody else is not thinking about it, you can be upwind from them, and they won't get behind you.
Or 6 feet away. If you're 5-6 feet away, you should be mostly fine.
Yeah, and the new variants, they haven't got a foothold yet to where they're a major issue. Right. And I've been to Branson, M21 and Mayberry, and not had a problem, not even got a sniffle. So if you guys are worried about that, just maintain your safety precautions. And if you're vaccinated already, then I think you should still follow the distancing and the other.
No, that was all good stuff. But look what Nate has to say. Just don't wear clothes, and they won't come within 6 feet.
He's got that right.
You nailed it.
You nailed it, Nate. But
you gotta laugh at life, and you're right. Also, Ron, is that I gotta say, you said you were around all those people at Branson, and you came out fine. Can we get some blood transfusions from you? You might be the key to break through for everybody. We need some transfusions from you, maybe.
You don't have to have blood transfusions. Vaccines are perfectly safe, and there's 200 million people out there walking around safe from the vaccine. The deadly effects of the vaccine. You can still get sick, but if you're still following the basic rules for the height of the pandemic, like keeping your distance, and you can even wear masks. People aren't making a big deal of that. If you want, that's your preference. But you really don't need one unless you're in a closed space. You don't need one at M21. You don't need one at Mayberry. You don't need. Now, if you go in people's RVs with them, you might want to, make those practices.
That's a very good point. Yes. Uh-huh.
Otherwise,
well, thank you for that public service. That was good stuff. You really know your stuff. You say it just right there, Ron. Thank you for contributing that.
It's not a stigma to protect yourself and others from this virus, even if you've been vaccinated, because the only motive that I have for engaging in these practices is so that if I got the virus, and I don't have to worry about that now, but if I had the virus, I wouldn't be spreading it to somebody else, because I can think of nothing worse than being the one that passes a virus to someone that ends up dying from it. So
or they get has to go to the hospital. We don't want to see anybody.
Yeah. And I think everybody here would feel the same way about that. So just maintain your normal thing. Don't get in anybody's face. Have a good time. Come out to Quartzsite and have fun. And I don't think you're going to be in a situation out there where you have to worry about the virus so much, because a virus wouldn't make it very far out there in the desert.
But here's one thing that's interesting, just since we're kind of, if not worldly, we're in many states, and that is that different states have different protocols, and we may like it, we may not, but we in Rome do as the Romans do. So when we went up to Oregon, Washington, Idaho, a little bit of Montana, there's different requirements in different states. In Montana, you don't need to wear a mask, but keep 6 feet away. And I thought, most people are outside. That sounds pretty sensible to me.
Yep.
Here in Nevada, and they really were you like they were like California. You will wear the masks, and
Yeah.
especially if it's a state where they have more of a concern based upon the number of people and trying to get a good control on it. But some states like Idaho, it's like they kind of wanted you to wear them, but nobody wore them. And Grace asked at like Walmart, well, I thought I understood on the signs on the door, and they said, well, we just can't make everybody do it. And so, it's like, well, okay, you might be aware that the government has one idea, and if you choose not to follow it, but maybe there's a good reason for it. And at least
You have
you're
to
kind
decide
of
in
aware.
your
It'd be
heart
the
whether
same.
you want to be the one that's spreading it around. You have to decide. And if you don't really, I understand some people don't believe there's a problem, but, I don't know what to say to them except that, I'm asking you to consider the safety measures that really aren't that hard. They're
Well,
not
just
that
on
hard.
that note is that, for people who have self-defense weapons, you better know what's going on in different states.
Yeah.
In California, boy, they're very restrictive here. You get to Nevada, you can open carry if you have a pistol or a weapon. Maybe can't take it, obviously, in all the businesses. You can't take it on school grounds. You're never allowed in a federal building. But if you're just carrying a 6-shooter out and about, it's just okay. On the other hand, if you have a concealed weapon, and you don't have a permit, which requires 120 days after you have your certification, you're going to have a $10,000 fine and at least 1 year in the pokey, the Gray Bar Hotel, the prison. So yeah, that wouldn't be good. Whereas when you get to Arizona, you can go ahead and carry concealed. No, they don't care at all.
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want in Arizona, pretty much.
Imagine being the guy that's carrying illegally and concealing and coming up in a place like Texas or Arizona or some place like that, and be the one to get in a gunfight. I wouldn't want to be that guy because the other guy's got all his ducks in a row on owning the gun, and you don't. You might want to hope you get shot in that situation because you're going to be in big trouble.
I think you're better off to shoot yourself, really, and let them shoot you. Is because even if you were to win a criminal suit, you've still got the civil suit to go through, and unless you have I won't call it insurance, but some protection for it, you can spend $200,000 before you even get to trial. Now, to me, it's not worth. I would rather stay away from those types of places and situations than have to have my life ruined, even if I come out where I don't get it in a criminal. But the point I'm trying to make is that, so we need to be aware of, speed laws, COVID laws or weapon laws, whatever. Just have a little bit of common sense, and I'm sure
exercise your rights.
Mileage should be fine.
You do everything else and do it legally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as Renee says, like I did when she had a broken collarbone. Gosh, it's like a rib or a collarbone. You have to drive with it. It's like unbelievable. Now, here's a question.
I was there, and I didn't even realize I was probably the first one she saw after she fell, and she was telling me about it. And I don't think we realized the gravity of the situation at that moment. When she got home and got to the doctor, it was broken.
Mm-hmm. So Nate, the answer to your question is, where do you carry it when you're in the magic circle? Well, I guess you would have it in your hat in your case. Don't look under the hood in Nate's case.
Hey, you're liable to see somebody out there sporting nothing but a holster and their holster with their weapon in it.
Oh, you went right into this. I used to work by the Moscone Center in San Francisco at 4th and Folsom.
Right.
And so some of the people that worked there in like the cafeteria, they didn't like me, but they wanted to love me. You'd go in, and Roger was one, and I'd be going through the food line, and I'd see he's just like really checking me out, and I'd kind of give it like, "Well, Roger, how you doing now?" And he'd go, "Better now." It's like I've never had that happen to me until I was in San Francisco. And so one of the secretaries who worked for me, she was saying she saw him at a party, and Roger was there, and he was wearing one thing. He was wearing one garment. He was wearing chaps. Now, if you know what chaps are, they got leather, and they cover the front side of you. It's kind of like an apron, but it's for the waist on down is what they are, but nothing on the back side. So, yeah, I guess that's what I would suggest to you, Nate. You could wear your chaps.
Or
you walked into that one.
I mean, unless you just want to walk around naked, just don't bother going to the magic circle, and you don't have to worry about where you're going to hide your weapon.
No, let's see. Renee is Maglite with D working cell batteries great in most states, right?
Yeah,
yeah, for sure. In fact, I was just seeing where these people that are into self-protection, shall we call it, their personal protection, they have what's called EDC. I don't know if any of you have heard of it. It's 3 letters. They sound like the writing. EDC, everyday carry. And one of the things in their everyday carry is, what types of lights for nighttime. And, with the LEDs, you don't need a D cell anymore. The batteries that you really want to get are the Samsung 18350, I think it is. I'm going to have to bring it up on the screen, but they have so much output. The D cells and all that, they were good in its day, but no, like the Maglites, for sure. If you want something that is heavy, you can carry that. It's not considered a baton. It's considered, like the police. They'll have the police when they're like coming up to they won't have it in their right hand. They're keeping their right, but they'll have the Maglites over on their left shoulder, and the sucker weighs 3 or 4 pounds. And if they need to quickly make it a baton, they can do that. But in terms, I'm assuming you're interested in the amount of light, and if you're interested in the light output, it's the
no. I don't think Renee's thinking about the light output. The way I'm reading it is,
okay. Then you're right.
You come within a swing distance of me, I'm going to connect with you with my Maglite with D working battery set it. She's going to use it for the light, but if you come at me, I'm going to use it like a bat.
Yes, I got it. Okay, and so here is the.
But she doesn't want to be falling over things in the dark either and breaking her collarbone.
Correct. Anyway, I'm not getting the right screen, but that's okay. But the point being is that the Samsung 18650 are the batteries that put out so much. So if you're looking for light output, I'm going to go ahead and put it down in this. Come on. There we go. And then we're going to switch screens to, there we go. And I'm going to get myself maybe down about here. So these 18650s, they put out a tremendous amount of light. And I have some flashlights that use multiples of these, but even if you have just 1 or 2, they're great. But yeah, if you want something that is has a secondary purpose, yeah, the Maglites are great if you're using it for a protection. But I would still say is that the best thing that you can get for around $20 is get your OC spray, your tear gas, and you just don't give somebody a face full of happy sauce. But if somebody is going to attack you and you tell them to get away and they refuse to get away and they get within a foot or they start pushing you, that's what it's there for. I mean, It's sad that some people, they only have one weapon. If it's a rifle, a handgun, no, that is not the right answer, because unless it's a deadly force or permanent bodily injury, it's like you're going to end up in jail. So, but if you have alternate things like a stun gun or tear gas or nice tennis shoes and you just run like hell, that's always far better.
Nate
And,
says, "Don't share pineapples." I hear it's the new CDC guidance.
Yeah, that's right.
Nate, that's
Yeah.
real funny. I got video of you and a pineapple situation that we will be seeing soon in a future release.
And Nate, I think it's when you have pineapples, symbols of pineapples and pink flamingos. I don't know if that's a good comment. I'm not sure how that works, but you might want to read up and do some Google searches on that to see what the symbology means on some of those. Yeah, mag lights, Renee, are good in all states. That's for sure.
They're legal in all states.
That's a truism.
And they're legally is lethal in all states if you get within arm's distance and hit somebody with it.
Mm-hmm. But there's so many of us that are, you say something quick and it sounds really good, but it is good to be careful. Some things, it's right in one situation, another situation. Oh, sorry, it's like considered, like what's in an assault. Assault is not the same as a battery. A lot of people aren't even sure about what's the difference between an assault and battery, and we sometimes hear them go together.
Y'all mentioned
assault, nobody has to touch you.
Somebody mentioned something earlier in the show about odds. I get really kind of sad, if not bordering on frustrated, at how people let the fear of something happening to them, like an assault, how they let that fear control their lives to where they don't do anything. The odds that something bad's going to happen to you are so slim. If you totaled all the bad things that could happen to you, it's still very low odds that it's going to happen to you. You're not going to be in a plane crash. You're not going to, most likely not going to be in a car crash. Hopefully, your biggest risk these days is this virus. When you compare it to everything else, don't let the fear of being attacked keep you from going and living your life, traveling if you want to do that, if that's what you want to do. Don't really, just think about what it is you're afraid of, and then think about how many people there are and what the likelihood of anything bad happening to you is. It's really actually very low.
Good. You said, goodness, that better. And I'll give you my top items. And I like with the grandkids, my wife, Grace, said, if you could teach them some about gun safety, because you don't learn it in school anymore, So I said, sure, I would be happy to. Now, up until recently, I hadn't owned a weapon since, I was 20 years old over in Vietnam, but that's another story. But I said, if nothing else, don't forget the 4 S's. The 4 stupids, in fact. Don't do stupid things.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hang around with stupid people because you get just as much trouble being a co-conspirator. Don't go to stupid places.
Mm-hmm.
And don't go at stupid times, usually in the nighttime. The bar at 1 a.m. is obviously more action that happens there. So if you remember those 4 stupids, you'll go a long ways that you'll never have to worry about this stuff. And further, whenever you have a concern, you should always be situationally aware. And just remember these 2 things. Always have distance, because distance will buy you time, and time will buy you options. So don't do the stupids, any of the 4 stupids. And if you see something you're not so sure about, don't let anybody get within arm's feet. There's law enforcement people, they're taught the rule of 21, which says that in 21 feet, somebody can sprint and cover your distance in 1.5 seconds. So when they're taught how to quickly discharge their firearm, if somebody's attacking them, they have to be trained to be able to get to their firearm and have it ready to roll in 1.5 seconds. So obviously, if someone's going to be charging you, if they're about 20 feet away, you know, about like 7 steps, if you take 3-foot steps, is that okay? Be aware of that. And if they're within 5 feet, that's another thing. But once they're within 3 feet, you know, they can throw a quick punch, you know, it's like it could be lights out any second. So, or if they have like a baseball bat or a flashlight, a mag light, you know, those are all things. Remember, distance equals gives you time, and times gives you options.
Distance
Wow.
gives you
I'm
safety, and guess what? It's the same with the virus. So, you know, just keep your distance and have a good time. And Nate says, I just like throwing pineapples at people. Yes, that's what happened. That is what happened.
If you have enough pineapples, in fact, when Grace and I go out on our walk, you mentioned earlier about throwing the snowballs down in Austin, and we go out on our walk this time of year, the oak trees, what happens with them? Well, they have these acorns that fall off. And we have acorn wars, you know, it's like,
Right.
we're like, okay, we're like, you know, chipmunks or squirrels, you know, I've got 8 of them and she's got 12 of them, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And once in a while, if we're lucky, it's just what you said. I can like catch one and like, okay, same to you, but more of it. So we have
Can I
good
read
laughs
this?
when we're
Can
out.
I read this comment that Kat put up?
Oh, sure. In fact,
She
let
goes,
me
wrap
find it.
yourself. She says, wrap yourself in bubble wrap and duct tape and barbed wire. It'll keep everyone at a safe distance from you. It sure will, because they're going to think you're cray-cray.
In fact, it's so funny you mentioned this, Kathleen, but somebody who Graces know, not me, but it'll remain nameless. And if they're going to be on public transportation in Sacramento on like one of these shuttle buses, is like, and they see some like hoods that are get on the bus, is the guy was like kind of like doing things with his nose and touching behind his rear and things, and like nobody's gonna want to come up close to there. This guy is nasty. I don't even, his hands are nasty. So it's like, I'm not suggesting we do this, but you know, sometimes you need to have your insurance. So if you can't get the 21 feet, if you can't, you know, I'm sorry, but you've done some stupid things to get on the bus or the train at nighttime, maybe. But you know, you have to have some mitigating factors. It might be something to consider. What I like that what you said there, Kathleen.
Absolutely. Yeah, Nate threw a pineapple at me, Amy. I put up with a lot. I put up with a lot with these pineapples.
Yeah, but I guess Nate's got the best answer there. Is that, you know, if you just turn the other cheek, you know, disarm yourself and just turn your other cheek, is that I'm sure if you say, no, this guy is cray for sure. It's like, give him a lot of space.
Michael, it's been fun.
Especially if you have a big smile.
I'm gonna
shall we
hop out of here? It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you.
Yeah, it's been great, Ron and Kathleen.
It's been fun hanging out and not having to do a show.
And Amy. Yeah, this is like, you know, we stop at like 6 o'clock, and here we are, 9:51 California time. So it's been great to have you all here. And you know, I just kind of finished by saying is that for some people that need the hours, we would never want to hoard in undo that. We got lucky with a couple videos that's got a lot of hours. We'll see next year, but it's always fun to do this with you guys. So have a great evening, and we see you if on the tubes and down at courtside, hopefully. So
thanks
as always,
for having me.
Happy trails to you until we meet again. You just had something to say, Kenny?
Thanks for having me, and it's always fun being up here, and looking forward to meeting you on courtside.
You're the best, indeed. I can't wait for it, and we got some good things for you there, my friend. And you too, Ron. Okay, well, have a good time.
Bye, guys.
Peace out.
Take care
Bye
out
for
there
now.
in YouTube land. Thank you, chatters.
Absolutely. Okay. Good night, Nate.